ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Sirens and explosions have been heard across the Israeli cities of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran responds to Israel's strikes on its nuclear program. Ali Crew reports.
Tehran has launched a third wave of missiles at Israel after Israeli strikes hit more than 100 targets across Iran. It comes as Israel warns that its operations against Iran's nuclear program will continue, saying it had no choice but to prevent the regime from acquiring atomic weapons. The strikes on Iran have killed more than 70 people, including military commanders and top nuclear scientists. The UN Security Council has held an emergency session to discuss the escalating violence, with the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog calling for both sides to calm tensions, warning of potential dire consequences for the region and the world.
Meanwhile, the Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles says Australia is deeply concerned about tensions in the Middle East. He says all Australian embassy staff in both Tehran and Tel Aviv are accounted for and safe. He's advised other Australians in the region to seek shelter. Mr Marles says Australia is particularly concerned about the risk of further escalation.
We are calling on all parties to prioritise dialogue and diplomacy. We specifically call on Iran to exercise restraint in their actions so as not to risk any broader conflict.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is on his way to Seattle before heading to the G7 summit in Canada. In Seattle, Mr Albanese plans to highlight deep business ties between Australia and the United States. In Canada, he's hoping to secure his first face-to-face meeting with US President Donald Trump, although it's yet to be locked in. Air crash investigators in India are yet to recover the cockpit voice recorder from Thursday's deadly plane crash in the western city of Ahmedabad. More than 260 people died after the Air India flight came down on a residential area just minutes after takeoff. The digital flight data recorder and one of the two black boxes have been recovered from the rooftop of a building the plane crashed into. Rescue workers are continuing their search for missing people and bodies in the buildings near the crash site. Dr. Umang Patel was a resident of the medical hostel where the plane crashed and says he's lost everything.
We could only get access to the place right now after police did all the safety precaution and all that things. We went and saw that, but my actual place of living is completely destroyed. All my documents and everything I had is already lost to me.
Melbourne researchers say a new treatment method in the use of bone marrow transplants for aggressive blood cancers offers great hope. While bone marrow transplants can be life-saving, a study has found the standard treatment approach can come with serious side effects that can result in lifelong complications or even death. The study by the Alfred Hospital and Monash University on patients in Australia and New Zealand has found 49% of those who received the new treatment were disease-free after 3 years, compared to just 14% who received the standard treatment. The Alfred Hospital's Professor of Haematology, David Curtis, says the next stage of research will hopefully increase the rate of survival without permanent side effects even further.
It's a wonderful thing to be able to do something that's going to change the way people have done transplants for the last 40 years. The next step will be to do the next trial, and the goal is to increase that from 49% to 75%.
An avian bird flu outbreak in Victoria has been declared over by Agriculture Victoria. Philippe Perez has more.
Restrictions have now been lifted on the movement of birds around the town of Euroa, located 160 kilometres northeast of Melbourne. In February, controls were initially put in place to prevent the spread of H7N8 avian influenza, after it was found on 4 properties near the town. Hundreds of thousands of birds were euthanised in efforts to stop the spread of the virus. Acting Chief Veterinary Officer Dr. Sally Salmon thanked the community's efforts in eradicating the outbreak.
To sport, and Australia's men's cricket team insist they've not given up hope of retaining their World Test Championship crown after South Africa ended the third day at Lords in a commanding position. The Proteas, who finished on 2 for 213, are 69 runs away from victory. Australian assistant coach Daniel Vittori says the team understands the magnitude of what they need to accomplish for victory. To the weather now. For the state, a dry, cool and partly cloudy day. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a top today of 12 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 14, showers increasing on Monday and a top of 15 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. ABC News.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Care pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar, Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Hawks find a way again in Launceston, so 8 in a row at the venue, 4 of them by under a goal. The Hawks win the low-scoring affair with Adelaide, but did the AFL prove a point in their push for a roof stadium in Tasmania after the 4 degrees and the 11 goals? What about Sam Darcy's return? Does it change your outlook on the Western Bulldogs? And a low crowd for Thursday night footy with the Saints' home fixture at Docklands. Tom Harley's on his way to AFL HQ. Does he better serve the game at headquarters or in charge of the Sydney Swans? We'll discuss that, plus plenty of long-term deals, but none bigger than that signed by Keziah Pickett. All of that ahead today on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Bounces out towards the boundary, Basil and Quality do Basil, and it's
You can't count that.
That is insufficient intent. That is a
spoil
decision.
That is a spoil.
Chaff kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Berry. High up and under, Chol, dangerous, knocks it to the goal square, clever, gun sent to Newcomb, goal! Hawthorn back in front, and this seesawing final turn, Hawthorn lead again, and is John Newcomb the match winner.
Taken off, it was Fogarty. There's no time left. Saved by the Belvoir Hawks, a thriller in Launceston. And a famous win for the brown and gold. And they're home away from home. Friday Night Lights in Tassie produces an epic.
3 points, the final margin. An interesting quirk here. It was the lowest winning score of the season. It was also the Hawks' lowest winning score in any game of footy since 1948. It was a highly engrossing contest, but not the scoring we've become accustomed to. All that to talk about today. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. My name's Corbin Middlemass. As you heard in the opener, the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, is here. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Hi, everyone. It was well called. It was an engrossing contest. 2 good sides. We've been pretty strong on the fact that these two are well entrenched as top 6 sides, I think. We'll give them that. If you're going to split the ladder into thirds, these two, you would certainly expect them to be up that pointy end. And I think both walk away taking a lot out of it. A bit scrappy, obviously, in the conditions. And I look forward to talking to our Tassie resident down there shortly about, as you said, whether that was the AFL's little subtle case for, or strengthening the case that we do need a roof down there.
Well, it's incredible. There were 46 games played in Tasmania over the last 5 seasons. Only 2 of them weren't in the daytime. So 44 of the 46 were day fixtures. We've had 1 twilight and 1 night game during that period. And then this year alone, 1 twilight, 2 night games. Not a single day match through the first 3 fixtures. So maybe it's just a little nod from the AFL to say, hey, if you feel like you don't need an enclosed stadium, here's a taste of what it's like at 4 degrees in the middle of June standing on the hill.
Yeah, we have to play day games. I mean, it's a beautiful... I played down there a fair bit for St Kilda. Beautiful ground, magnificent ground, and the crowd was good last night, weren't they? The atmosphere
awesome
on the TV looked really good. You were there, so ticked a lot of those boxes. There's just that reality, isn't there, that if the night fixture is going to be something for the Tassie Devils, then it's something that they have to consider.
The man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, the coaching icon himself, Mick Malthouse, has woken up in Tassie and he's still there in the Apple Isle in the north of the state. Good morning, Mick. Or good afternoon now.
Good morning. Yes. Good afternoon, Corby and Paulie, and happy birthday, Corby. So it's a
thank
big
you.
day for you. So
Thank you.
You're remiss of
I
me.
hope you've saved me a cake for next week.
Yes, no. Craig's come to the party. He's brought some muffins
We've got
in
muffins
for
in
us.
the studio,
So
Nick. You missed out.
Very
It was a
good.
good day to be.
Very good.
day to be
Well
present.
done, Corby. And hello to all our listeners in what is a mid-season game, a very interesting fixture. It's intriguing at the moment. Just little jabs been thrown by sides that are so locked together in points, and we're just seeing now the Hawks reassemble, if you like. They looked ordinary for a few weeks, and they've jumped up to two very hard matches. They've won hard matches, and I think that's so significant. Adelaide have dropped another hard match, which is, sometimes I think Adelaide are a very good football side, and they drop these games. That they're going to learn one day how to get over the line. It won't be discussed at training. It'll actually have to be at a game, and it'll make them grow up. But two good sides. I enjoyed last night. I didn't worry about the scoreline. To me, it was more about the intrigue of how players react and how Hawthorn have multiplied their tackle count. Adelaide have become a very good defensive side. So intrigue right across the competition.
Both coaches were asked about the spectacle. We'll hear from them in just a moment in Sam Mitchell and Matthew Nix. But the breaking news of the day concerns the Carlton superstar in Sam Walsh, who is going to miss the next 5 or 6 weeks with a hot spot in his foot. So this comes at a critical stage in Carlton's season after a slow start, trying to patch things up after the mid-season bye. They are over in Perth, and Walsh has now been withdrawn, obviously, from the 23 to play against the Eagles tomorrow. So Jackson Binns comes into that lineup, but Sam Walsh, 5 to 6 weeks with a hot spot in his foot. How concerning is this, Luke Ball?
Oh, it's concerning. Yeah, anything to do with feet. We've spoken about Will Day all year, haven't we? And there's not much you can do when you've got foot problems, is there? I mean, we know how critical that part of the body is, that part of the machinery is, Mick. And it's just such a shame, isn't it? I mean, it's interesting. I was chatting to Aaron Hamill the other night, who's obviously a coach down there at Carlton, and his greatest strength, Sam Walsh, appears to be something that's at the greatest potential to let him down. He's just such a workhorse. He just has to be, just in a way, they have to save him from themselves, in his words, a lot of the time. He just works so hard, and back injury, foot injury, it's a concern because, you'd hope, how old is he, Sam? Is he 24, I think, probably now, maybe 25, Bailey Smith's age, so you'd hope that he'd be coming into his best years, his prime years, so they need to look after this.
25 next month.
Yep.
Yeah. So just overuse, you think? Too much talk, too much wear on the body?
Generally, that's usually the case, isn't it? And this is sort of bobbed up out of nowhere. From what I know, he hasn't had a foot issue in the past, whether it's related to something else. It usually is, Mick. So, any time it's a foot injury, it's a concern.
Yeah, you're spot on, Paulie. And I think your take on it, that sometimes you have to save a player from himself, is very apt, the way you said that. If he's that sort of player, which we all know he is, then you've got to virtually custom make training for him so that he thinks that he's doing a lot. It may well be half hour on the bike. It may well be just simple touch. It might be straight line running. Foot injuries, you don't run on your hands. And as I said before, with your best, you got to look at what you do best, and he runs best. And if you can't run without pain, now he's got this stress fracture, it's a shame for Carlton. They just don't seem to be able to get their best mids together, their best forwards together often enough, because I think their back line generally is fairly sound. And, then you get Silvani misses out in a fair bit back there as well. So, they've just been cursed. And it's no accident when you look at the ladder. The sides that are generally around the top are the ones that are least affected by injury. Yeah.
Is this the Blues? Is this the Blues season gone?
Oh no, we won't go there yet. Yeah, I think there's still an opportunity for them, but clearly the next month or so will tell the tale. And if in a month's time they're out of action, then there'd be no point in rushing him back.
What do you reckon, Mick?
At all. Oh, at all. I totally agree with Paulie. Yep. There's always a criticism. You put them in the rack too early towards the end of the season. There is a reason for some of it. There's a reason that some players should play on. But if you can see that there's no light at the end of the tunnel for that year, then you've got to get particularly a player who you think is going to be part of the next premiership. He could be. I don't know I don't think Carlton are that far off it. There might be one or two players or a couple of young players who can mature because they're not an old side. And if they can, let's say what Paulie said was right, that by round, let's say, 15, let's go nearly 17, round 18, and they've lost, and they can't make it, you go, no, we're just not going to play him. We're not going to play him. In fact, what we should do is now start to experiment with him in other capacities. Do we put him in let's run the season out, a bit of pool work, a bit of ball work, a bit of bike work, something that we see as his future going forward so we can get him on the ground. It's the training. You don't win a lot of games on a train track, but you win them on the ground. So we've got to get him on the ground.
Nick from Edith Vale off the SMS, similar thing to you, Bawley. Is Sam Walsh one of those players who trained too hard as a junior before his body had fully developed and is now paying for it with the consequences? Nick, appreciate your message. The talkback number 1300 558 222. Bob from Beauty Point in Tasmania is the first of our callers today. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Hello, Bob.
Hello to you. I want to make a quick comment about last night's game at York Park. Firstly, who was the fools who scheduled a match 1 week before the shortest day of the year to finish at 10:30 p.m. at night? Who was that? I mean, that's just idiocy.
Well,
the scheduling was stupid. And secondly, could I also say about the Mac Point proposal, there should never be something like that built on that site. If you think about the most important event that ever happened in Tasmania's 65,000 years of history, it was at the landing at Mac Point in 1804 by a British convict ship that then invaded a tribe of Tasmanian Aboriginal people. That's the heritage of that area, and there should never be something like that built on that site. And as for the roof, that also is quite stupid. I believe there's 2 football-sized grounds, AFL-sized grounds, in the world. One at Docklands and one in Cardiff, which was built for the Commonwealth Games. And I think that's it.
Bob, appreciate your call. Bob from Beauty Point in Tasmania there, 1300 558 222. Just to pick up on the spectacle last night, and we were both there, Mick and Bawley, you're obviously watching on. It was a great game of footy despite the fact there were only 11 goals. Both Sam Mitchell and Matthew Nicks were asked about that in their post-match presser last night.
No, it is what it is. I mean, they sold out the game. It was a close game. I mean, even though it was not a big high scoring, I don't think too many people turned the TV off. You know, to me, that was a game that you want to watch all the way to the end. Will they show replays of it? Maybe the last 5 minutes they will. But realistically, that's for the AFL, and I'm rapt to be playing down here on a Friday night for Tassie to get that exposure. I think is really important for the state.
Couldn't have got a better night for it, could we? It was beautiful. Today was a magnificent day, and it's a little fresher than what it is back in Melbourne and Adelaide. But it was a great night for footy. Night games are often slippery, often dewy. That was times 10 out there tonight, so it'll be interesting. I think it'll often be a wet game, but we play in a lot of wet games, so you've got to get used to that through that sort of June, July period.
So positive spin there, Mick, from the coaches last night post-game, but it was quite literally the lowest winning score Hawthorn have had in nearly 80 years of footy. Did it prove the AFL's point last night that they're headed down the right path wanting a roof on a stadium in the Upper Isle?
Well, I think geographically we've got to look at Launceston's not on the coast for a start off. It's in central or thereabouts Tasmania. The proposed new stadium is on the water. I'm not sure that when you're next to the water you do have the same dew factor. In fact, I'll probably say that you don't because of that, because you do have the water temperature evening out with the land. So I don't think there's a point to be proven there until you... I know that as a coach going to Brisbane, I used to think, we're going to Brisbane, and we just know it's so dewy up there during the middle of the season. Adelaide's not much different. You'd get the dew. Yes, there's a lot last night. There's no question last night. But we spoke about the first quarter and a half saying how it just rebounded between 50 and 50. there wasn't a lot of there was penetration to what they say the 50, but it was only going about 40 and coming straight out, so it wasn't scoreable. So I think most of that was just the good defence by both sides, just shoveling the ball between 50 and 50 and then trying to cut their way through, which Adelaide had their chances. So let's face it, I think they kicked 7 points in a row there at one stage. But look, the low scores don't bother me. And I know that I'm a bit different in regard to looking at football. Big high scores, I look at that and think, well, there's no defence. I'd rather have someone have a good defence. It wasn't ideal. I totally agree with that. The ground itself was fantastic. Both coaches agree with that. And I don't want to go back to when I played because, we had cricket pitches in the middle and it'd be absolutely boggy. The ground itself still lent to good football. We saw some great marks. We saw some good goals. We saw some terrific play. Yes, and we saw the ball on the deck a fair bit, but that was a lot of pressure from both sides.
Yeah, I think if that game's played at the MCG or the Adelaide Oval last night, the conditions are the same. They're very similar, aren't they? I mean, it was cold last night. In Adelaide, and so there's due. I think maybe the AFL would point to the comparison between Thursday night's game, which was under the roof. Again, very similar conditions outside, and the Bulldogs, put a big score on, didn't they? But yeah, I agree with you. But I think the coaching had a fair bit to do with it last night, and the two teams, conducive to a finals like game where defence tends to rule. Even though Adelaide, highest scoring team in the competition before last night, I think the Hawks were in the top 6. I thought both teams really were set on just holding their defence. How many times did you see Adelaide look to threaten, from rebound at half back and look up, and Tom Barrass had held his ground, didn't he? So, the Crows like to get up high and get you on the rebound. The Hawks, to a certain extent, like to as well. Both teams were pretty staunch on holding their team defence, and I thought that had a fair bit to do with it as well. So, yeah, I'm like you. I don't look
behind the fence too, Bully.
Yeah, that's right. I don't look at scoreboards necessarily as to a determinant of a good game or not. I thought it was a really great contest. Both tackle counts were high, and again that's usually what happens when two good teams are going at it. And they didn't take their chances. Matthew Nick say. I mean, Adelaide should have put 4 or 5 on and put some scoreboard pressure on early. I mean, they got nothing out of their 3 key forwards, and we might touch on that, Mick. You've got some thoughts on that, but even Thilthorpe in that first quarter going back and missing one directly in front from 20 metres out, that could have set the tone, and they end up getting 0-7 out of their 3 key forwards. So, I wouldn't necessarily just pin the score board last night on where it was and the conditions.
Sue is in Western Victoria as the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Sue.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you? Great respect for Mick Malthouse. Love him to bits. I just want to see footy start in Tassie. I mean, it's already happening. I don't know why we have to wait for a Tasmanian team to start with a stadium with a roof over it. And if the AFL really want that, I think they've got to kick in a few more bucks.
So the roof's going to cost about $20 million. It's basically $150 million is the shortfall here, given, as Chris told us last night, even if they didn't build a roof, they would still have to have some kind of structure on top, which would cost a quarter of that price. And yet the AFL I think, are tipping in $15 million. The Premier said, the Prime Minister said during the week that they're tipping in enough. That's it. Their contribution is capped. So basically it's up to the AFL and the Tasmanian government to come up with the rest of the money that is required. The election, by the way, is set for July 19. That day, Mick, we're back down in Launceston for Hawthorn and Port Adelaide. So there's a game of footy on election day, would you believe? So how topical is that going to be?
Yeah, well, you're spot on. Just walking around here now, all the flags are going up in regard to, the particular parties. It's a big deal. I was amazed, Corby, last night when Chris, I asked Chris one simple question, and he had the figures available. If they did a poll now, who wants a stadium and who doesn't, I was staggered at the figures he came up with. It was 60-40 against. That was a revelation to me. I didn't have any idea, but I was really thinking it may have been a little bit more in favour of the stadium, but no, this is 60-40 against the stadium. Yeah. And I find that intriguing. And then both parties, both Liberal and Labor, are saying, oh no, we both want the stadium, but clearly in different formats. But there's a real Tasmania's never been united. Let's face it. They don't drink the same beer. They can't, Cascade and Bogues. If you're north, you don't certainly don't touch the south. The football itself, state football's always been a problem. They can't seem to get a good mix there of state football. People don't want to travel from Devonport to Hobart. It's an amazing state. It's a magnificent state, and this is going to be this is going in the next 6 months or 4 months. It's going to be intriguing what comes out of this.
Chris Rowbottom also told us last night on ABC Sport that it's highly unlikely that either party will form a majority government. So the Libs currently have 14 seats. They would need another 4 on top of what they've already got to be able to hold and then add another 4. While Labor currently has 10, they would need another 8 to be able to form a majority government, which is where this becomes particularly interesting because if either party needs the support of the independents or the minor parties to form government, a lot of the independents and the minor parties are anti-stadium. So whether that gets used as a bargaining chip, and then what does that mean for the licence for the Tassie Devils, which of course is conditional and remains to be the case after the AFL Commission meeting during the week. There's no talk of renegotiating the deal just yet. And so as a result, no team, no stadium as we head to the polls again in the Upper Isle on July 19. Your calls on 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. Dale from Launceston is the next of our callers. Hello, Dale.
Hi, I wasn't expecting to get through that quickly. Look, I'm one, and I'm a lover of football for decades, but I think Mick's got to realise that he doesn't know everything about Tasmania, and most people are against it. And when did a football authority dictate to politics in another state? I think they don't really want us, a team down here. I think they're looking for Northern Territory. I honestly think that's why they put so much money on it.
It's an interesting... petty
cash from them, from the AFL. It's petty cash, 15 million, isn't it?
No, it is.
You know, it's an interesting point. There's the conspiracy theorists out there is, the fact that they don't necessarily really want to. I mean, what does a 19th team really do at the moment for the competition? And they can put the conditions out there, and then if they're not met, then it's not their fault. There's
Well, there were some vocal presidents during the week that were basically making that case, saying, you know what, if they don't want it, fine.
Yep.
And the AFL, to their credit, are holding to the line, saying, no, let's wait. We're not that far behind schedule. Let's see what happens at the election. For now, it's got bipartisan support, and hopefully the stadium will happen on the other side of the election. Just on your stance on this, Mick, I think, if anything, you've actually been anti-roof on the stadium as much as anything, just to clarify
that's
your
right.
particular stance on it.
Well, I've got a son who lives here in Launceston, and I'm ever reminded about his little girl that had to go to Melbourne to have an operation. She would have been waiting 5 years to have the same operation here in Tasmania. So I'm ever aware of the medical conditions down here. You've got to be able to spend money to get them up. The hospital's updated. Well, where does the money come from if you've already spent $1 billion on a sports stadium? I keep looking at Launceston and think, what a fantastic ground. And I know that they're going to put another 10 million or 20 million into this ground, more stands and a few super boxes. It's a fantastic stadium. I still think you can get by with having, if the public want, now I'm now saying 60-40, they don't, but if for some reason or other the side does come along, I can't see why it can't survive. And Corby, I know I'm out of line here saying this, and I was going to raise it with you beforehand, but I am just staggered how this competition is so uneven. We're talking about putting money into this ground here. Fine. If it happens, it happens. It's fantastic. But it's going to have a lot of money have to go to the Tasmanian side to be competitive. We're seeing North Melbourne sell 2 home games in a row. The coach wouldn't want that. The players wouldn't want that. The supporters don't want that. The club has to do it to survive. We've got 18 sides that some of them need handouts every year to be remotely competitive, and then they owe their soul to the AFL. And it's no coincidence that the top sides are fully financial, and they can get the players, they can get the training facilities, they get everything else. With the lopsided competition at the moment is really staggering, and yet we're going to create another one, because I don't know whether Tassie will be able to live by itself regardless of a stadium. So it's going to have handouts like Gold Coast and Brisbane and GWS, etc., and St Kilda and Melbourne, and and others. So
we want a lot of things, don't we? We want we want all these teams. A lot of them are AFL assisted. We want more games on free to wear. We hear from people saying, "Oh, how come all the footy's behind a paywall?" We want a full AFLW competition. At a certain point, the money's got to come from somewhere, and that's why they lean on the broadcasters, obviously, to bring in a whole lot of money for the game and to be trying to make every area work. The football departments want more money in the soft cap, so an extra $1.1 million over the next 2 years for each of the clubs during the week announced. More of your calls here on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. Lightning round here. Wayne from Lapland is the next of our callers. Hello, Wayne.
G'day.
What have you got for us?
Can you hear me?
We've got you.
Thank you. Just a few things that you've mentioned already this morning. The first thing would be, what's the problem not having a roof? I mean, talk about an advantage. I mean, we could play any team down here in July and we'd win by 10 goals. There's no one they'd not all freeze to death. There's the first point, right? I mean, look at Gold Coast. They go up and play in Darwin.
Yeah.
They don't get beat. No one can play up there except for them. So what's wrong with Tassie saying, you want to come play in Tassie? Here's the conditions. I hope it snows.
I think part of it is the spectator comfort in it all, isn't it? You build a new stadium, you want to be able to get more tourists in. People come for the weekend, enjoy the spectacle, find their way out again rather than freezing to bits on the hill.
Well, and I think attracting some marquee players down there as well to play in the snow might be a bit of a challenge. A bit more challenging than trying to get a Gary Ablett Jr. up to the Gold Coast.
Doesn't happen up at Wisconsin.
It's a different sport, Mick. Come on, we're not playing full warm, with helmets and they play in thermals up there.
David from South Australia, the next of our callers. Hello, David.
Hey guys, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Oh, excellent. I just think the AFL are behaving a bit like the mafia. Football is not about a stadium. And if you have a look at a lot of those games played in Tasmania at Blundstone Arena, when two good AFL sides are there, they can't fill it at the moment. And last night was a pretty cold night, and there was certainly a great crowd there. AFL is not about stadium, it's actually about football.
Good on you, David. Appreciate your call. I might just let that stand as comment. Josh from Devonport is the next of our callers. Hello, Josh.
Hey, Corb. How you going?
Well, thank you.
That's good. Look, I find it really interesting that there's a lot of cherry picking of the numbers. And even, Mick, what you were saying about the state of health in Tasmania, the state government spends $10 million a day on health. And there's an acknowledgement that you've got to spend money to make money. And the stadium is more than just football. It's the opportunity to attract huge conferences, to get artists come down and perform that ordinarily people would be going the other way to go to Melbourne or Sydney to go and see. So it's the broader tourism numbers that comes with it. And I think we're even a bit unfair in the AFL because while they're not kicking in everything by way of the stadium, there's $360 million going to grassroots footy if this gets off the ground. That is significant money coming into the state economy before the ball is even bounced for the first time.
Yeah, 100%. It's a great point. It's a great point.
I totally agree. We all agree on that sort of stuff. If we have a side down there, if the AFL gets a team down there, we'd all jump on board. We no doubt we want that. I look at the underlying things. Yes, I can understand that with the stadium you might get the performers, the artists, and that sort of stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against that. I'm just wondering how you end up going to pay for it, and can you justify a few artists and a few games with that sort of money in a small state? This is my very thing. I'm not against football. I'm not against grassroots football. Tasmania has produced another, not a Hall of Famer, what's Baldock and
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Hall of Fame.
Tuesday night.
Legend in the Hall of Fame.
A legend, another legend. So there's another legend come from Tasmania because there's so many great footballers that have come from this state, but it needs a big influx of money to get these kids back playing football who now are playing basketball or got other things. And we know that the world changes. The world has changed compared to what it was 50 years ago. But nonetheless, can we cope with 20 sides? 19 sides won't cut it. The AFL won't want 19. Corby, you're in the media. They don't want 19. They want if it's not going to be 18, it's got to be 20. It can't be 19.
Appreciate your call, Josh. It's a great point. You mentioned a lot of money needed. $360 million of AFL funds into development and grassroots is a lot of money. And Simon from Hobart, next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Simon.
Good afternoon, gents. Lovely sunny day here in Hobart. Just wanted to talk on the support for the stadium and that 60-40 split. What a lot of people don't realise, because anything for the northern part of Tasmania, if there's something proposed in Hobart, they'll oppose it because it's in Hobart. They don't care whether it's good, bad or indifferent. It's just because it's in Hobart. And that's a difficult thing to get over the line for them. If you're on the far northwest coast, it's difficult for them to comprehend. And that a lot of people here, because they haven't experienced what a stadium and all the events, and it's not just football, and I think we really need to highlight it's not just football, because they haven't experienced it, they don't know what they're missing. And so it's really hard to convey. I mean, and we've seen in other cities, whether it's Perth and Adelaide, or Townsville's a good example because it's a smaller city, of once it was built, people then understood, this is really good. You can go to have drinks, then walk to the stadium. You don't all drive out to Belrive Oval or whatever, and then you all drive home again when no one goes into the city. And it's all those other events we have to highlight. I mean, the Matildas played in Canberra here just the other day at their rugby stadium. It was 25,000 people turned up. It was the biggest sporting event ever held in Canberra.
Mm-hmm. Simon, appreciate your call. It's a good point, and Chris Rowbottom spoke about this last night. There's no venue quite like that in Tasmania. So basically a 50-year setup and chance to be able to have it as a multi-purpose venue, as an indoor arena for big musical acts and everything else is part of the pitch for Tasmania and for the stadium. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. All right. Coming up next, everything else that's going on in the footy world. In round 14, Sam Darcy is back. We're going to get into some of that next, back in 30 seconds here on AFL Saturday.
Are comedians naturally good at spelling?
Guayabera, propolis, guacamole.
Yum! Find out in the brand new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Darcy won, and he reaches over the top for Richards and claims the mark. He is an imposing figure, Sam Darcy. Darcy comes in looking for his third. Starts at the left goal post. It bends back right. Sam Darcy on return has 3 goals, 1 in each quarter so far.
What a night he had, Sam Darcy. The third-generation Bulldog finished with 19 disposals, 9 of those leading to scores, kicked 3 goals to himself and just plucked them from everywhere. Does he change your opinion on what the Western Bulldogs are capable of?
Well, he does. Yeah, because it's not just what he does. We know that it's the flow-on effect. It's the fact that Darren Norton can get off the chain a bit more. He showed a little bit of that the other night, didn't he? We know that Sam can relieve Team English in the ruck, and yeah, they just look so much more potent. He's, I mean, we were chatting off air, Mick. What we love about him, clearly his aerial presence when he's at full extension, given he's 208 or 209. You think he's still growing? Is unbelievable, and in a way, he probably could get even more free kicks, because the only way that defenders, and in fairness, to the Saints and Caminiti, and you heard Ross talk about it after the game, they are a bit undersized, and he will come up against tall defenders along the way, but he's just so imposing when the ball's in the air. But I love what he can do when the ball's on the ground, or just in general play. I mean, that play where he took the mark at half forward, just rolled straight onto his left and pinpointed, I think it was Matt Kennedy, inside 50 for a goal.
Yeah,
he's a special talent. We know that, not saying anything anyone doesn't know, but what was so impressive was how he just came back and looked like he hadn't missed a beat, given he had a really... this time, how long ago was it? 7, 8 weeks ago?
7.5. Yeah.
We thought his season was over. Yeah. So it's a credit to him, obviously, and how he's rehabbed himself and the club. But to answer your question, when he's there, and there's still some issues that they need to address, behind the ball. We know that. But when he's there, and the ripple effect, the flow-on effect that he has, they're a top 4, top 6 team.
What do you reckon, Mick?
There's very few players in the competition, and this is through history, that you can say people go to watch. Right now, if you don't go and watch Nick Dacos play, because he's so cool, he's smooth, he's beautiful running, give it, get it, run on and kick a goal or get it out of the back line, you go and watch him. He is fantastic. Bailey Smith's turning out to be that sort of player. A lot of people don't like his antics, but he looks so good when he gets the football flowing here. But people will go and watch Darcy play. They just, every time he went near it, there was a, is he going to mark the football? And as you said, Ball, he just turned onto his left. He can turn onto his right. He's generally an accurate kick. He's got very good IQ. Football IQ is outstanding. A lot of big blokes, they're big and they get games because they're big. But he gets a game because he's just such a smart footballer and he's big. So I just think he's going to be it. He could be the difference between them playing off in the last couple of games in September to not playing off.
He's competitive too. He's got a bit of a. That's what I like too. He's got a bit of a mean streak about him, because that's the obvious thing is, okay, how do you stop him? You've got to be physical with him before the ball arrives. You've got to take away his space and buffet him and all that sort of stuff. But he likes that. That seems to fire him up a bit. So I mean, we're conscious that he's only young still and still got his best footy ahead of him, but. He ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't he? He's
so unique. And we were talking about this last night in the broadcast on Thursday, and I was looking around at our analysts the other night, and Brett Delidio was almost just smiling, like was laughing at some of the marks that he was taking and the way he was reaching over the top. But to have someone that big and be that agile, I'm not sure we've seen anyone quite like it, Mick, and you've seen a whole lot more footy than I have and forgotten more than I'll know, but he just looks like something different again in the modern game than we've ever had in the past.
Yeah, there's two players that come to mind, and they're both champions. One is Paul Salmon. Now, don't forget, he was long and lean and lanky. He did his knee at a young age, and he's a team of the century player for both Essendon. So Paul Salmon's outstanding. The other one, it might surprise you who I say here, but it's Peter Moore. Peter Moore's not near that size, but when Peter Moore was playing, everyone looked at him going, "Oh, how tall's Peter Moore?" Peter Moore played full forward pocket, full forward, centre half forward. Probably not as often as the clubs would have liked, but he when he was at Collingwood, he was a fantastic forward because of Len Thompson. Then he went to Melbourne, wasn't it? So he went to Melbourne and become the Brownlow medalist. But Sam Darcy, that mean streak differential between him and other talls and his football IQ, just identifying him so uniquely. And we just hope that he can. You look at his legs and you go, oh, he looks like a baby giraffe. We just don't want anyone cannoning into his legs, because you should insure them for a lot of money, put it that way. He is fantastic. I love him.
Ross Lyon wasn't too happy the other night. We got Grumpy Ross in the postscript. He walked out of the presser with a big smile on his face. I think he tried to play it off as a little bit of a gag, but this is the whole exchange as he went heads up with a member of the press the other night about the poor crowd, or at least that was the way that it was put to him with just 20,000 in attendance.
Lowest crowd against the Dogs in Victoria since 1999 is the concern that the crowd drop-offs.
Yeah, because you go into crowds, right, and you're diving into it. What do Thursday night crowds really look like for most teams in the competition?
That's a fair point, yeah.
What's the point I made? Do you want to reiterate it to me?
Making it a bit tough for supporters to get in.
Thursday night's been very tough for all other clubs as well. It's a binary. It's a yes or no.
No, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, you're asking a fair bit about crowds.
Yeah.
You just said that's a fair point.
Well,
because I worked off the ground and I said to her, anyway, early, and she said, oh, yeah, no, Thursday night, right, because I don't dive into it, right?
I haven't dived into it.
No, but my media manager said Thursday nights are really difficult. Most clubs are really struggling because kids have got to go up to schools Thursday night. Is that fair? Was that a conversation we had? Yeah. So I think you picked up on it, but, yeah, it's a challenging night. But I would say two of the lower drawing clubs in the competition. Yeah, I don't know, what was the crowd?
20,005.
20,000's decent, I reckon, for a Thursday night, I would think. What's acceptable, you reckon?
Oh, what do you think's acceptable?
I don't do crowds.
I don't do crowds. I was just asking that about you and the Dogs. You and the Dogs, historically, this was for 26 years, it was the lowest crowd. That's what I was asking.
Yeah. What was the average crowd over 26 years?
More than 20.
What was it?
20,000.
What was it? What is it?
If this is the lowest, it has to be more than 20.
I don't know. What is it? 21, 22, 20 and a half? I don't know.
So I just did a quick little count there. There were 6 questions that Ross asked back to the journo and 1 to the media manager. So he's asked 7 questions after it was put to him that there was only 20,508 there for Thursday night footy. I mean, you know Ross well. You obviously played under him, Mick. You coached against him. It sort of felt a little bit the other night that he was looking for the sort of an argument or something to sort of sink his teeth into, and that was a question that hit him the wrong way, and we probably got a little bit of the old Ross, and the cuddly Ross disappeared for a moment.
Well, and that happens when they lose, so convincingly too, doesn't it? So I think reporters need to know that if they're going to fire a question like that, they need to have some idea of the number, and I'm just looking at it now in front of me.
Do they, though? Do you need to be an expert on the crowds to say?
No, that's a fair point. Yeah,
is it fair
those
to say?
those sort of questions get asked in every press conference, don't they? To coaches win, lose or draw. So you're right. You don't have to. You could batter it away better than that. And the average crowd is 32,500. I'm just looking at it in front of me now and in the paper. So it is a fair bit below. And sorry, that's between the 2 clubs in that 25-year period. So the direct answer to that question.
So people have dressed this up as is it a Thursday night issue or is it a St Kilda
2
issue?
clubs,
I must admit, I'm probably more in the latter. I think if it's the middle of June, you're 5-7 on the season. If they won the other night, they'd be equal with the Bulldogs. They've only had 33 players in the history of the club that have played 200 games. They went out of their way, and their media team and everyone else did a great job at selling Jack Sinclair's milestone. If your own fans aren't going to turn up for that kind of a game, where you get the opportunity to play a primetime fixture on a Thursday night, it's the middle of June, why are they going to go at the end of July or in the start of August, Mick? It sort of makes you think that, if they're not going now, why would they come then? And I don't know. I felt like it sort of got pushed away into a conversation about Thursday night when I probably thought that the question probably sits at the doorstep of the Saints.
Yeah, well, it does, and it's getting back to what I said about North Melbourne. There's going to be, and also about the attraction of certain players. It's an outstanding achievement by Sinclair to get there. It's just that the Saints at the moment, their football is indifferent. Even their wins are, how do they win? And who? If you've got 4 or 5 kids in the school and you pick them out and you go, okay, who are you going to follow when you look at this? They're going to look at who's the most attractive player to wear the jumper of. At the moment, unfortunately, I think their most attractive player sitting in the grandstand has done for 2 or 3 seasons. That's King.
Yeah.
If he was up and running, they go, King, because I know what it's like up in Gold Coast. Everyone the raves about King. He's the potential leading goal kicker, kicks goals. They just haven't had him on the ground. Wilkie's probably their most consistent player. Their best player is a halfback flanker who's may not even be there next year. I don't know. So, we do attract people. The Saints have been. I played there. You played there, Paul. Yeah. It's always been poor old Saints. Until they become a powerhouse for a long period of time and do things on and off the ground as well as all the other clubs, their finances are in no great shape and haven't been forever. They just don't, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because I've got a real soft spot for the Saints. In fact, you played my first football and I love them. But they just don't seem to be able to mix it with the top sides long enough in their history. Yes, they have their little cameos. Yeah. You were part of their cameo. But there's something missing at St Kilda. Is it their committee? Is it the way they go about it? Is it the attraction to the club? That's not a lot of people going on Thursday night. I get it. Thursday night's I don't think it's a shocking night because kids don't go. But if the average is 50% more, then you've got a real problem because the Dogs are a good football side.
Yeah, and that's why they're all in on a decoding, aren't they? They're all in. They had a real crack at DeGoey. They've there's been others, haven't there, over the last few years that they know that they've to try and address exactly what you're saying, Mick. I think they've got a lot of really good foot soldiers, but both from an on and off the field perspective, there's not a lot that are really getting the turnstiles going.
They obviously want both, but if I said you could only have one, you're either getting DeConing or you're getting Wangane Miller. What actually sends a better message that your club's on the right track? Is it retaining the gun young star you have, or is it attracting one from another club?
Good question.
No, it's absolutely
retaining.
No, I think. You can't afford to have a Wangane Miller leave your football club and then you go and get DeConing. No, you've got to keep what you've got, and you've got to keep it where he becomes your pin-up boy. He is an exceptional footballer, but when there's doubt about him staying, there's always going to be this little bit of, we don't want to love him too much because he may well be not he may not be part of our system next year.
Why
can't they hang on to a player like that?
It's going to be hard to celebrate the Draconian arrival if Wanganeen Miller is cleaning out his locker.
Yeah, that's right. If it's one in turnstile, one out the other. Are they saying they can fit them both?
Yeah, I don't think it's a money thing.
Yeah,
I think the biggest money that Messiah is going to get is to stay.
Right.
So I think he'll earn more than what he would to go to South Australia. So it'll be a pull to go home if he leaves.
Yeah, look at the flip side. If they can get both, then that is that is something that they can sell.
1-300. Yes. Yep.
I was just about to jump on there, Corby. Unfortunately, the Saints in the last 10 to 15 years, they chase a name to make their club better. They went and got Hanbury. The bad choice. Not because, look, Hanbury's a lovely young kid and this sort of stuff, but they seem to be wanting always the big name instead of looking at the player they need most for their development and get kids around him so that the side develops more so than they're looking for a Rewald from another club. They bred Rewald. They did, and he's the last great pin-up player they've had.
Well, Mick, you said it. The guy wearing his old number, he just has to. Okay, let's write this year off. He just has to get out there next year and play it to some sort of level that they're paying him to do, and that that will excite, as you said, will excite the fans. He just has to.
The other thing is too I get the Andrew Bassett approach that they're trying to draw the line in the sand and say, right, no more easy walkover St Kilda. We want to stand up for ourselves, but you also don't want to be the club that talks about all your disadvantages. And then if you're a player looking for a club to go to, why would you want to go to St Kilda when you think, well, we got one hand tied behind our back? Why would I want to play there when I can go to another club that isn't disadvantaged in the same way? So as much as they're trying to change that, you might be scaring away guys that could potentially be wanting to come to your club. All right, one of our favourite times on AFL Saturday every week. It is now time for Cool Hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, it's a nice little toe in too, and I'll try and be quick because we didn't run out of time quicker. This 1 hour time slot call, it goes quick on it, but the long term deal, I just want to, and I know there's been plenty of commentary about it this week, obviously off the back of Cozzy Pickett, and well done to Cozzy, and he is a superstar. That's out of the question. I'm not even talking about the play here, but just the brass facts around clubs being able to sign players to deals for longer than let's say even the current TV deal. So we know the main source of revenue of income that gets filters down to the players, by the way, the salary cap, is the TV deal. For clubs to be able to sign players to longer than 6-7 years, I think, and again, it's nothing new. I'm piggybacking off some of the commentary this week. I think the AFL probably need to do something about it at some stage.
To put it into context, a 9-year deal means that Kazai Pickett will come off contract 2 years after the Brisbane Olympics. That is a long way into the future.
Yeah, and Mick, it ties into your point earlier around that we've got this sort of quirky, uneven competition that's based on wonderful historical clubs and places, and as long as, let's take the Saints, as long as they're there and they can be flying, they're never going to have as much supporters, which means as much revenue, as much commerciality as a club like Collingwood, as a club like Carlton. We know all that, and so off the back of that, they have to potentially pay overs, and that might include tenure. Because I tell you, who doesn't offer 9-year deals at 1.7? The Geelong Footy Club, who we think are the benchmark over the last 10, 15 years in terms of just not necessarily success, which doesn't necessarily mean premierships. We know that, but sustained success, sustained culture, they don't do that. So, so I think this is something that the AFL might need to look into, just almost helping the clubs out and just making whether it's a ruling or I don't know what it is, but just the 9-year deal, the deal that goes beyond the most significant, amount or significant source of revenue for the game, just doesn't sit that well with me.
What do you reckon, Mick?
Well, I think Andrew Dillon needs to step in here. I think the show of strength is from the league in this instance. I know there's no rule, but he can be adjudicator on this because they've all got to be approved by the competitions. We'll call them watchdog if you like, and that's the AFL commission come administration. No, it's far too long. It puts the club at a vulnerable position, yes, and Ball is on the money. That some of these less than top clubs have got to make extraordinary decisions to keep players because that's their only source of being above the top clubs is offer more money, more length of time. It's. I know Sydney did it with Franklin over 10 years. That was out of the box, and I think prior to that it may well have been Lynch at Brisbane. And when you look at Brisbane and Sydney at that time, they probably needed to do something special to win people over because they were trying to create an AFL image in their respective states. Melbourne have done this because they don't want to lose him, but to me, the AFL should step in and say, we are not going to allow you to go beyond 5 or 6 years. And by the way, we're going to make rules on this because we don't want to see clubs become victims of their, I'm not going to say stupidity because it's not stupidity, of their worry about losing. They worry about losing a player.
Yeah, the deck is heavily stacked in favour of the player at the moment. It's a players' league. There's no doubt about that, and the clubs are really being dictated to by the PA. And
we're not begrudging the top players from earning what they're worth. I think in our game less than a lot of games. The top players. There's a lot more sort of egalitarianism around how players are paid, don't they? So it's not necessarily a comment on that. It's just just the
look at Franklin.
Point.
Franklin played really 6 or 7 years. He was fantastic. His last couple of seasons were dreadful.
Just on Kazai Pickett, it's a great story for him individually, which I think we can all agree on. $12 million over 9 years. Here's a little of what he had to say on the club website during the week.
It's all pretty surreal, hasn't really sunk in that I'll be in Melbourne for the next 9 years. It's crazy to think that someone from quoting would not much as a little kid growing up. They'll be in the AFL for so long. It's just crazy at the moment.
It's life-changing money. There's no doubt. $12.5 million for Kazai Pickett.
You can just he can't even get his head around 9 years, can he?
No. Good on him.
But it is good. Yeah, absolutely.
Some quick hands to finish. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. I need some hot takes here, nice and fast. First of all, the Scots 1,000 game milestone. How much of a big deal is this? As Chris and Brad and the nice symmetry of it, Mick, as they coach against one another today, and as a collective, they bring up 1,000 games in the system as a player and coach as a twin.
Outstanding. I really admire the way they've gone about it. Yes, one seems to have inherited a very good football side and still there, and the other one has been back and forth and just seems to get the wrong end of the stick. But it's an outstanding achievement by both lads.
What do you think the tone would have been of Andrew Dillon's catch-up with Bailey Smith this week?
I think it was good leaders. He's been whacked around a bit, Andrew Dillon, and headquarters have, but I think this was a good moment for him. And I think there's some background there. He knows the family pretty well. They're all good old Zavs, Corb, so I think they would have sat around probably over a mid-strength beer maybe and just had a good fireside chat. And then Andrew Mackey and the other Steve Hocking, the senior heads were in the room, so I think I thought it was a good moment for the Hills.
Here's what Chris Scott had to say about it.
Bailey has a really good feel that he's got a lot of people supporting him. I think he recognised better post that meeting how much the AFL value what he can bring to the game and by extension to the AFL themselves. Yeah, I mean, the more I talk about it, the more I get concerned that I give the impression that it was 3 or 4 people speaking at Bailey. It wasn't like that at all. He actually did most of the talking, which is not unusual.
The old saying about the carrot and the stick, he came with the carrots. I think there was no doubt about that, Andrew Dillon. Tom Harley, Mick, accepting the COO position at the AFL as the 2IC. Does he better serve the game at headquarters or with the Sydney Swans? What do you think is the best thing for the game itself?
Headquarters, no doubt, because you can still control what happens in Sydney, whereas in Sydney you can't control. He's the thumb of the hand, whereas before he would have been just a finger of the hand. So no, I like it. I very much like it. I think both him and Greg Swan are ideal people who now have those roles.
I couldn't think of anyone with a better resume. So he played for Port Adelaide, so he knows what it's like in a two-team town like Perth and Adelaide. Came to Geelong, so he's experienced that in regional footy, but played so many games in inner city Melbourne, big-time, prime-time games, knows what that's like. And the city of Melbourne and the bubble that is and the intense focus. And then goes to the northern states and experiences it with the Sydney Swans and now comes back to AFL headquarters. So what a coup for the AFL and for Andrew Dillon's administration, who's had some big wins in the last couple of weeks. There's no doubt about that. Look out for Manny Liddy, who's going to make his debut for, isn't it? Manny Liddy's going to make his debut for Port Adelaide tomorrow.
Nickname?
I'm not sure.
Petty? Manny Petty?
He doesn't need
that. I don't mind it. He's going to wear a leg sleeve, and there's a reason for that. He had a sprig, like a stud, go into his knee, got sepsis as a result, and now wears a leg sleeve. So like you see in the NBA, there's going to be a sleeve on his leg tomorrow, so that'll be something that'll be
Jeremy
a little
had
eye-catching.
the arm sleeve,
He
didn't
did.
Yeah,
He did.
The elbow injury. Good luck, Manny.
Great hit out. The footy starts today. Mick, enjoy the rest of your time in the Apple Isle.
Thank you so very much. You have a good day. Call me for your birthday.
I will. Thank you, Mick. Paulie, I'll see you at the footy.
Happy birthday, Corb. Bombers win. Is that on the list?
We'll see how we go.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bid to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure on the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's called the Brisbane magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six.
Scores level.
Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
After a frigid Friday night in Tasmania, Queensland is living up to its name as the Sunshine State to warm the hearts of footy fans to start this Saturday of round 14. And what a matchup we have. It's one that almost defines the stories of these two clubs last season, which in turn was a major thread in the outcome of the premiership. With an off-season trip causing controversy in the background, the sputtering runners-up, they were flogged by the Giants on a Canberra Anzac Day, which led to Chris Fagan looking at his coaching mortality. Well, then you fast-forward that to late last season. The Lions blowing a 5-goal quarter-time lead here to a GWS team which seemed destined to march towards September redemption, and then in turn, of course, the ultimate microcosm of both of these clubs in 2024, the Orange blowing a match-winning lead in the second week of the finals, Brisbane recording one of the greatest September victories of all time, and that was a result which underlined its never-say-die attitude, which became central to the theme of its groundbreaking premiership. The scene is set. Great to have you on board with us. My name's Quentin Hull. It's Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. By South East Queensland standards, we'd have to say the locals have been feeling the chill. Certainly the mornings and evenings have been crisp, but the days are brilliant. The skies are basically clear, around 20 degrees, sunny and absolutely pristine conditions for what we hope will be the next chapter in an enthralling rivalry which really had so many great turns about it. The 3 chapters last year, as said, who would have thought that the Lions could have won the flag when they were flogged in Canberra, and then the Giants coming from behind to win here in similar conditions late in the season, and then no one will forget the second week of the finals where the Giants blew their finals fate for the second week in a row, and the Lions just rode that comeback, never say die attitude all the way to the flag. Michael Price is going to be calling the action with me. Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White are your experts for the afternoon. Zane Bojak's got the sun cream on the outer side in the sunshine near the boundary to keep us up to date from the benches. And as ever, you are most welcome to join us on the SMS line. The number to get in touch, please send us your name and where you're texting from on this Saturday. I hope the scene's as good as this where you are. We're gloating a bit here. It's gorgeous. 0437 774 774 is the number. 0437 774 774. The Lions beaten by the Crows at footy at Adelaide Oval last week in footy, which was basically errant versus straight shooting in the last quarter, while the Giants, they were in Canberra and went down to Port. So, Michael Price, what are we going to get today as the Giants are about to run through their banner, minus Captain Toby Green, who was pulled out late yesterday after copping a bad knee in his butt? Boy, it's set up for a great day at the footy. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks, Q. Once again, just privileged to be in the best seat in the house here at the Gabba. The sun's shining. We're on the shady side of the ground, but looking forward to this contest. I think we've been robbed a little without Toby Green here. He always brings something extra to the contest. And from a Brisbane Lions perspective, they'd be looking at sharpening up their efficiency inside 50. That's what killed them against Adelaide last week. They were 17 points up at three-quarter time and then 10 shots throughout that final term, couldn't hit the big sticks. So looking forward to an enthralling contest.
Jason Ackermanis always bubbles his way into the broadcast box. He bubbles in most areas. But when he saw the sun out and the Reds sharing, Acker, welcome to the 2001 Brownlow medalist. Day games at the Gabba. Oh, it's the recipe of a beautiful day for you, isn't it, Jace? How are you?
Stop, it's bringing back so many good memories. I'm going to have to go into therapy after today because there's nothing like, I don't know what it's like for opposition to come up here, Jeffrey White. But when I was out there, these were and will always be my favourite days to play because it is hot. It's sunny. It's cool. You're not getting overheated. You can run and run all day. The stuff we train in, and this is the best time of year. And I played very well, of course, in these games. So the ball goes a bit further. It always helps. But
only in these games, Jason, you played well.
Oh, no, I played lots of games, let's be honest. But anyway, let's get on with it. I could be here all day talking about that. But I love these days, and how could you not? You always feel better when the sun's out, sun's shining, and it's a good day to play footy. That said, this rivalry has been something else.
Well, Jeff White, welcome to you. It's my job to structure up the day and the storyline, and I don't think I had to put much mayo on that opening because really the story of these two teams was a big part of the story of the entire competition last year. We're still waiting to see if this Giants list, which has been so close for so many years, can finally get to the ultimate in September. And you look at most footy people and they think, wow, that was the most blown of opportunities last year. Yet at the same time, it formed the part of the Lions storyline of they were on the brink, The coach wondered whether he was the right guy for the job. They came from 44 points down in a cutthroat final late in the third term, and they went on and won the flag, and now we're privileged to get the next chapter.
Well, both of those games, you speak about the one on the Gabba last year where they came back, where Giants came back. That was a great game, and then obviously the second week of the finals, as you've spoken about. But yeah, the two quality sides. I am looking forward, but I'm looking forward to a fast-paced game. Pricey hit the nail on the head last week about Brisbane, the inside forward 50s. They missed opportunities. They could have won that game, and I agree with Faith, but what a game it was. But yeah, really looking forward to some fast pace because of the weather. But, you know, I reckon the message for the Giants, they looked a bit flat last week. I reckon the message this week, let's get it going and let's get it happening from the half-back line.
So as far as the news at selection is concerned, both Brandon Starcevic and Sam Day return to the Brisbane team. Starcevic has only played the one game this year off the back of a couple of concussion knocks. So he's back in for the first time since round one, and Sam Day hasn't played since Q-Clash, where he injured his hamstring against his old team, the Suns. So Dev Robertson and Ty Gallup make way. The sub for the Lions today, interestingly enough, is the misfiring forward Kai Lohman. And I say that off the back of the own standards that he set last year. He hasn't been as good.
He's injured.
In 2025.
He's quite injured, yep.
You reckon he's a bit injured, Acker?
No, he is.
Okay.
No, he is.
What's he got?
He's got a few things, but...
Jason?
No,
we're not going to start like that. If you know things, you need to tell our listeners.
He's got
groins?
Synsosmosis, and he's got some problems in his shoulder, so he needs...
Okay, so ankle and shoulder.
And ankles are murderous, and they are so painful let alone a ruckman who jumps, but that's his wheelhouse, jumping, and it's on his jumping leg. So he has been managing it, and he's been disappointed, but, you know, the reality is this is the way it is, and that's okay. He will get back, but 210 days to heal ligaments like that. So he'll start as sub today, but what a day to start. It'll be nice and warm for it, that's for sure.
Well, speaking of a shoulder injury, great to see that Finn Callaghan is back in, having missed 3 games for Greater Western Sydney. Harry Ralston comes back into the team, just his second game of the year in the AFL, but he's been averaging 24 possessions a game in his 9 VFL performances, the boy from Griffith, while the Giants have dropped Jacob Ware and Toby McMullen. And speaking of Toby's, the news coming through that indeed that Forrest Gump injury from last week, he was wounded too severely in the buttocks and couldn't get on the plane after copping that knee from Aaliyah last week.
I think you're going to say after that he had shrimp and potatoes.
So Joey Delana, who was among the emergencies, is in the playing group today, and he is the sub. Another Academy product, 18 years of age, so he gets subbed in for what will be his third game. So Toby's a big out.
Big out, but then you got Finn Callaghan coming in. What, Josh Kelly's second game back?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if they can, Josh Kelly, and you get Green in and under getting it, and then you've got the outsides of Whitfield and Callaghan and Kelly, you get that run and that springboard off the half-back line or through the middle. Yeah, I reckon they can make a real... I reckon Brisbane's going to win, but they can certainly make a nudge.
Let's get down to conditions, boundary side. We've been talking it up. Are we making it up? Zano, what's it like down there?
Oh, Q-Man, it is absolutely superb. It is a beautiful winter's day in Brisbane, and I can't wait for this to have day football in the city. It's absolutely awesome. Can I also say that the Giants have come here wanting to atone for last week's performance. In fact, their cheer squad put up a banner which said, "Back in Brizzy with a job to do. We need this win way more than you." So they're desperate to get a victory, even though they haven't got Toby Green. In fact, 315 games the Giants have played, and this is the first time that they will not have an inaugural team member in their squad since they started. So no Green, and that record goes by the wayside. And I just want to finish by saying, as good as the conditions are, is there anything more overrated than daytime fireworks? The smoke haze is still across this ground, and I'm flat out seeing you guys in the commentary box.
Well, actually, it looked like it was in Launceston last night, just quietly with the fog.
Well, don't they?
And it stinks too.
No.
They used to stink worse, fireworks.
Well, as we know, you wait 20-odd years for a premiership, and then you unfurl the flag, you reckon everyone would want to see it. They stuffed up the flag unfurling here at the start of the year because they sent all the fireworks up into the stands and no one could see the pennants.
I was over there.
So you reckon they would have learned.
But no.
Toby Green being out of this game, that's a big thing, obviously, for the Giants. But the man who replaced him as the sub last week,
it's not that
is
big
Brent Daniels. He had 14-odd touches, and he was just right in there in the congestion, and he got 4 clearances and 5 score involvements in that second half. So he got really involved. He loves this ground. He burnt Brisbane in a final many years ago. But you don't think Toby's a big out there, Acker?
No. I mean, he does give them that emotional go, but that's not what they need today. They need a whole lot less of that. They need a whole lot more than just, getting into spot fires and getting their boys going. They need to play better footy, and they are such a talented group. So and they love playing here, and they can do anything. So, although, what are they saying on that banner, as Zane said, we need it more than you. Well, you're playing the defending premier, you're always up and about for it. I don't think that's going to be an issue. They've just got to play better.
0437 774 774 is the way to get in touch already. Do you know a Jason or an Anne in Launceston? Jason?
Why?
Oh, because someone's texted, love Acker's sexy voice and terrific footy insights. I'll take the second part of that.
Well,
you're employed for the second part. A lot of people in radio get jobs for their voice, but we employ you for your insights.
Yes, that's right. Well, my favourite commentator outside of UQ and Pricey was Dennis Cometti. I love Dennis Cometti. And I could tell you, if I sell anything like Dennis Cometti, I'll be very happy. He was so good to listen to. But anyway.
Marcus at Karoi text, will the Lions remain the Giants of the Gabba? And the Giants caught the Lions down after half-time. Yeah, well...
they could do that. Teams that come up here, they could do that. The Lions just got to add that intensity for the 4 quarters and just keep going when they're getting on top.
Do Saturdays get any better? Texts Laurel in Rushworth. Favourite team on the radio, nice open fire, and the Cats are playing footy. Good calling team. Yes, we'll roll from here to the MCG for the country game between Essendon and Geelong, and then North at home out west.
What country is that? Places just
as in the regional game, the farmers game.
Oh yeah, all right.
Farmers game.
The farmers. I'll probably,
sorry.
I've mixed my terms.
It doesn't sound right because they're playing at the G. That makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. So the Orange are going to be playing in that predominantly orange away strip today with the white numbers.
Oh, how are you going to go with the white numbers?
I'm not a huge fan of white numbers on orange, Jason.
What colours would they be though? Black?
You could have black. Why wouldn't you have black numbers?
The charcoal.
The charcoal.
Oh, you could go the charcoal. Yeah. The other one could pop up today. Darcy Jones.
Yeah.
Great weather. Very, very, obviously very, very quick. Gets on the outside. So if they can link up their play, that's where these types of players come into it.
Well, and that's a part of why I know that he's so much more than a small forward these days. That the part of what Toby Green's absence does, Jason and Jeff, it does take one piece of the puzzle away from what is a rather tall Brisbane backline if you had the likes of Harvey Thomas and Darcy Jones and Toby Green underneath.
Correct.
Jones is going to light them up today. They don't have a defence that can go with guys like him and Bobby Hill, and that's the reality. And on a hot deck and a hot day like today,
and that's where I'm coming from. You know, they play that half. A lot of the clubs play the half forward, the yo-yo, so they come up to the stoppages in and around the centre, but also in the half back line, and then that slingshot footy.
Let's be brutally honest about your assessment of how the Premiers are going. So the tail of the tape is lost opportunities in Adelaide last week, lose by 5 points. Beat Essendon here by 3 goals. Mind you, the Bombers pushed them, and Essendon led early in the last quarter in that game. Everyone basically said, how good were they at the MCG against Hawthorn? And the Hawks' form, with no disrespect, is probably not as good as this time last year. And then, they lost at home against the Demons, they drew to North Melbourne. So 9.5 wins, no one's really worrying about that. But the thing I look back at, just 112% for Brisbane. So their premiership points, their win-loss ratio is excellent. But how are they going, Jeff and Jace?
I just think they're inconsistent at the moment. That's my assessment. You think about the games they played early in the year. West Coast really good in the first half, then they run over them. Then you flip that with Essendon, really good in the first half, let Essendon back in the game. So for mine, if there's something that we've got to look at this is the time, and Aka knows this is the time where you start building towards finals. And yes, big chance to play finals, obviously. They would love to see, or Fags would love to see, full quarter effort today. Contest, consistency over the 4 quarters, not in and out. Because if you do that against a side like the Giants, they could put 5-6 goals on really, really easily.
Well, and Jason, as I then lean into your knowledge, we're also, I spoke about the story of these two teams last year. There's a sense of, albeit 7 wins, 6 losses, Greater Western Sydney's probably down patches have cost them a little bit more this season. But it's almost like the Lions are a bit like the Giants in that we know how good they are when they get going, but they haven't shown it week in, week out.
Yeah.
So how do you think the Giants are going?
I'm not so sure that it's that easy and that they're not showing it. I just think that the opposition are emotionally up for, of all the teams that you are, if you've just won the flag, that next year, as Collingwood had last year, and they do have this year, the Lions, the teams are wound up, they're ready to go. And we had to go through this, and to be able to absorb their pressure, absorb their good footy, but have them to relax enough and then go and play good footy. The opposition, any opposition, they've just had that, I suppose, that inability to really just keep going in games where they're on top. They allow the opposition back, they drop their pressure, they drop their energy. And if they get that just a little bit better, a little bit sharper, I think you'll find that this back end of the season will be a lot better. That said, today, you'll have to be on your mettle because these guys can move it and run it and they can expose you if you're not really on.
And that's the key for the Giants today. If they can get their link up running, spread on the 45, really quick, good foot skills, perfect conditions, that's where they can expose Brisbane.
I read a really good piece in the News Limited Press during Hall of Fame week and the profile on Luke Hodge and a part of the lead-in to their premiership where they beat Sydney. And Clarko spoke about, hey, they got our medal. You reckon that the Giants wouldn't be thinking that about the Lions today? Hey, they got our medal.
No, they're thinking that they don't want to just beat them round robin. They want to beat them in the big stuff, but they didn't.
But you know what I mean.
Like now,
if they're going to be up for it today, they're coming up against a team that took away their chance to charge through September last year.
Was it just them? It was Sydney. It was 2 quarters, but yes, I understand.
Who are you tipping, Jason?
Brisbane.
And Whitey?
I'll go Brisbane, but
just.
Zorko on Darcy Jones. Good match up there.
Michael Price to call the opening bounce. Perfect conditions at the Gabba.
Perfect bounce to start off too. Darcy Fort versus Madden in the ruck. Fort got it down. It immediately falls for Brisbane. Lockie Neal scrubs a kick to right half forward out of the congestion. Picked up by Bailey. Handball back to Fletcher. Lowers the eyes. Tries for the pass. Hipwood was battling there and he actually got the ball front and square. Had a snap to the top of the square. Cameron couldn't take it. It goes to the other pocket. Over the boundary line in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. The opening foray will result in a throw-in with 28 seconds gone.
Did he have some pressure? I just can't see there. I have to look at the replay. But Charlie's either dropped a sitter or he's had some pressure I didn't see. But that was a great kick from Eric.
He kicked it over his head, I think, Jace. It was just a bit high for him. How good is it to call a Madden in the ruck? And he wins the tap against Fort there for the Giants. Rode by Neal, though. Hands to Rayner in the pocket. Snap to the goal mouth. Hipwood has it fisted away by the defence of Taylor. First score is a rushed score for Brisbane. They're kicking to the right of your radio dial. And the Giants to the left in this opening term. Nicholas Madden. Yeah, I love a Madden in the ruck.
It's been a long time.
Any relation? No relation?
No relation at all. But there's a Riverina reference which I'll save for later.
Grong, bloody.
No.
Just wait for the Riverina references today, boys.
It's the Riverina day today, Pricey.
So it's Iden who brings it out there. Starcevic flies. Welcome back to Brandon Starcevic. He recovers at ground level. Sweeping handball to Hipwood at right half forward. He's tackled off it by Kelly. Giants have the ball now. It's with Thomas. He curls it around with the left foot. And it was Cadman versus Andrews. Andrews fell over. Cadman kept his feet gathered. Speculating handball into the path of Bedford. It bounced away from him. Back to Cadman. He gathers and he's tackled over the line there by Zorko. The crowd love that. Will be a throw in at left half forward for the Giants.
Good defence there from Zorko because they were out then. They had Jesse Hogan going inside forward 50 pretty much on his own.
He did. He fumbled at the wrong time.
Yeah.
We don't like
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. That's Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. Madden beats Fort with the tap. Rove by Neil. Half forward for Brisbane. Hand passes, half back for Brisbane. Hand passes infield to Berry. He's hassled off the ball. Daniels for the Giants, hands it to Jones. Jones backwards to Callahan, hands it all the way back to the bullseye. Iden gives it on to Ash. Now the kick towards right half forward over the head of O'Halloran. It bounces and rolls out of play. Boundary throw in at right half forward for Greater Western Sydney, who are attacking the school and in the first term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Oh, I love it. Both coaches on the benches with the headsets on. Fagan versus Kingsley. Chess match right here on the bench.
I don't want to be that guy, but right on the arc there, Lock Neal, just an early limp. He came into this game with a question mark. Throw in right across the arc. It slapped down into the path there of Daniels. He gets up with the ball. It's going to be a throw in.
Pricey, when you start, you can have a limp for weeks. Not going to worry him, let me tell you. You have to be shot, the poor guy.
On 1.5 legs, Lockie Neal still effective. The two ruckmen go at it again. The umpire throws it up. Darcy Fort tackled by Madden. He's going to come in and throw it up at the same spot. Right half forward for the Giants, right on the arc. Comes off hands. McLuggage gathers. Throws it onto the left boot. It's nicely spoiled there by Archie towards the boundary line. Picked up by Dunkley. His left foot towards the wing. Hipwood did well against Buckley there. Brought the ball to ground. It rolled over the boundary line. And
So early signs at the moment. Giants are fumbling below their knees, and they're down 4-0 in clearances already.
I just say too, playing in these conditions on these days, the one thing you've got to get used to is having these shadows. If you play at night, last week, the shadows can just, are they close, are they not?
Madden first hand at ruck time, no clearance at the foot of the pack, another stoppage on the outer wing.
It's disturbing because it affects your vision until you get used to it, so a slow start probably the reason why.
Madden again beats Fort. Tom Green for the Giants with a hand pass to Jones. Tackled by Zorko, got rid of the hand pass. Whitfield tried to knock it clear, stolen by Starcevic at half-back for Brisbane. Hands it to McCluggage, hands it back to Starcevic. Gives to Berry on the wing, he's tackled. Hand pass is turned over. Callahan, should I say, has it. And shares it with Himmelberg. Callahan gets it back with his left boot. Kicks to half forward. Leicester's the only man there, though, beyond the head of Harvey Thomas, and Leicester marks for Brisbane.
Aggressive kick, goes straight down the corridor. Well marked there by Ford under pressure. Handball off to McLuggage. Nice little sizzling pass. Finds Archie. He marks it on the arc of 50, 45-degree angle to the right.
That's what the Giants have got to avoid, that dump kick from half-back line.
They do. Just not working together to the forwards there. You had Rayner could have worked out of there for Eric. He had a lot of space and he was open. Archie, you'd want to, he's going for a long shot. Whether he can kick it, I don't know, early in the game, but hopefully he does. But that's just a little bit of teamwork there for the Lions.
Very congested forward 50 for Brisbane as Archie comes in. He strikes it from 52. It pulls it left. It's a big fly. Nice fly in the pack in there, in fact, from Rayner, but it was fisted through for one behind. So the Lions, they've got a couple of behinds on the board. The Giants yet to score.
It's what they want, though, Pricey. They want to keep it in and put that pressure on. That missed tackle over here, I think it was Callahan. They're the ones that you don't want early in the game because that's where they get out later in the quarter, just those missed tackles.
Ash runs beyond the goal mouth. Inbound for the Giants is a precise kick to right half back. Whitfield takes the grab. Uncontested. Kicks back into the corridor to Callahan. Both his shoulders heavily strapped. Uses his left boot to kick towards the broadcast wing and finds Iden in space. Takes the mark. Hand passes to Kelly. Hand passes to Thomas. Under pressure at half forward. Got rid of the hand pass to Hogan. Hard on the flank, 70 out, hand passes backwards and infield to Callahan, back near the wing, has a fumble, regathers, now kicks the Giants into attack. Big packet in a 3-on-3, Cadman's taken a clean clunk, 30 out straight in front.
That's a great setup there, and the kick from Callahan was off the line, and that's the thing. If you go at the goals when you kick it inside forward 50, they'll eat it up, the intercept marks for Brisbane. So it was just off the line on the favoured side for Cadman. Great kick, great mark.
Had one-on-ones too there. They had three pairs, a good mark. But up here, the Lions were outnumbering them, but you just couldn't get close enough to make the tackle.
30 goals last year, 16 so far in 2025 for the number one pick of 2022, and he opens the scoring for the Giants with a major at the Gabba. Aaron Cadman with the first goal of the afternoon. Greater Western Sydney, 1 straight 6. Lead Brisbane 2 behinds. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport. I'm Quentin Hull calling with Michael Price. Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis, your experts.
Callahan's had 6 already, Acker, so he's He's up and about.
He's back.
He's back. He's moving. He's using the ball well. That kick inside forward 50, that's exactly how you got to deliver it when you're going against the Brisbane side, that they love to zone off. They love to be in line with the goals where the kicker is, and that was just a perfect delivery.
Zane Bojak on the boundary.
In response to that goal, Chris Fagan sent on Ashcroft squared, Will and Levi out there, and I'm loving the cap that I've just seen Adam Kingsley wearing. He looks magnificent in it. It's sunny here in Brisbane. Why not wear one?
Oh, let me tell you what Wolsey would have done. He would have gone over, ripped the cap off, thrown it in the bin.
Ball's bounced perfectly in the middle. It's Riccardi in against Fort. This time it falls for the Giants. It's towed forward by Kelly. Well done to Lester, who gathered. Tackled off it by Brown. Could have been a legal disposal, but the umpire says no as it bounced back into his hands, and he'll come in and throw it up. Only 10 metres forward of the centre circles, still in the corridor. Darcy Fort versus Jake Riccardi. Riccardi in the rear position, slapped it forward. Will Ashcroft tackled off it, gathered by Zorko. Standing start, he puts a very high ball that bounces awkwardly on the wing, exploding onto an RT. Oh, good physical contest. They just barreled Eric Hipwood out of the way, and the ball was gathered by Lockie Ash at half-back.
He did the barrelling, received a hand pass from Alier, chips to Callaghan. What a start he's made. Marks at centre half-back. Hand passes back to Ash, back to Callaghan. He's almost to double digits. Hand passes out to the wing. Iden receives on the bounce for the Giants. Kicks GWS into attack to the pocket over the head of Hogan. At the back, cleaned up by Andrews of Brisbane. Hand passes to Levi Ashcroft. He's tight to the boundary and out of play. Boundary throw-in on attacking 50 for Greater Western Sydney. Callaghan, 8 disposals already.
He's off the stoppage here by himself too, so he's starting in the middle but then roaming down and playing as a loose behind the ball and using him every opportunity.
Just gathering it at will at the moment. The umpire throws it in on the arc at right half forward for the Giants, and the bright sunshine at the Gabba. Off hands, Zorko. Handball to Dunkley. He sweeps one into the path of Levi Ashcroft under pressure. His left foot kick towards the wing, and Rayner has infringed. It's going to be a free kick to the Giants to his opponent in Himmelberg. Chop of the arms, just forward to centre wing on the outer side, and Himmelberg will take the ball. Beautiful day for footy here, just around about 19 degrees, but perfect conditions at the Gabba. Himmelberg launches it inside 50 for the Giants, and Harris Andrews destroys that contest. You can hear the applause. The Gabba faithful as the ball goes over the boundary line for a throw-in the right forward pocket.
Just getting these numbers right around the stoppages. I think they're going to have to do something with the spare back with the Callaghan, but they're just trying to get their game plans going, so we'll see what happens. It's only first quarter.
Riccardi pinch hitting in ruck against Fort. Fort won that tap down for Brisbane. Rode by Fletcher, who clears from the left back pocket for Brisbane. A rush kick straight to Himmelberg. Takes the mark for the Giants. 70 out at right half forward.
These players moving towards him here, but he's going to go long.
Right boot towards the goal mouth. Andrews in the pack takes the mark for Brisbane. Read it better. Clean clunk.
That's what they want. Sorry, Q. That's what they want. Kick it long. Brisbane will love that.
Short kick down the corridor. Wilmot marks. Inside defensive 50. Kicks to the edge of the centre square. Hipwood grabs it. Just shy of the wing. Hipwood's kicked to half forward to turnover. It was in the path of McCluggage that never got there, and running upfield, Taylor takes the mark for the Giants. Hands to Tom Green. There's only one T Green today. Toby not playing. Kick to Bedford. Marks. Hands it to Daniels. Kicks from forward of the bullseye to half forward, and Brown takes the grab well within range for this cow-kicking Irishman who converted a mile.
They're moving the ball well, aren't they, at the moment, the Giants, and they're playing on. They've got run from behind, and they're honouring that run from behind, which is creating more movement up ahead.
Yeah, Tom Green's pretty happy. They've been working on that all week, just coming back into the middle, out the 45s, out the other side, which you can stop, but so far so good.
Surely he wins the Irish long kicking comp, this guy. 51 metres out, and he's nursed it through at 85% height of the sticks. Boy, he can kick a football. That's the Giants' second goal. Greater Western Sydney, 2 straight 12. Brisbane, 2 rush behinds. 11 minutes played at the Gabba.
It's almost like he took 2 steps. It's like a punter.
He's got good connection, and that's a great kick. But it's down here. They actually were out Brisbane, and they just the kick and the turnover. The movement from Logan ended up, who was the real deep target. He had to be quicker to get out of that space. They were on, but that turnover kick made it a bit easier for Logan Morris's man to get off. in the end, they get it. They come back through. You'll see this until Brisbane stop it. There's 45 into the bullseye, then out the other side. They'll try that all day, and so far so good. But yeah, just a little bit of errors. I wouldn't be too worried if you're the Lions fan. They've just got to tidy up their kicking.
I reckon another former Giant, Satantaro Halpine's the only one in that contest against Callum Brown for the longest kicking on.
I think Tui wins it every day of the week.
Oh, Zach Tui
wins it every day. Those torpedoes.
He can kick the barrel.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Good contest.
It would be a good contest to watch. Back into the middle, there's a whistle on play. It's going to be a free kick to Brisbane. It's a hold on Sam Day, who's a welcome addition back into the side for Brisbane this week. That's a bit of a floater. It gets inside 50. Good contest. Logan Morris front and square was McCluggage. Handball into the path of Bailey. Gathers with one hand. Gets around one. Couldn't get around the second. Should have been holding the ball. It's loose. It's gathered underneath there by Bailey again. And I think it's Sam Taylor just sitting on him now. What a tackle that was, and held it up. It'll be a ball up in the left forward pocket.
But the timing to do that, Pricey, is elite by Sam Taylor then.
Day wins the tap, ricochets to Rayner, hand passes to McCluggage, 2 steps, a steadying snap, and he kicks the goal. That's all he needs here, McCluggage. The leader in the ABC Footballer of the Year kicks the opening goal for Brisbane. What a season he is having. Giants 2 straight 12, Lions 1-2-8, 13 minutes first term, ABC Sport at the Gabba.
Just able to get over the back in that stoppage. They've been good at their stoppages already. That's one big tick for Brisbane at the moment. Centre bounces and stoppages around the ground have been really impressive, but looked like it might have been a bit of structural dysfunction there from Giants. He came out through the corridor, and that's where he was able to get the space.
Yeah, I think if you if you look at it, they sort of go man on man there. They weren't really doing anything wrong, the Giants, but then got sucked into the contest.
Yeah,
and Hugh will love that. He always gets goals against the Giants for some reason.
Zane on the boundary.
Come on, Acker.
I got to get my voice back. I got to eat some.
There's a cough button, Jason. Do you know?
Sorry, yeah. Oh, hang on, let me try it. No, I don't know where it is. It says TB Monsell. I don't even know what that means.
So we're back into the middle, off the hands of the ruckman. Will Ashcroft there, back to McCluggage by hand. Smothered, lands in the hands of Day. He's tackled. They let loose the ball. Now it's a chance for the Giants. It was taken off there by Rouston. He couldn't quite get rid of it. Now it's loose, still inside the centre square. It's gathered there by Fletcher. He's tackled there by Callum Brown. And the umpire will come in and ball it up. It's just to the side of the centre circles. I reckon there's 20 players around this ball. It's a wrestle match between Madden and Fort. This time it's hacked out of the middle. Bounces on centre wing. There's a couple of Giants involved, but Fletcher did beautifully. Slapped it into the path of Rayner. Handball off to Archie. He kicks it towards the goal square, but it was set up there for Lockie Ash. He had the good position, and he slapped it over the boundary line, but it's deliberate. Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey have basically conspired to get in the umpire's ear. They've talked him into it. Gee, that's a tough decision. I reckon that's a tough decision. But Zach Bailey's got the free kick. Right forward pocket. He's facing inboard. Going for the left foot curler. And it's too skinny, one behind. Perhaps the footy gods have spoken. 12 plays 9.
That's when a little bit of common sense comes into play, isn't it, Price? He was just trying to reach for the ball and wasn't able to grab it and went out. So.
It is a decision given in the first quarter of a round 14 game that will be not seen in September. Is that the way to assess it? Ash receives the short kick in the right forward pocket. Plays on. Great half volley from Hogan at right half back. Hands it to Rouston. Hands it to Alier. Hands it back to Rouston in the middle of the Gabba. Hands it to the edge of the centre square. It was in front of Whitfield. Didn't find him. On the deck, so Rouston trying to clean up his mess and did well. Toe pokes it to the advantage of Kelly, who picks up. Hands it to Whitfield on the wing. Kicks it to half forward. Brilliant kick. Marked by Riccardi. 60 from goal. Hard on the boundary at left half forward. Riccardi rolls onto his right boot, kicks it to the pocket. Hogan was held out of the contest by Payne. No free kick, off hands out of play and a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Giants. Greater Western Sydney 2 straight 12. Brisbane 1-3-9. 16 minutes first term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sorry, Q. Clear message from the Giants. Go through the corridor. They're owning that. Every time they've come from deep 50, they've gone through the corridor.
Throw in left forward pocket for the Giants. Off hands. Payne under pressure. His kick is dribbling towards the boundary line. How's the umpire going to see this? No. It is going to be a throw in at the left half forward position for the Giants. They're leading it by 3 points. Beautiful day here at the Gabba. You love Saturday afternoon footy here on ABC Sport. Throw in across the arc. It's Day versus Madden. Day got it down, but it's going to be taken by Daniels for the Giants, and he casually takes it over the line as tackled by Dunkley, and will do it all again from a similar spot.
Ben Callahan's been on the bench for 8. I don't know how long, but Zano might know. But he's been on the bench for a long time.
Joey Delana is the sub for the Giants today. Kyle Lohmann for Brisbane, for those just joining us. Boundary throw in on attacking 50 for the Lions. Fletcher for the Giants, should I say. Fletcher kicks it off the ground, but picked up by Ash of the Giants. Hands it to Whitfield. Kick to attacking 50. Leading out, Bedford couldn't mark. Answorth spoils. Brisbane's ball. Hands it to Fletcher. Hands it to Will Ashcroft. Gives to Levi. Back to Will. Ashcroft squared combined. And the kick from Will is marked by Hipwood on the wing. Kicks the half forward to Morris. Takes the grab. 60 from goal. Open forward line. Bailey says kick it. He does. Bailey marks it. In the pocket. 30 from goal.
Super sequence out of the back half there. Yeah. You know, you see those quick handballs. Sometimes in night games, they're just a bit slow, a bit too predictable, those handballs. They're really sharp at the moment. And with the conditions, they're able to punch in a good kick. Really, really good bit of composure there from the Lions as they went forward. And Bailey, that ball was on the way, even though he looked like he was out of position.
Slight angle right. Man on the marks, 30 from goal. Zach Bailey's right boot. Drifts left. It's across the face for a point.
Oh, he'd be dirty at that.
2 points the lead to the Giants at 2 straight to 1-4. Zane?
Yeah, I had to take my shoes off to help Acker, but it's 9 minutes he's been on the bench. But he did get 8 possessions, so he would have been pretty gassed, Acker.
Why are you taking... you taking your shoes off, or he had to take his shoes off?
I think that was a joke about trying to count.
Oh, kind of chat. No, it wasn't me. It was Whitey. Whitey was wondering how long he's been off for. It's been a while. Too long.
Ash has it for GWS. Kicks it straight down the corridor. It's all Lions. Off hands. Lockie Neal gets to 50. It's a high ball. It's a straight ball. And Lockie Neal kicks the goal for Brisbane. They're second. And they take the lead. 2-4-16 to 2 straight 12. We've played 19 minutes of this first term.
Is that Daniel? Sorry?
Yeah.
He just got absolutely poleaxed. 3-on-1. Over to Zane. Zane, you there, big fella?
Yeah, he's right in front of me. He got absolutely smashed as part of that collision just before Lockie Neal caught the ball, kicked that goal. And he's really struggling. The trainer ran straight out. He's coming off here. I think he's got a massive corky on that right hip.
Yeah, but it's not the decision. He's the smallest guy on the ground.
It's deja vu for the Giants. That's very similar to Toby Green's injury last week.
Yeah.
Look at that, though.
Except the opposite.
Darcy fought straight through him.
Darcy's not going to miss. You make him earn it, we'd always be...
But I think also, too, you go back to the positioning, actually go through the corridor by the Giants to the smallest player.
Yeah, well, the kick wasn't good, though. He had to just punch it in and let him run at it. He's only a small player.
Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White with you. Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Centre bounce Tom Green out the defensive side. Gets a clearance for the Giants. Hands to half-back. Aliir grabs it. Hands it on to Whitfield. Whitfield kicks to the wing for Thomas. And Harvey Thomas takes the mark, does he, before the boundary line? No, he didn't control it, but it's not out on the full. It's a boundary throw in right on halfway out on the sunshine of the southern side. Lions 2-4, Giants 2 straight. 20 minutes played first term at the Gabba. Fort beats Madden for the tap, and beautiful service down to Neal. Rush kick to half forward. Morris can't mark but gathers the crumb. Hand passes wide. Will Ashcroft has to take a moment to gather. Defensive hand pass to Fort. 70 out at left half forward. Deep entry to full forward. A huge fly from Taylor to spoil the pack. He punches it clear. Starcevic in the unlikely rollers rover. Welcome back to the defender. Kicking a goal from 40 metres out. How did Brandon Starcevic find himself there? What a way to come back into the team. Kick a much-needed first-quarter goal. 2 steps and the right foot finish is true. Brisbane 3-4-22 to GWS 2 straight 12.
Well, I'll tell you how he got there. Their backs are following the Giants half forward. So there was Darcy Jones. They had all their half forwards up. So that's where Starcevic came up. He was making sure that he was there front and centre. And, geez, if Taylor had taken that mark, that would have been mark of the year.
Unbelievable. That's the hang spoil, that is.
So clear up at the top. But that's Starcevic. That's them pushing up and putting pressure on their half forward so they deny that slingshot footy from the half-back line.
Yeah, he's very happy too, as all defenders are when we kick goals. We've ever played down there, and he's just come back, so he'll be just drinking his own bathwater tonight.
So, 120th game of AFL, and that's only his 8th goal. What a time to do it for Brisbane as
And
well.
he's a good kick of the ball too. Like, he's a long, straight kick of the ball. But anyway, maybe he doesn't back himself in enough, but not today.
Umpire throws it up after a wayward first attempt at the bounce, and off hands the Giants have it now. It's with O'Halloran at the back of the circle. That's a long one, inside 50. Here's Hogan. Hogan presents. That is a ripping grab in front of Jack Payne. He double grabbed it, and he's going to have to take this. It's a slight angle to the left, but it's well within Jesse Hogan's wheelhouse.
And that's it once again. They're kicking inside forward 50 off the line, so give their forwards an opportunity. You put them into space. That's exactly what that kick was. Put the forwards into their space.
I'd like to see Jesse jumping at the ball, though. This could go anywhere, Pricey.
It's going to go straight through the middle, Acker. He'll let it go. The little stutter step from 50. He hoiks it. It's a beautiful kick. It's gone anywhere. It's gone over the umpire's head for a goal, and the Giants get their third. 3-4-22, plays 3 straight 18. Lions by 4 points, 22 and a half.
No commentator's curse there, Acker. He was so confident on that with Jesse Hogan.
It's like you last week. You made a couple of big calls. They came right.
Yep.
Case of the Giants' glutes, no Toby Green. How about Brent Daniels, Aim?
Well, Brent Daniels still getting treatment from the physio, but you talked about how high Sammy Taylor got with that attempted mark. Well, he did that with a sore foot. He just got some treatment and some tape around it. He's put his boot back on, but he's in a bit of pain there on his left side, his left foot.
Busy start for you down there. Zane Bojack on the boundary. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. If you haven't got the drift, gee, it's a good day for footy here. After watching the really cold conditions in Launceston last night, almost the exact opposite here. Lions lead by 4 points. Centre bout Faunt with clean possession for the Lions. Under pressure, he kicks the half forward. Aaliyah smashes it away from Morris. Back into the bullseye. Fort's there, and the big guy's tackled by the littlest guy out there. Darcy Jones wraps him up to force a stoppage in the middle of the Gabba. Madden tangles with Fort. Rode by Tom Green out the back. Hands it to Whitfield. Giants clearance. Whitfield tackled off it though by Archie. Crumbed by Madden though. The second game Giants ruckman. Hands it to Tom Green in the bullseye. Kick to half forward. Mark's taken by Rouston. 70 out. Spears a pass to the leading Hogan. Takes a mark. 40 out. Thought of the dish. Thinks better of it. Little Jones is screaming for it in the pocket, but the big fellas ignored him.
They're on here, the Giants. They were a bit fumbly early. We mentioned that they were a bit fumbly below their knees, but now they're just starting to pinpoint their way. That little kick lowered their eyes, just open up the forward line.
Call this one there, Pricey. Call this one. Where's this going?
How about we just call it as it happens, Jason? Stutter step beyond 50. Beautiful strike. Second goal for Jesse Hogan.
What a kick.
Our job's not Nostradamus. Our job's just to tell it as it happens, Jace.
Oh, that was...
But I'll be Nostradamus to a point of, I reckon we got a good game here. Giants back to the league. Hogan's got back-to-back goals. 4 straight for GWS, 3-4 for Brisbane.
Do you reckon how long do you persist with the pain on Hogan? Would you get Harris Andrews there? You've got to be really mindful of that. Well, especially if he gets on a run, he can be lethal.
He's hard to stop, and a day like today, you just cannot give him. He's giving him too much room for starters. If he just gets up on him, puts some body on him, and makes him work for his space, that'll be a lot easier.
I'll put this on notice. So, of the 4 goals the Giants have kicked, 3 of them have been high on the arc, where the Brisbane's trying to protect it deep. The Giants, with those kicks, they're happy to take those marks up from range.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect bounce in the middle. Darcy Ford gets it down. Dunkley handball to Berry back into Ashcroft in close traffic to Neal. Well tackled, so that affected the handball. It was cut off by Rouston. He goes to the outer side. Bounces just in front of Harvey Thomas. He picks it up. A little chipping ball to find Jesse Hogan at right half forward. He puts it forward. Oh, Himmelberg's followed it down. Just had too much height against Levi Ashcroft. He's taken the mark where the arc meets the boundary at right half forward. Harry Himmelberg, the 2 H's. It is a very congested forward 50.
And their forwards are getting it. They're getting the ball in their hands. They're getting confidence.
So Himmelberg now launches it to the top of the square. Cadman's the flyer. So's Brown and fisted it away. Darcy Ford destroyed that contest. Fisted it over the boundary line. It will be a throw-in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
If you've got a thought, you can send it on the SMS line 0437 774 774 is the number. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774. Throw in with the Giants in attack. Fort got the tap down for Brisbane, no rover. Neil gets the ricochet though for the Lions. Hands to McCluggage. Handed into his back of mate Berry. He gathered it, gives it back to McCluggage. Kicks it from defence to right half back. Archie there presenting to take the mark and slow things up for Brisbane. Kicks it to Hipwood on the wing. Taylor from behind makes the spoil, knocks it out of play. Boundary throw in front of our broadcast position.
I was just watching Eric Hipwood. He's run 80 metres to get to that ball. He had burnt Taylor off, but Taylor's closing speed just got him. And
full body contact too.
Yeah.
Just a great spoil, but got his whole body involved.
No wonder he's an elite defender, Sam Taylor. He's exceptional. Throw in and there's a whistle on play from the umpire. It'll go to Darcy Fort.
And that's great by Darcy Fort. When you're going against a second-tier ruck, no disrespect to Toronto, you've got to get that front position.
It's well done there from Fort to flare it out a little to the right to find Jared Berry. Oh, that's a sack, but he finds Zorko back on the logo. Zorko next to Darcy Jones. That's not exactly the tallest contest in the world.
That's a fair fight, though.
It's a fair fight. It's a lightweight fight, but it goes up to now. McCluggage just kicked it to right half forward, picked up by Lockie Neal, who had a bounce and a flying shot. It gets to the forward pocket. Archie, handball back to Levi Ashcroft, smothered off the boot. Great bit of work there. It went through for one rush behind, but that was a goal all day long until that smother happened.
That was Taylor.
Place 23. Once again, Sam Taylor. He's a ripper, isn't he? 1 point the margin in favour of the Giants.
Oh, that was Ash, sorry.
Lack of awareness there.
Yeah.
Was his brother or was it I can't tell with those blondes.
It was Levi.
Levi just there for a quick handball. Easy goal.
Whitfield strolls to the pocket, long inbound for the Giants. To a pack on the wing, and Hogan takes the mark. Plays on quickly from hands and knees. Hand passes to Green running by. That's Tom, no Toby today. Kick to half forward. Cadman dives forward and marks. Here we go again. Key forward, 50 out for the Giants. Does he go for the set shot? These keys are taking the grabs high on the arc, Whitey.
But it's the way that they're delivering it inside forward 50. He was pretty much in the middle of where the 50 was, but the kick off the line that got him there, they've done their homework, the Giants. Are loving the way they're going forward at the moment.
He's playing on quick, going on the 45. It's not that hard to stop. They just need to be a bit sharp around the ball, the Lions.
And in day footy conditions, Cadman from long range, that's another beautiful finish. Of the 5 goals that the Giants have kicked in the first quarter, 4 of them have been basically from the 50 arc. 5 straight for the Giants. Cadman has 2.
Oh, good luck.
GWS lead by 7 points at 5 straight 30 to 3-5 23.
Yeah, good luck kicking them all day from there. But so far so good. Energy's up. Long shots of goal. The Lions keep doing that. They'll keep kicking. They'll eventually start kicking points. The Lions have just got to be a bit sharper with their inside 50s and around the ball, where they have to put the pressure on and stop this sort of easy progression through that sort of that midfield that they're owning through the corridor in the centre square and the 45-degree angles that they've got. And they've got it humming it, and they're doing it well.
Well, they're kicking off the line. They're not kicking down the line. So then that's not bringing the intercept marks. Zorko's only had 3 possessions, so he's not involved in the game because they're not been getting an opportunity to spoil or have the intercept marks.
They're too loose.
Back into the middle. Fort versus Madden. Fort gets it down. There's actually Riccardi in the ruck against Darcy Fort. They win the clearance here. Lockie Ash has it. Gets to his left foot and kicks it long inside 50. Hogan was the target. Payne fisted it away. Still in a dangerous spot for the Giants. It's gathered off hand by Zorko, who kicks a mongrel towards the outer side. Bailey should get a free kick and does. He was held without the ball. Gathers quickly. The 45 kick into the corridor. It landed around the ankles of McCluggage, who did well to pick it up on the half volley. He was immediately tackled, though. Umpire said no prior opportunity. Good tackle, Riccardi.
That's what they're doing, Pricey. They're tackling his spot on today. That's the only good thing when the Lions get the ball, that they're getting it back. That's good pressure.
Riccardi taps down. Another clearance for Tom Green. He's had a few in the first quarter. Rush kick forward. Payne intercepts.
Oh, it's a knee.
For Brisbane. He's hurt himself. He's gone down.
That's
Jace, you called it straight away.
Oh, yeah.
He's clutching at his left knee. Jack Payne, and oxygen escapes from the Gabba as the Lions fans realise the big boy from Noosa is down.
He just got his arm caught as he was coming down, didn't he?
I just think he got caught in 2 minds whether he should go hard or not, and that then affected his sort of that intensity into the ball and then to land, and then I think that's what got him. Yeah, he did get caught. He just unlucky.
And we're just seeing a replay. He sort of hyperextended his left knee on landing, and clutches immediately, and the game is stopped. Zane Bojack on the boundary. You can sense the concern among the fans here for a guy that has become such an important part of Brisbane's back six.
Absolutely, Q, and the trainers have called immediately for the stretcher, so this is a really serious one. And look, he's just been so instrumental in what the Brisbane Lions have been able to do, and takes a lot of pressure off Harris Andrews. We were talking before about maybe Harris helping out Jack, but Jack helps out Harris, and now, it's going to be a harder job for the Brisbane Lions skipper down back. And, yeah, it really doesn't look really good. He's got his hands up around his head area. You can just see he's just trying to go through the process of realising that this could be his last game of the year. I think this is a really serious one, Q.
Well,
and the structure, Q. Now you've got Kyle Oman, who's the sub, comes on earlier than expected, but now the structure, you've got two bigs for Giants up there now. So, do you
put Eric back?
Do you put do you put Hipwood back because you've got to leave?
Well, he did
stay up there.
Pinch hit in that role last season when the likes of Gardner and others were out of the team. So there is a stretcher being taken to the aid of Jack Payne, who has crumbled to turf with his left knee injured as he landed in a hyperextended manner, having taken an intercept mark 40 from the goal. He is defending, and there's going to be an extended break here. Both teams have got into their huddles. Greater Western Sydney lead by 7 points at 5 straight 30 to 3-5 23. Zane?
Yeah, not only is this crowd shocked, but I just saw Harris Andrews run back out into the middle of the ground, and he's not running 100%. There's a little bit of a limp in that gait for Harris, so Brisbane could really be up against it here. Not only have you got the likes of Brown and also Hogan that they've got to contend with up back, but he doesn't look like he's at his full potential as well today, Harris.
There's a bit of split ends about this for Greater Western Sydney. I.e., history repeats. We've got Brent Daniels trying to recover from a knee in the glute a la Toby Green, and then it was only a couple of weeks ago, of course, when Cal Ward went down in that game against Richmond. So the Giants have had some similar type of peculiarities in the last few weeks of their footy.
Yeah, they're bringing the...
And here comes the Medicab. Gives us a chance to get to some of your texts. Simon from Perth text. By the way, the number is 0437 774. He says, of the goals the Giants have kicked, Acker's called 2. I love it when Q gets diplomatically annoyed at Acker. Thank you, Simon.
It shows it, Q. You just get so serious on me so quick. We're going to go to
we
couples therapy.
both play our roles.
We're going to couples therapy next week.
Exactly. Any team has got to play their roles.
Radio couples therapy, I like
it. Speaking of couples.
He talks over me all the time.
Angie says, I'm on the way to Melbourne for our anniversary weekend. Happy anniversary. Good on you, Angie. Congratulations.
What, for marriage or just,
I'm not sure.
Do you both lay down or you just sit on the seat?
Yeah.
I think you have two couches. So you've got to look at each other, don't you? Maybe you have a big seat and a little seat.
Here's a good question. Rory's a long-time listener of ours who's a blind listener. Loves the commentary. He asks, as, by the way, Payne is lifted off the ground and onto the Medicab, he asks, is the orange on the Giants the same shade of orange in the middle traffic light? I'd say it's probably a little bit deeper, more reddish than yellow. Is that way to answer that question to one of our loyal blind listeners, Rory, in Melbourne? It's
a good question, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And more like an orange, like an orange that you eat orange. Do you reckon?
As opposed to a yellow cab on.
That goes through to the keeper. Jimmy from Geraldton texts, I'm listening in my truck at Mount Magnet heading to Gero. Thank you, Jimmy. Poor Jack, maybe Archie in the back. Anne-Marie from Dandenong, go Lions. So Anne-Marie suggesting maybe Cal Archie could be swung back. But he's been so good in that swingman's role in the high half forward rather than the half back.
But you also look at the Giants, they've got Taylor, they've got Iden, and they've got Aaliyah. So they're actually really tall down back.
So the Medicab now has Jack Payne strapped to the... strapped in and driving right across the centre wicket area.
Are you allowed to do that? Is that where you're supposed to go? If he had done that nowadays, let me tell you, Kevin Mitchell would have ran out there with a stick.
Kev's not here anymore.
I know, but in my day I said, and Kev would have.
Yeah.
I said would.
So he's looking up.
Oh, bless his soul.
Jack Payne and just trying to. It was the
left
knee. Left knee.
He just landed with it hyperextended, and you saw it as soon as he tweaked.
Well, he took the mark, and he took the mark, and Cadman's arm was across his arms, so it sort of pulled him back a little bit, and that's how it was. No malice there whatsoever from Cadman, but that's how it unfolded.
Well, he could have got done for front-on contact as well.
They've driven the Medicab to the top of the Lions race, but they've told that they need to drive it around to, as I call it, Kev's shed.
Yeah. Oh, Kev's old shed, yes.
So basically that's the void in the grandstand, which is the ramp where the covers come on for the cricket and where all the...
He's got one job. Oh, my goodness. Well, he's got one job. He's got the wrong way.
He just stalled the buggy.
How could you just stall an electric buggy?
Yeah, he's
So this is where, at a place like the MCG, where the buggy would go down and go underneath the stadium.
Straight there.
an
And ambulance waiting, but that's not available here.
They've gone to one exit point. Now they've gone to another exit point.
They need more people. See, they need more staff to go straight down to pick him up.
Well, he's
off the Medicab.
Now there are only two people with a guy who weighs 110 kilos.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, now they're calling.
So you can see the other staff running. They'll get a good exercise here.
This is a lesson for all the people that are saying that the Gabba is still fit for purpose. Put some lipstick on for the Olympics. This is one of the reasons why. Is that because you cannot get an ambulance in underneath the stadium and have players taken straight off for it. So that's one of the reasons why.
Now they're going back to the.
And as suggested, if I know that, why don't they? Why? So they tried at two exits to try and sort of take him down the race rather than drive the cab down Kev's race.
Maybe the guy's his first day.
Could be.
Well, Jason, dare I say it, I've probably been to the Gabba on more occasions than those that are handling this situation. Jack Payne's gone. Let's hope he's okay, but that's a serious left knee injury. We're now 38 minutes into this long-term. Greater Western Sydney lead by 7 points, and among the irony of it all, Ryan Lester gets to take a kick because Jack Payne had marked that. Playback underway, Lester kicks to the wing. Day takes the mark for Brisbane. Hand passes to McCluggage. Kicks it to left half forward. Mark taken by Berry, 60 from goal, hard on the boundary. Kicks to the leading Morris. Gets a free kick for a chop from Taylor and then gets dumped as well from Connor Iden. Crowd wants 50.
That is a 50. And we see Eric Hipwood's going to the back line as we've been pointing in the box at Big Jeff White. That'll be a change. See if they stay with that all day.
So
it'll be interesting to see how the Giants now then correct their matchup because they had Sam Taylor running with Hipwood.
How's that not 50?
That is 50 every day of the week.
Well, exactly. Iden just came up and pushed him over.
That's
Logan Morris.
Has it not? Which part of getting pushed over, you can't interfere after the free kick's given for no reason.
As it is, Morris from the original point of the infringement, about 40 out. Hard in the left forward pocket. Right foot shot on goal. He's kicked it. Logan Morris with his first of the day. 9 goals in the opening quarter. We got 9 goals in Tasmania last night, didn't we?
A lot of points.
5 straight 30 for Greater Western Sydney. Brisbane, 3 make it 4. Goals 5, 29. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
It is elemental, but Kai Loman has been activated as a result of Jack Payne finally getting off the field. And, that was much needed goal for Brisbane just to try and stem the momentum that the Giants have created.
That was a low, stinging, like a golf shot, Jeff White, that kick from Logan Morris. It just peeled straight off the post, straight through the post from right to left. Just magic.
It floated a few ways.
He does
left
kick
and
in.
right and left.
Do that. He should have got a 50 anyway, but great to see him kicking a low stinger and straight through. That'll get him going because he can kick and he's so athletic. And some of the one-on-one contests he's done today show me he's a serious player.
I sold last night's game short by 2 goals. There was 11 goals kicked last night.
It didn't feel like it. So, off hands now, the Giants, and here's Callan again. Gathers the left foot to left half forward. And there's a free kick there. That'll go against Eric Hipwood and it'll go to Cadman. Now, judging by the way he's kicking the football, it's not out of the realms of possibility. He's got it 55 from goal, outside the arc, of course, but he goes across laterally a little bit further back to find Josh Kelly. Kelly just standing on centre wing, Vulture Street side. The Giants up by a point. We're at the 41-minute mark of the first term due to that injury. A long kick into the forward pocket. A big fly there from Cadman. Good spoil, front and square, McCluggage. Handball to the run there, Starcevic. His kick was headed for Bailey, cut off there by Kelly.
Hand passes to Ash, was in trouble. Zork's got him, holding the ball. Great pressure from the veteran, plays on quickly from halfway. Short pass, Neil grabs it. 60 from goal, kicks to the pocket, and Morris takes the mark. Quick entry, nothing Taylor could do there. And Morris has a chance for back-to-back goals on the knock of this long first term ending here at the Gabba. Slide angle right, 30 metres out.
I like that from Logan Morris. There's only 30 seconds to go, so just take your time, go back. You could have chipped over, but good by the young man. Good leadership there, just to go back and have a set shot.
This for 10 goals in the first term. There's something to be said about daytime footy in this part of the world at this time of year. Morris with the set shot on the sire, and he's kicked the goal, which returns Brisbane to the lead at quarter time. Great first term of action. So many storylines, but on the scoreboard, it's Brisbane leading by 5 points at 5-5-35 to Greater Western Sydney's 5 straight 30. So that's 2 for Morris. Other goal kickers, McCluggage, Neil and Starcevic. While for Greater Western Sydney, Hogan has 2 goals, Cadman has 2 goals, and Callum Brown has the other. And outside of the scoreline, repeating, Jack Payne stretchered from the ground with a serious left knee injury. We'll get further word to you when it comes to hand. It's Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Step back 66 million years.
When amazing creatures of epic proportions ruled the earth.
Join Bertie Carvel for Walking with Dinosaurs. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Day wins the tap, ricochets to Rayner, hand passes to McCluggage, 2 steps, a steadying snap, and he kicks the goal. That's all he needs here, McCluggage.
Ash has it for GWS, kicks it straight down the corridor. It's all Lions. Off hands, Lockie Neal gets to 50. It's a high ball, it's a straight ball, and Lockie Neal kicks the goal for Brisbane.
70 out at left half forward. Deep entry to full. Oh, and a huge fly from Taylor to spoil the pack. He punches it clear. Starcevic in the unlikely roll as Rover. Welcome back to the defender. Kicking a goal from 40 metres out. Crumbed by Madden though, the second game Giants ruckman. Hands it to Tom Green in the bullseye. Kick to half forward. Marks taken by Rouston, 70 out. Spears a pass to the leading Hogan. Stutter step beyond 50. Beautiful strike, second goal for Jesse Hogan. Another clearance for Tom Green. He's had a few in the first quarter. Rush kick forward, Payne intercepts for Brisbane. He's hurt himself. He's gone down. Oh, Jace, you called it straight away. He's clutching at his left knee. Jack Payne.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Boy, a bit happening at the Gabba on a glorious winter's afternoon. It's Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull. The Locals, with the last kick of the quarter, got to the lead at the first change. Brisbane 5-5-35, Greater Western Sydney 5 straight 30. Your texts continue to be welcome on 0437 774774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. And in the periphery of everything, Beck Danaher's on the big screen as well, an extension of the Big Freeze fundraiser is here at the Gabba today. I don't think it was enough to get Joe out of the farm, though.
No.
Beck's here, but Joe, who used to do his yearly media appearance for Uncle Neil's big freeze. I think Joe, now that he's retired, is not even coming out for...
Oh, man, though. Why would you want to get in something that cold?
Yeah.
Well, Tommy Rockcliffe's about to do it.
Yeah, there's a...
about jumped on former Lions.
Former Lions skipper, so they're doing that at quarter time. Tom from Geelong texts a nice little nuance. The Lions have had 10 goals straight kicked on them in 2 quarters.
Oh.
Adelaide 5 straight to win the game last week. Greater Western Sydney 5 straight in the first term here. G'day to Lauren from Perth who texts, I'm feeling for Jack. Frowny emoji. I appreciate the call you guys are doing today. The details of what's going on is great. I'm studying hard for an exam. Thanks for keeping me
You're
company.
not studying that hard. You're listening to us.
0437 774 774. Righto, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis. What a first term of footy to discuss.
We've got a game on our hands here, and what an exciting game it is. Really fast. Both sides are trying to own the corridors. They haven't gone wide, and when you look at the heat map of how they went in that first quarter, they're both trying to go through the corridor, which is really exciting, playing quick footy. I just love the way the Giants are delivering inside forward 50. They're kicking off the line, not allowing Brisbane to come off the intercept marks. That's not bringing in their run from behind, which is normally Zorko. I think he's only had 4 or 5 possessions in that first quarter, but not the penetration that he normally has. So it's a quality game. Early on, Lions were on top in the centre bounces, but Giants have got back. They're 6-2 in favour, but they're winning the clearances around the ground. So they're in the source. They're working it really well. One of the parts of where Brisbane's going to sharpen up a little bit is their half-back line. You saw that when Will Ashcroft got it and hit Wood on the lead. That was their best passage going inside forward 50. So they've got to be able to just rectify that, have a bit more poise, be able to use their players, and then they'll be able to dissect through the Giants' defence. But this is a cracking game, and I really love the way the Giants are playing at the moment.
Yeah, and they've been efficient, as you said, Whitey, and they're kicking those long goals. Now, we know we played footy, and it doesn't change. If you have a lot of long shots, you'll kick a lot of long behinds eventually. So that's not going to work long term. But their ball movement coming back through the middle and moving quick has been awesome. It was the oddest quarter when you think about it, because they were flying, they're getting momentum, they're starting to get really on top, and they would have dominated that last part of the quarter. However, the irony, and it's a sad irony, is with Jack Payne going down, just took that out of the game and their momentum. And then the Lions, to their credit, were able to calm themselves down, compose themselves, get back, start again. But you never see quarters where you have that much energy at the end of a quarter. Usually they're just running out of gas, they're just they're making errors, but that wasn't like that. It's a very strange quarter indeed.
Individual stats for Brisbane: McCluggage 12 disposals, Neil 9, Berry and Will Ashcroft 6. For the Giants, Finn Callahan on return, 11 disposals in the first term, 9 for Whitfield, 8 for Tom Green, including 3 clearances, and 8 for Harry Ralston in the first term as well. What are you pointing at?
They're rejigging their back line here.
Yeah. And they want to get Zorko into the game. They've put him on the wing. So good choice.
Himmelberg,
who is not renowned to be as skillful and as quick, but in the air he's fantastic.
You got 6'4", 6'5" wingman on a 4-foot.
We're back into the middle. Darcy Ford gets it down for Brisbane. McCluggage, and then off hands from Dunkley to Wilmot. He kicks it immediately. It bounces inside 50. Day tried to control it. Picked up by Archie. Handball to Neil. He's pressured off it, and he went for the right foot outside of the boot.
No left foot.
From the left side. Exactly what I was thinking, Acker. I reckon you might have kicked it with your left. However,
what it might have. It's might have. That's not even... anyway.
Ash runs
no left foot
into play from the right back pocket. Kicks to right half back for the Giants, but Fort's in the way to take the mark for Brisbane. Left half forward, 60 metres from the school end goal that the Lions are attacking in the second term. Kicks to the pocket, Rayner tangled up there with Iden. Both go to ground. No free kick, out of play, boundary throwing.
Oh, that's really bad in the third quarter too, that spot in that pocket, because you're running right into the sun. That said, it was a free kick. They've been getting away with it. They're bending the rules here, GWS. It's definitely a mandate from the coach, but you'll see them. They're holding and grabbing, and it's working so far.
Ball tossed in with Brisbane in attack. Fought first hand, Lohman. Roves, tackled by Ash.
No.
And that was quick, wasn't it, Jace? They called a ball up so quickly. Yeah. Lohman's into the game. He sub with Payne out with that knee injury.
Umpire throws it up, off hands there. Giants have it. Oh, they let it loose. Neil to Dunkley. Off a step, Dunkley has a ping. And it doesn't make the distance. It was smashed through there by Lockie Ash. Well done. In fact, it was Josh Kelly who got back there late, so it was a rush behind. Another one for the Lions. Their lead now is 6 points. 36 plays 30 with nearly a minute and a half gone.
At least he used his left foot there, Dunkley.
And if you're a Lions fan thinking, what, 5-6 to 5 straight? Not again. There's been 4 rush behinds. The Giants have been smashing them through from the goal mouth. Whitfield takes a bounce with the inbound. Long kick almost to the wing. Target was Hovan, knocked away from him. Roved by Madden. Hand pass to Jones. Hands it to the wing for O'Halloran. Kicks to half forward. Riccardi marks 60 from goal. Bedford's on his bike, charging to the pocket. And the pass is good. Bedford marks on his chest. 30 out. Tight angle in the right forward pocket.
That's their hard running, and that's what they... In the first quarter, they tried to switch and went to Daniels. This time they've gone to Hogan. They got a contest. The ruck, who was Madden, who was the one that got it, and he got their hands out, and a whoosh go away they went. They love that running, offensive running, and that's that paid off in the set shot.
The speed in a day like today, if you can get out and just get that quick handball. Whew.
Third year at the Giants for the ex-Demon, Toby Bedford. Angle's the only question here. He's 35 out. He's mishit it terribly off the side of his boot. Out of bounds on the full, on the near side. Free kick to Brisbane in the left back pocket.
Run as quick as you want. You want to be able to get those boots to kick straight, that's for sure.
So Zorko has a couple of bounces, kicks it to half back to Fletcher. Fletcher handball to the run of Will Ashcroft. Kicks it in the Lohman direction over the back of he, and also it was Fonte who was spoiling the ball. Picked up by Rayner. Rayner back to Ashcroft by hand. He gave it to Dunkley. A little volleyball pass, couldn't make it today. Will Ashcroft gets involved again, but there was a hit behind the play, and I think it was Himmelberg, but free kick's going to go to Connor Iden here at right half back. He goes laterally to the left to find Whitfield. Umpire says not the distance, so play on. Gives it back to Iden by hand, and now he launches it towards the wing. Harris Andrews did beautifully in that pack. Gave it to Zorko, the handball to Neil, and he hits it back to the logo to find Ryan Lester.
It's right on halfway. No one standing the mark. He's called to play on, but conservatively kicks backwards to Hipwood. Hipwood marks, kicks to the bullseye. Neil takes the grab, plays on 2 steps, deep entry into attack. Lohman the target, spoiled away by Fonte. Ash arrives for the Giants, can't pick up, but Fonte does. He's in the left back pocket, clearing kick off the outside of the boot, not well hit. Intercepted by Zorko, 50 from goal.
This move onto the wing's been a good one already.
Yeah, well, he's on the other side, but the other thing too, the other part of the game is they are pushing up and trying to move it quick, the lines through the corridor, and that's really opening up that forward line. A good kick, and they had one-on-ones. They just had 2 pairs down there, so trouble if they get out, and they're playing all duck and no dinner at the moment, both teams.
You want a fire starter at the Gabba? How about a 60-metre Zork bomb? No, doesn't go for goal. Kicks it to the top of the goal mouth. Buckley knuckles it towards the pocket and out of play for a throw-in next to the behind post. Brisbane's lead is 6 points and literally sits points at 5-6 to 5 straight. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. I'm Quentin Hull calling the action with Michael Price.
Umpire throws it in, right forward pocket for the Lions. Fort. Well, he couldn't quite get it down. The Lions player dragged down without the ball. Umpire says play on. It's picked up by Levi Ashcroft on the boundary. Kicks it to the top of the square. Day flies. Oh, Will Ashcroft roved, had a flying shot. It dribbled through for one behind. Crowd got excited, as did I. But another behind. 5-7 plays 5 straight. So it's 7 straight behinds the lead to the Brisbane Lions. 5 minutes gone, second term.
That's a better kick, though. Top of the square, not so deep. They're kicking it too close to the goals. That at least gave the contest and a bit of room for the forwards to get involved.
And no one pressuring Ash, so he has a bounce from the kick in. Kicks long to the wing. Lester's in the way. Takes the mark. Hogan went the spoor, but Lester takes the grab for Brisbane. Kicks the Lions back to half forward. Day marks 55 from goal on return to the team. Chips to the pocket. Will Ashcroft takes the mark. 5 metres in from the boundary. 30 metres from goal.
Froggy Lester, take a bow. Up against Hogan, had the run. He knew, he looked over, and his teammate, I think it was Harris Andrews, was out of position. He had to go, and that's what this sequence was started by.
4 goals so far this season for Will Ashcroft. Tough angle. Right foot from 40 is across the face and marked on the point post by Morris. Is it paid? Yep. There was a pack there. And Logan Morris, who kicked 2 goals at the back end of the first quarter, now has a chance And the toughest of angles, right forward pocket next to the point post. He's setting up for the left-footed snap punt. Looking for 3 goals in succession. Oh, he's hit the wrong part of the footy. It's out of bounds on the full on the opposite side.
I nearly kicked it back to Will Ashcroft on the other side.
You have a shot. No, you have a shot.
Free kick to the Giants in the right back pocket. Brisbane 5-7-37. Greater Western Sydney 5 straight 30. If you've just tuned in, the news outside of the scoreline, Jack Payne stretched it off in the first quarter with a serious left knee injury.
So Lockie Ash has it just outside the goal square for the Giants. He kicks it to left half back, and that is a beautiful mark. Taken in front of Jared Berry by Josh Kelly. Good contested effort there. He's standing basically where the boundary and the arc meet at left half back for the Giants. Now he uses his left foot to advantage. It's a long kick just beyond centre wing. Good contest. Hipwood should have got a free kick for a hole. Does. He's just behind centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the ground. Just a ripple of applause for the umpires there as Eric gets his...
The members are happy.
Gets the free kick. He returns Josh Kelly's left footer with another one inside 50. Rayner at the back. Couldn't quite gather it. The Giants have got it. Kelly sweeps a handball to Ash. He's being chased by Lohman, but Ash just ran away, used his pace, kicked it towards half-back, but it was well intercepted and read by Brandon Starcevic, who got in the way there and fisted the ball away from Himmelberg. Over the boundary line, they'll get a throw in at left half forward for the Lions.
Little backstory on Brandon Starcevic. I had a chat to his uncle, Craig, yesterday. He said basically the reason it's taken so long to get back in the team, outside of the concussions, part of his recovery, he had to do nothing for 2 weeks, had to be off his feet, so lost a bit of condition, Brandon Starcevic, hence his lengthy time on the sidelines. Now Wilmot's got a clearance from that throw-in, kicks Brisbane into attack. Off hands, Berry roves and snaps from 40, but he's kicked it out of... No, it's a score, just. So behind, Lions by 8 points. So I just thought that'd be interesting to our listeners. Jason Jeff, so Brandon... He basically was told he can't do any exercise for 2 weeks, which is why his recovery was quite slow in that sense.
He's obviously spent the time in the gym since as well, because he's come back looking very large. Just behind. Oh, look, it's Bedford now. They've taken it all the way up to half forward with good disposal, the Giants. Bedford now kicks the right footer towards the pocket. And the man in question, Starcevic, gets over the top and monsters it. Surely he's just put a little bit around the shoulders, Aki. You've got to give him something.
Well, it's better around there than around your guts, because it's horrible to get that off.
That running ability, that offensive run from Giants is still very strong halfway through the second quarter.
Giants in attack. Brown crashes through, can't pick up for Greater Western Sydney. Starcevic is over it. O'Halloran's over him. And the umpire says mine.
I think Brisbane Lions coaching would just love to get a few intercepts halfway in between the arcs there, Pricey, instead of getting it so deep.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Madden taps down to Tom Green. Rush kick on goal was touched, intercepted by Lester. No mark. Tackled anyway by Riccardi, and it spills over the boundary line next to the point post for a throw-in with the Giants deep in attack. We haven't had a goal after 10 goals in the first quarter, not a goal in 10 minutes of this second term, Michael.
Umpire throws it in just to the right of the point post. Madden grabs it out of the ruck. Couldn't quite reach his boot, though, and it's picked up by Wilmot. Has a bounce, takes him on. A second bounce. He escapes the defensive 50. The handball to Fletcher, then the loopy one to Morris was dangerous but effective. He gave it to Lohman. Lohman's kick in front of Will Ashcroft. That could have been a push in the back, not seen by anybody else apart from the 5,000 to my left. And then it comes off hands. Lockie Ash gathers it at half back. He fumbles, and they're putting the pressure on here, Brisbane. Now Callaghan gets it across the field. It's going to go to Leakalia. He does take it around his ankles, but it is a mark inside defensive 50 for the Giants.
Just 3 behinds to Brisbane in this term. 5-8 to 5 straight, the Lions lead. Alear hits Tom Green, marks on the wing. Kicks it wide to Brown, who takes the grab. Hard on the boundary. Just forward of the wing. Brown with that booming right boot puts the Giants into attack. Madden almost with the mark. Whistle in the contest. Brisbane free kick to Hipwood, who has gone back, it seems. He's at fullback, Hipwood. It's a mung kick to the expanses of the half-forward flank, but he's kicked for space in the running Rayner. Rayner gathers, bounces and runs to the wing. Slices off a kick to half-forward, and Morris marks. Beat Taylor pointlessly, plays on, inbound kick intercepted by Buckley of the Giants.
Great reading by Buckley then. Outstanding.
Reads the play wide. He takes the chest mark, kicks to the pocket. Callahan takes the grab for the Giants.
He was chasing in Loman then, and he had to dart back to intercept.
So Callahan gave it to Kelly. Kelly to the wing, and Bedford takes a good mark in front of Wilmot. Once again, they're kicking quite exceptional, the Giants. Bedford goes backwards with a 45 kick to find Kelly again, so they've settled it down as the Lions have set up in front of them.
This is the alarm bells for Brisbane, though. They're just too many connected kicks from Giants. They've been able to link up really, really easy. There's no intercepts at the moment.
Buckley went laterally to half-back. Connor Iden under pressure from Charlie Cameron, gets a handball away. Morris intercepts, but he gives it straight back to Iden. His handball along the ground to Himmelberg. Then it gets to Taylor a long way up the ground. Handball to Tom Green. Off a step. That's a floater. But Riccardi takes a good mark in front of Harris Andrews, right on the arc of 50. Chips it into the pocket, and it's another good mark. This is taken by Cadman. Hipwood couldn't quite reach it, so Cadman took it 25 out. He's on the boundary.
Yeah, and that's where you want your opposition to be having shots. That is for sure. That said, great chase and tackle down here from Charlie. An unlucky little bit of awareness from Logan Morrison. They could have been out, but that turnover, and they have a shot on goal.
Cadman now on the boundary line, facing inboard, looking to the left foot curler. He has done it as he... Yep. Oh, as it's just fallen inside the post. That's a great kick from Cadman.
Outrageous.
That's his third goal. And 6 straight for the Giants. But they still trail by 2 points. 5-8-38 to 6 straight 36. 13 gone second term.
It seems that the glute has got another Giant for a second week in a row. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Firstly, I've got a statement, Q, that the Lions have provided that they still need to go for scans, but the initial assessment is that Jack Payne's got a ruptured patella tendon in his left knee. And, we're just... looking here that Delana's been activated, so unfortunately it's not the way that they would have wanted it to go for the GWS Giants.
Yeah, Brent Daniels subbed out after getting a knee in the glute, very similar to Toby Green's fate at Manuka last week. So a patella tendon for Jack Payne.
And an equal career high 3 goals for Aaron Cadman with that shot as well, Kev.
Centre bounce, clearance for the Giants. O'Halloran picks up, rushes a kick to half forward. Starcevic battling there with Delana, the injected sub. Neither gets a real telling touch. Starcevic hand pass stolen though by Jones of the Giants. Hands it to Callahan, kicks to the pocket, looking for Hogan, but Zorko living up to the magician's name there. Fingertip control, intercepts to mark, kicks to the corridor. Day takes the grab for Brisbane, runs to half back, kicks wide to the wing. Archie presents to Mark. Quick movement to halfway. What now for the Lions? Archie has to hold up. Yep, Jace, too slow. Kicks infield where Will Ashcroft's there to take the grab, edge of the centre square in the sunshine of the southern side on this perfect Saturday. Ashcroft with the right boot. High kick into attack for Brisbane, wide to the pocket. Buckley does enough to spoil it away from Morris. Alir roves and is immediately tackled. Umpire comes in and will call for a ball up. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 15 minutes played second term. Brisbane 5-8-38. Lead GWS 6 straight 36.
Umpire throws it up. Kelly off hands. Gathers gave the handball to Iden under enormous pressure. He towed it towards the arc. It was taken over there by Berry. The handball to McLuggage. The 1-2 with Ashcroft. And then McLuggage has a shot. That would have been befitting goal of the year status, but it went wide, one behind.
What about that?
5-9-39 to 6 straight 36. Lions lead by 3 points.
And again, the inbound, no pressure on the player running out of the goal mouth. Whitfield ran 20 metres with a bounce, kicks to Hogan, who marks at right half back.
They keep flooding one side, the commentary side, Q, and they're getting out too easy.
Jeff White with you on ABC Sport. Infield kick to Whitfield. Whitfield infield, hoping for Alir. Intercepted by Wilmot. Marks plays on. Kicks into attack. Morris marks. Got the afters and gets the 50 as well. And now Taylor's getting his jumper scrag.
So he should. This is what they do, Q. It's what they do.
Meanwhile, Morris has marched to the goal mouth and will kick his third goal. And Brisbane out by 9 points. Yeah, there has to be something extra in this one, considering the history of these two teams last year. It's broken up. Mind you, Sam Taylor's a guy that doesn't get his colours lowered much. Logan Morris is doing as such.
He's doing a great job
today
so far.
Yeah, Brisbane 6-9-45. Greater Western Sydney 6 straight 36. Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis.
Yeah, his mobility on Sam Taylor at the moment is really impressive. But there's a turnover. That's exactly what Brisbane needed. They needed that intercept through the arcs. They haven't had it because how important that intercept mark is through the arc is because the slingshot footy that GWS play. So you can get them on the opposite side. You can get them out of position if you can get that intercept.
Well read there from Wilmot. And then they were out. And I'm not sure the decision to overcommit like that. That's too much and that's an easy goal. But, of course, you don't want to do that if you're the opposition.
Back into the middle of the Gabba. The Lions extend their lead. Lachie Neale gets involved, as does Darcy Jones for the Giants. He flicks it out. Now it's to Kelly on the outer side of the centre square. Gives it back to Iden by hand. His kick smashed. What a spoil there from Starcevic. Now in the hands of Rayner from Berry. Rayner to centre half forward. Archie just worked his way beautifully to the front of the contest in front of Whitfield. He's 60 from goal. He puts it into the pocket and taking the mark. Oh, good grab. Josh Dunkley staring into the sun here at the Gabba. Takes the mark, 25 out, slight angle to the right.
That was the brilliant kick there from Rayner. Rayner came back in, just changed the angle there. And then, of course, in about centre half forward, Archie's looking at the ball, even though it was right in the middle of the sun, and his opponent, he just lost everything, including his opponent. And Archie had so many choices, but in the end, go to the hot man. Looked like it was Logan Morris, but of course, Dunkley now, he's up forward, pinch hitting, shall we say.
Only scored the 2 goals so far this year, Josh Dunkley. He lets go from 35. He liked it as soon as he hit it. Raised his fist in the air and extends the Lions' lead. 7-9-51. Plays 6 straight 36. There's a 15-point ball game with 18 and a half consecutive serves.
But we spoke about we spoke about the intercept and then so the previous one was intercept through the arcs, goal. This one was Starcevic, spoil, straight to Rayner, intercept through the arcs, goal. So that's how you can get the Giants. The slingshot footy, you can get them on the other side.
I don't know if you'd be thinking that Josh Dunkley's going to be a goal-scoring machine today and you should worry about him, but that was as good a goal that you'll see from a set shot. Just beautiful. Run straight, kick straight, balanced, straight through. Something his dad would envy, I have no doubt. But then, what about the song? Where's that from? Is that the 90s?
No, that's Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys.
Straight out of Orlando.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Can nearly sing along to that one. I'm sorry. Where's Zane?
Boy bands of the 90s would be my topic on Hard Quiz. Centre bounce, 15 points the lead to Brisbane. Clearance though to the Giants. Rush ball to half forward. Bedford couldn't mark, harassed off it by Ainsworth. His toe-poking clearance though, taken by Kelly, given to Tom Green. Giants ball, hands it to Jones from 70. Kick to full forward. Andrews knuckles the pack. Ball on the deck, dangerous spot for Brisbane. Tried to be farmed out by Thomas, stolen by Neale of Brisbane. Hands it to Cameron, who's been conspicuous in his absence around the ball today. Gives it to Hipwood, back to Cameron, back to Hipwood. They're mucking around with it. Hipwood's clearing kick is to a pack on the wing. Heavy collision, ricochet, play on. Iden picks up, hands it to Ralston. Ralston hands it to Callaghan for the Giants. 60 from goal, kicks to the corridor. Archie intercepts. Kelly was the target. Now here's the sling. Kick down the middle. Marked by Bailey in the bullseye. Keeps it going down the corridor. Marked by Day. 60 from goal. Everyone wants it to keep rolling. Day thinks about it for a moment. Goes to the pocket. Lester was the target, spoiled by Alier. And the ball is out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Oh, there must be a directive because Dunkley was on one-on-one and he didn't want to go for the lead where he should. They leave that space for someone to run into. I'm not sure if Froggy Lester's the best target, but he was down there and running, and that's where the kick went. Very strange.
15 points the margin, a game high here at the Gabba in favour of Brisbane. The throw in. Inside 50 is Bailey. Bailey comes through. He's had a couple of pings and he finally gets one on the board today. The Lions get their 8th. Good bit of roving off that throw in. 8-9-57. Extends the lead to 21 points over the Giants. 6 straight. 36, 21 gone second quarter.
And he has looked dangerous the last few weeks too, and not converted a couple of set shots, so he's been out. And now as the song,
so this is a classic which was redone by DJ Otzi in the 90s, Jason.
Did he have some rap? Surely he had some rap, this one. I like this one.
That's a great set play from Brisbane. the player on the sweeper side literally came in, sucked all the... There was 3 Giants defenders there, sucked them into the contest, and then the hit was over the top for Bailey to run onto. That was a brilliant set play.
It's red time domination here from Brisbane in this second quarter. Not many goals in it, but they've kicked the last 3 of the game, the Premiers, to now lead by 21 points. It's the biggest margin that the game has seen. Centre bounce is a bit wobbly.
All the back.
Do it again.
Gone centre.
Who is that Bruce Willis character out there?
Anyone with a shaven head, by the way, is Bruce Willis, according to Jace.
That's not who I think it is.
No, it's not the boundary umpire who you named Bruce Willis. Ball thrown up. Tom Green, what are the stats on his centre bounce clearances? There's another for the Giants. High kick to half forward. Cadman flies the pack, got a hand, can't mark. Ball dies at his feet with people around him. Up will come in for a ball up. 4 centre bounce clearances directly. Whitey, yeah. And I reckon he's been probably on the periphery of a couple of others as well. He's having a big day, the boy from Canberra, Tommy Green, here at the Gabba. Ball up. Kicked off the deck by the Lions, but Aliir steals it for the Giants, hands it to Ralston, kicks to half forward, and Delana, the sub, who is into the game for the glutied Daniels, he takes the mark, kicks into the lead of Bedford in the corridor, couldn't mark. Bedford butters up at ground level, can't gather. Neil storms through for Brisbane to win a hard footy. Hands it to Berry. Berry gives back to Neil in the pocket. Hands to Starcevic. Chipped clearance to half back. Rayner marks. Hand passes to Will Ashcroft. 2 bounces to the wing. A third as the sunshine ricochets off his golden locks. Hands it to Cameron. Hands it to Rayner. Rayner from 70. Run down. Gets a hand pass to Archie. It gets wobbly at the end. The kick towards the full forward line. Days the target. Infringes on Whitfield. And Whitfield gets the free kick. That got the speed wobbles at the end.
Oh, didn't he? He was out. Will had so many options he didn't know what to do. Now can they slingshot back the other way? But, exciting footy.
They tried to run it out via handball. Whitfield, and he tried to go laterally with the kick. Buckley made it look good because it was pretty ordinary. He gave the handball on to
out here.
Green. Green went to Connor Iden. Thank you very much, to right half back. Like getting Callum Brown and Connor Iden.
I think they're getting tired here.
Yeah, they couldn't go quick there, and it was good defence by Brisbane to actually split on the 45 and set up defensively.
They have set up nicely because that's why it's so staccato for the Giants. Harvey Thomas has it at right half forward.
Free kick
off play, so it was a hold.
Yeah.
So he's getting held off the play there, Whitey, Jesse Hogan.
Yeah.
At right half forward, he's got Thomas running past him for the handball. He's
got this in him, hasn't he?
Well, I thought he might have, but he's chipping it into the pocket. It's a big fly. Oh, that could be a good grab paid to Cadman. I liked it anyway.
I thought it was a free kick.
Off the deck, and it's going to go over the boundary line. I reckon he's taken that in one clean clunk in the forward
umpires
pocket.
Are getting tired.
Yeah. The umpire's right there.
That was a front on spoil from Harris Andrews.
Anyway, it's going to be a throw in the right forward pocket for the Giants. They're trailing by 21 points.
Plenty of entertainment in this one. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Throw in. Jones rows the tap and shoots and scores.
Oh, wow.
Great work from the little man for the Giants underneath the throw-in. From 20 metres out, chucks it on his boot. That's 7 straight for Greater Western Sydney.
My goodness.
7 straight 42 trails Brisbane's 8-9, 57. And Darcy Jones,
that was all
the mighty man from the West, kicks his first goal of the afternoon.
He's looking dangerous all day, Whitey. You called it before the game, but you were about to say how he got the beautiful check, one of his teammates who looked on the replay and had time and space, and that was just enough to get the ball. It was Zorko who just kind of lazy.
But it was a sub. Delana. He was the one to come in for the block and shepherded Zorko out of the way. It allowed for Darcy Jones to come in. Great tap from behind, but once again, it shows you how powerful those set plays can be. If you do your homework, have those forward set plays, you can really get some momentum back in the game.
Delana, like Solana?
Yep. That'll do. 15 points the margin again. 25 gone, second term. Back into the middle of the Gabba on this beautiful Saturday afternoon contest. Off the hands of the ruckman. Oh, it was O'Halloran who had a wild swing with his boot, couldn't connect. Off hands of Neil, it went back to Wilmot. Off a step to centre half forward. Big contest, Lohman. Off hands, front and square, Bailey. The handball to McCluggage. He traverses the arc. He lets go, and he pushes it left. 8 goals, 10. Play 7 straight. 58 plays 42, 16 points the margin, 26 gone.
But I have credited 4 of the 10 as rush behinds. That being said, 18 scoring shots to 7 and 16 points is the lead to the Premiers. Whitfield with a long kick in once again. Fort gets to the drop. It was an ill-directed kick. Fort marks 60 from goal to Brisbane. Chips at the corridor. Poor. Turned over to Ash. It's in the dangerous territory. Watch out. Ash chips conservatively to Cal Brown on the wing. Taps it over his head to his own advantage. Couldn't pick it up, though, under the harassment of Leicester. Leicester does well to hold it up for a moment. The cavalry arrives. Fletcher can't pick up. Callaghan does for the Giants on the outer wing. Hands it to Wyden. Rides the tackle of Archie. Hands it to Ash. Rides the tackle of Dunkley. The hand pass back to Callaghan. Back to Iden through hands. Now to Himmelberg. They've created some space. Brown gives it through Callaghan. On to Jones. Back to Callaghan. Runs to half forward. 60 out. Beautiful pass to the corridor.
And
marked by Hogan. Ainsworth gave him a needless bump. And it will ensure that Jesse Hogan has marched to the goal square.
Oh, Jesse.
Will kick his 3rd goal and make it 8 straight for the Giants. And there's again a little bit of jumper shrugging off the play.
That's a flop. That is a flop from Hogan.
Yeah, but you can't run into him.
Yeah, I know, but
it doesn't matter.
That's just soft.
It's dumb from Noah Ainsworth. It costs them a certain goal. Hogan bangs it through for his 3rd.
And the umpire's always going to pay that. Doesn't matter how it looks. But that play off the half-back line there from the Giants was simply brilliant. The ability, a couple of those looping hand passes in the air, but the ability to understand that they're going to take the pressure, get the ball, get the hands in midair, and then that kick from Callaghan inside forward 50.
Oh, what a flop. What a joke. That's disgraceful. They've been doing that all day, both teams, and the umpires don't pay anything. That's so disappointing. That's soccer stuff there, Jesse.
But it's the game, Jason.
No, it's not the game. It's the way the game's officiated. You want to coach this. You want to coach the same stuff. Then you got your star forward doing that, and you're going to carry on like that. I mean, that's rubbish. If you're going to be a big, strong, tough forward, and you're going to carry on like that.
Well, 3 goals, and that puts him into clear second spot on the Coleman medal table.
I love when Jason gets passionate.
Oh, me too. I've never seen him fire up. You're kidding me. It kicks inside 50.
He does when he has a bogey.
Lockie Ash gathers it at
anymore.
right half back.
Maybe with a bogey.
He chips it forward to Harvey Thomas, the diminutive one who he's got away from Levi Ashcroft on this occasion. He holds the ball up because, again, the lines are set up beautifully down the line. They're going to go
it's play on. That is play on.
Laterally to Connor Iden. He's still inside defensive 50. Now he's called to play on. Charlie Cameron approaches him. That's a scrubby mongrel to the knees of Lockie Whitfield, who did well to gather it. He handballed it back into Rouston. Rouston kicks it now towards... that's Delana. Delana kicks it out to the logo. Thomas to the run of Whitfield. Tackled nicely done by Bailey. It spills now for Brisbane. Zorko breaks a feeble tackle. Kicks it to the wing. Nice mark taken by Levi Ashcroft. Good contested effort in front of Harvey Thomas. 20 metres forward. He finds Dunkley. Dunkley's got nobody standing to mark. 4 Giants.
Play on. He's got one-on-ones ahead of him.
Oh, mate, there's just about every Giant on the paddock in front of him, Macca, inside the...
They weren't before.
He kicks it towards the pocket, and it's going to be wide. It's going to come off hands. Is it out of bounds on the full? Yes, it is. Free kick Giants. It'll go to Taylor.
And this is where they should have looked at. They should have looked at the bench. There's only 30 seconds to go. In possession, an opportunity to have a set shot.
Got some great texts I'm going to read out at halftime too, Jace. Everyone's having as good a time as we are, which is fantastic. 0437 774 774. Ash receives a short pass. He marks on D50 for the Giants. Kicks to the wing, and Ainsworth, who was the antagonist at that previous...
Did nothing wrong.
He takes the mark for Brisbane. Kicks them back into attack. Fly from behind from Morris. Couldn't mark. Ash does the roving. Tackle right on the siren.
He's got to hold the ball.
Holding the ball. A free kick to Brisbane right on the half-time siren. Logan Morris kicked a goal on the quarter-time siren. And he's got... It's Sam Day this time, who's going to get a kick on the half-time siren. So Brisbane's lead is 10 points at 8-10 to 8 straight. Sam Day on return to the team after injuring his hamstring in the Q clash back in round 8. This to make it a 16-point lead if he's straight, an 11-point lead if he's a little bit wry, or no change if he misses everything. It's the major result for Sam Day. And a great result for Brisbane right on half-time. Day with the goal. Brisbane's lead is 16 points at half-time. 9-10-64 leads 8 straight 48. 3 goals for Logan Morris. Single goals for Dunkley, McCluggage, Neal, Day, Bailey and Starcevic. For Greater Western Sydney, Aaron Cadman has 3 goals. Jesse Hogan has 2 goals. Darcy Hogan has 1. And Callum Brown's got 1 as well.
Hogan's got 3.
I said 3. Did I say 2?
You said 2.
Sorry. 3 to Cadman. No, thank you. 3 to Hogan. 1 to Jones. 1 to Brown. True and correct for 8 straight. Brisbane, meanwhile, 9-10. Jason and Jeff in a moment. Zane on the boundary.
Well, I can tell you, Adam Kingsley just spoke to the host broadcaster, but he was absolutely livid with that last decision. And not only him, also Cadman and Callaghan. They were blowing up Deluxe. They feel like they got the wrong call there. But I agree. It's what do you put? If you put your foot in the fire, you're going to get burnt. So it was very interesting. He sort of calmed himself down before he did the interview, but he was blowing up Deluxe.
Zano, right among the passion. You can see, I set it up before the game, and it's a pretty easy sell. The 3 games last year were so important on the story of the teams' season themselves, and as a consequence, because they're important teams in the competition, they became a part of the storyline of the premiership last year. There's a bit of history here. Brisbane led by 5 points at quarter time, now a 16-point lead at half-time, reminding you that Jack Payne was stretchered from the ground in the first quarter, clutching at his left knee, having just taken a mark. He basically hyperextended his knee on landing, and the word is that it's a bad patella tendon injury for the key defender for the Lions. Brent Daniels, can you believe it, has suffered the same fate as Toby Green last week, i.e. basically in the middle of the ground, not too dissimilar as far as the footy geography in the centre square, same as what happened to Toby Green last week. He got a knee in the rump, and it's a bad one. He's out of the game, and Delana's been subbed in. Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, the day's great for footy. The 2 teams, we expect them to be among the heavy hitters in the competition. Fine conditions, red footy, not disappointed through that first half at all.
I can see the steam off Acker's shoulders right now.
And we've got Jace fired up as well.
We've got Jace fired up.
Everything's happening.
The text lines are fired up. It's what a game this is at the moment, and yeah, it's all happening. I'm just a few times there. That's when Lions they need to get those intercept marks or intercept possessions through the arc, because you can get. That's where the slingshot footy is for the Giants. Their ability, that movement they had when they kicked it through to Jesse Hogan, he ended up getting that 50-metre penalty, which Acker would certainly talk about. But that's their DNA. That's the ability to get it, slingshot footy, go. But if you can turn it over when they're actually doing that, and that's where Lions, I think they kicked 3 in a row or 2 in a row during that quarter, that's when they were able to get that, is because they got the turnovers. So that's a big focus for them at halftime.
You want the analysis, Jace, or do you want me to read the texts first?
I'm looking forward to this.
You can do both.
No, were you going to give me your analysis, or
it's a cracking game.
Okay, it is a ripping game, and you're about 50-50 on the text, which is fantastic.
Oh, what a shock!
You got people fired up.
That's like life. Like you say something, 50 people, percent say, oh yeah, don't agree with you. 50% do, and we got 100% of the audience, I suppose.
Please send your name if you're going to send a text. 0437 774 774. In the Acker's no good corner, here's one that says, Acker is cooked, time for a spell.
Because, it's easy sitting there listening, doing nothing.
Just let me do them and then you can respond.
Oh, that's right.
Acker, you sound like a spoilt kid. Talk about the good play on both sides, not sooking about the calls against you, says David in Bright.
Fair point.
Peter from Goulburn says, never have I heard a more biased commentator than Jason Ackermanis. ABC should be ashamed, says Peter from Goulburn. Here we go. On the other side, in the other corner, Steve, was it Danny from South Australia says, you tell him Acker, never held back on the field, love your work, mate. Steve from Busso in WA, where has Jason been? Best commentary I've heard since Lou Richards. Hi, Queensland team, it's Fran from Melbourne. See, the special comments are always special. Good on you, Fran. 0437 774 774. Pete from Ballarat, g'day all, get up, Acker. Oh, wow. Who would have thought that you'd be a polarising figure, good and bad? Jason?
No.
But we love you because you are a Hall of Famer who knows about football. What's going on in this game? It's a beauty.
I shouldn't have had the sugar at heart. That was my first problem, but no.
Did you eat snakes before coming on air?
No, I usually don't eat sugar. Anyway, these lollies are here. Thanks, Bryce.
Oh, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Anyway, I've calmed down, and you're right. I shouldn't be so biased, but then again, I am biased. So stick it up your jumper. I am a Brisbane Lions fan, even though in here I'm not supposed to be so biased. That said, that was a bad call. That was one of them. I could talk about all the unbelievable work that GWS are doing. Their speed. I love their speed. I would love to play in a GWS team like that because you got skill and speed, the stuff I love the most, because you can get out and use it on a hot sunny day like this. So I think it's a cracking game. And that said, they have been unbelievably accurate, and I wonder what would happen if they weren't. Now I don't care because it's not happening. So might be 19 scoring shots, a bunch rushed through. The Giants, I'm worried if I'm a Lions supporter, and which I am, and they can get through and get out. And this is an unbelievable game. They are getting tired. It's a hot day, but if they get that right and do that properly, the Lions are going to have their hands full.
Jason, thank you. You want to have
was that a minute and a half? It went too long, wasn't it?
No, that was very good.
I only get a minute and a half. I'm out.
That's been it. Have a spell at halftime. Everyone just needs to go to the rooms, and like in the old days when you had the hot days and Lee had the fridges. He was one of the first ones to do that, wasn't he? Lee Matthews, that's 25 years ago now. Wow. Brisbane lead by 16 points at halftime. 9-10, 64 to Greater Western Sydney's 8 straight 48. And just repeating, Jack Payne, bad knee injury, Brent Daniels, a corky in the glute. They're the two other headlines out of our first term, which has all of us enjoying the sunshine here. Very different conditions to the last game of footy that was played in round 14, which was, of course, the bleak night in Tassie. Here, perfect winter conditions for a great game of footy. Keep your messages coming, 0437 774 774 to join us on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. We'll take a spell. I'll go and see that Jace is all right. We'll be back after the news.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. New explosions have been reported in central Israel, with at least 13 people believed to be wounded. It comes as Iran's ambassador to the UN claims most of the 78 people killed in Israeli airstrikes on his country were civilians. A number of Iranian military commanders and top nuclear scientists were among those killed in the series of strikes. The Israeli ambassador to the UN has told an emergency meeting of the Security Council the operation is an act of national preservation, and Iran would have had enough material to form multiple nuclear bombs within days. The Iranian ambassador, Amir Saeed Iravani, says the strikes are a flagrant violation of international law.
The Israeli regime, the most dangerous and terrorist regime in the world, with full intelligence and political support from the United States regime, conducted a series of coordinated military attacks across multiple cities in Iran. These acts of aggression target peaceful nuclear facilities.
A man detained by U.S. Marines in Los Angeles has been released. It's the first confirmed detention by the Marines, who've been deployed to L.A. by U.S. President Donald Trump amid ongoing protest against his sweeping immigration crackdown. 27-year-old Marcus Leo, a U.S. Army veteran, says he was stopped and held while trying to access the Department of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Leo says he followed their directions and was eventually let go.
This is the federal department. This is the building. So, I'm understanding that, anything that happens here, they can actually get federal accusations. So it comes to, it reminds you, behoove of you to be very, be compliant to everything that they say.
Search and rescue operations are continuing in the U.S. city of San Antonio. A day after flooding there killed at least 11 people. Fast-rising floodwaters stranded cars and inundated homes, with some people climbing up trees to escape. Officials in the Texas city say more than 70 rescues have been carried out so far. Air crash investigators in India are yet to recover the cockpit voice recorder from Thursday's deadly plane crash in the western city of Ahmedabad. More than 260 people died after the Air India flight came down on a residential area just minutes after takeoff. The digital flight data recorder has been recovered from the rooftop of a building the plane crashed into. Rescue workers are continuing their search for missing people and bodies in the buildings in the vicinity of the crash site. Dr. Umang Patel was a resident of the medical hostel which the plane crashed into and says he's lost everything.
We could only get access to the place right now after police did all the safety precaution and all that things. We went and saw that, but my actual place of living is completely destroyed. All my documents and everything I had is already lost to me.
Police are investigating a stabbing and assault in Melbourne's southeast that left 2 people in hospital with serious injuries. Danushi Dias reports.
In the first incident, 2 boys assaulted a man in a chemist at a shopping centre on Cheltenham Road in Keysborough just before 5 o'clock. Police say the 70-year-old victim was attacked when he intervened as the pair tried to leave the store with suspected stolen items. In the second incident, police believe the same boys approached a 16-year-old boy at a bus stop on Centre Dandenong Road in Dingley Village at 7:15 last night. The teenager was stabbed in what police say was an unprovoked attack. Police and the dog squad converged on the area but couldn't find the pair. Police are appealing for anyone with information about the incident to contact them.
Data from the Queensland Health Department shows the number of serious respiratory infections continues to trend upwards as we head deeper into winter. Will Murray with the details.
Nearly 1,500 cases of flu were reported to Queensland Health between June 2nd and 8th, up 15% on the week before, and a continuation of a steady upward trend in recent weeks. The number of RSV infections are also increasing steadily, with 890 in the most recent reporting week. COVID-19 cases are down slightly on the previous week. However, the year-to-date data reveals they have been trending up in recent months. Queenslanders are being urged to stay up to date with their vaccinations and do what they can to prevent spreading infections.
American golfer Sam Burns has fired a 5-under par 65 to take the second-round lead at the US Open Major at Oakmont Country Club. Australian Adam Scott managed an even par, putting him in a tie for 4th position. You're up to date with ABC News.
Meet the people who dare to imagine.
Making colour sing.
You feel it. In Picasso, the piano, the Classic 100 and creative types with Virginia Trioli.
Give me more of that.
Where it's always free, always creative. ABC iView.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Infield kick to Whitfield. Whitfield infield, hoping for a leer. Intercepted by Wilmot. Marks plays on. Kicks into attack. Morris marks. Got the afters and gets the 50 as well. Morris has marched to the goal mouth and will kick his 3rd goal. And Brisbane out by 9 points.
Throw in. Inside 50 is Bailey. Bailey comes through. He's had a couple of pings and he finally gets one on the board today.
Throw in. Jones rows the tap and shoots and scores.
Oh, wow.
Great work from the little man for the Giants underneath the throw-in. Callahan runs the half-forward, 60 out. Beautiful pass to the corridor. Marked by Hogan. Ainsworth gave him a needless bump, and it will ensure that Jesse Hogan has marched to the goal square. Hogan bangs it through for his 3rd. Kicks them back into attack. Fly from behind from Morris. Couldn't mark. Ash does the roving. Tackle right on the siren.
He's got to hold the ball.
Holding the ball. A free kick to Brisbane right on the half-time siren. It's the major result for Sam Day. And a great result for Brisbane right on half-time.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's been a great start to the Saturday footy triple header on ABC Sport. Welcome back to the Gabba. Gorgeous conditions, great game of footy and storylines everywhere. Quentin Hull is my name. On the scoreboard, Brisbane by 16 points at the long break. They led by 5 points at quarter time. The Lions 9 goals, 10-64 to the Giants, 8 straight 48. Jack Payne out with what we believe is a ruptured patella tendon after going down in the first term, having taken a mark, hyperextending his left leg, and that left knee crumbled underneath him. It was a long first term as a result as he was medicabbed from the field. And Brent Daniels got a knee in the butt, very much like Toby Green did at Manuka last week. He's out of the game for the Giants. But both teams have certainly displayed some good football. Amazingly, 19 scoring shots to 8 in favour of the Premiers. The Giants haven't had a miss. Brisbane by 16 points. Following this game, we're off to the MCG for Geelong versus Essendon. And then tonight, Eastern time or late afternoon into the evening over in the west, North Melbourne with the second of its home games in Western Australia. They will host Fremantle at Perth Stadium. There's no afternoon game in the NRL this afternoon. The first of the games is at 5:30 when Newcastle play the Roosters. That rolls into North Queensland and the Dolphins. And a reminder, of course, you can always hear the NRL on the green button and the ABC Listen app. Wednesday night in Perth, State of Origin Game 2. Live across the country on the Listen app. Andrew Moore and the team to bring you the second instalment of Rugby League's greatest rivalry, New South Wales winning Game 1 in Queensland. And the Super Rugby Pacific semi-finals continue later today with the Chiefs hosting the ACT Brumbies. You can hear a call on the Sports Extra button of the Listen app. The winner goes through to play the mighty Canterbury Crusaders, who won their semi-final against the Auckland Blues last night. And what do you reckon, nervous cricket fans? Is there a miracle at Lord's coming? Well, South Africa has 8 wickets in hand and needs 69 runs to win the World Test Championship mace. They are 2 for 113 in that chase. A wonderful partnership by Aidan Markram and Temba Bavuma. Bavuma playing injured, 65 not out. Markram is 102 not out. South Africa only 69 runs away from victory. You can hear that on the ABC Listen app on the cricket button. We'll keep you up to date throughout our footy calls throughout the evening as well. If it's sport you want, it's sport you'll get aplenty. You can always choose it on the ABC Listen app. Okay, Jeff White and Jason Ackermanis. Further thoughts in a moment. Boy, the texts are rolling. 0437 774 774. Robert in Orbost text, don't change Acker, breath of fresh air, you're the reason I'm listening today. Ava and Jordan, they're driving from Exmouth to Perth. Leave Acker alone in texts. Will Ashcroft is a gun. Thanks to Julie from Holland Park for your thoughts as well. Grant in Hobart's a long-time listener and Blues fan. How about we get Acker onto the umpires training board? Then we wouldn't have the shockers like you just called. That would be interesting.
They do a lot right, the umpires, but sometimes they do a stinker, and I suppose we carry on a bit. But anyway, it was entertaining.
And here's, I must admit, hashtag not a doctor, I'm getting a text here. Jack's P knee injury was when the knee was flexed or bent, not hyperextended, as you suggested on air.
All right,
okay. So what I should describe, his ankle was the point of landing rather than the controlled foot. Is that the way to...
It just looked loose, didn't it? The knee joint just looked loose and floppy. So how do you describe that? It's a tough one. Looks like it grabs and then it buckles like it jams up.
Yeah.
Buckles, yeah.
Andrew from Victoria says, who wants to listen to boring commentary? We want ex-champions tell us what they think. Enjoying the call. Thank you.
That's the end of us, Whitey.
Righto, ex-champions.
I'm in for the ride here, Acker.
Righto, ex-champions. What's going on from here?
Well, we've got a cracking game, that's for sure. But, yeah, alarm bells for me with the ability of the Giants to use the ball. They're renowned for doing that slingshot footy from the half-back line, though. They did it exceptionally well in the first half, and that's why they've been able to score 8 goals straight. It's where they've been kicking the goals from. They've only kicked a couple from the boundary, but certainly a lot from the 50-metre arc. So alarm bells for Brisbane, but Brisbane are really happy. We spoke at the start of the game about consistency. They've been consistent for the first half. Now let's see what they can do in this second half. Can they get those intercept possession through the arcs there, Acker, because this is where they'll be able to run away with the game, I reckon. If they can contain that slingshot footy from the Giants, they'll go a long way. If they can't, Giants will win.
Yeah, Bedford and, of course, Jones, if they get out, that's so quick. There's a number of players that concern me if I was the opposition coach and I was a Brisbane Lions coach. That said, it is exciting. And late in that quarter, you just saw when they don't quite have the energy to go deep into sort of that late part of the quarter, the last 5 minutes, where they can really get out and get those super long kicks, super accurate kicks to matter. That said, I will say that they are coming, and if they get that right, they're going to be tough to stop.
And the ever-generous Michael Price is about to call the start of the third quarter after I accidentally stole the sausage roll that he put on his exercise book at half-time.
I'm just a little weakened, but we'll get there, Q. Off hands now, the Giants with the first touch out of the middle. Comes to Josh Kelly. Oh, what a left foot pass. Taken by Cadman on the arc. He plays on. He probably didn't need to. He's kicked it to the right, one behind. That was a 50-metre spear from Josh Kelly.
Finally, a point.
And Cadman had it in his wheelhouse, but he's kicked their first point.
And yeah, Darcy Jones free inside forward 50 as well.
64 plays 49.
First point for the Giants in the first play, really, of the third quarter. Kick in, looking for Leicester. Spoiled away, though, by Fonte of the Giants. Taken by Ash. Hand pass hoping for Cadme. Spoiled away by Hipwood, who's in defence with that pain injury. Lions ball. Dunkley hands to Bailey on the wing. Hands to Berry. Runs to half forward. Kick in field. It's a helicopter punt to the pocket. Whitfield's there to spoil it away for the Giants. Shares a hand pass, but beyond the paint. It's a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Lions, who are kicking to the right of your radio dial in this third quarter.
Bit rusty there. Berry had two blokes out. Sam Day just needed to be a bit better kicking.
From the throw in, roved by Bailey of Brisbane. He's under pressure, gives a hand pass. He dropped it. It's holding the ball. It's a free kick to the Giants. He tried to give the hand pass, but took too long about it.
They were onto it. Remember last time he kicked a goal, so they were onto it that time, the Giants.
They were.
Ash with the short kick to Iden, plays on with a hand pass to Kelly, who's at left half back.
He wants to measure a pass and does it well to Brown.
How good was that kick?
Oh, it's a good kick, but too much time, too easy. Yeah. There's no pressure on the ball.
He's presenting Cadman, isn't he?
Look at this. There's just no urgency with the Lions at the moment.
It's just a chip kick down the line. Darcy Jones met solidly. Well, as he took the chest mark, he bounced back up, the little fella. Well done against Jared Berry, right in front of the commentary box here. That's an 8-metre kick that's paid. No, the umpire says not far enough. It's intercepted there by Brisbane's Berry, but he's turned it over again. Darcy Jones, the handball to the left to Josh Kelly. Another ball into the pocket looking for the lead of Jesse Hogan, who doubled back. It was cut off nicely by Harris Andrews, who goes laterally to his left to find Starcevic.
This is a terrible quarter. You can see here in our call we're looking at. They are looking straight into the sun where we are right behind it.
Starcevic from fullback kicks towards the broadcast wing. Right. Dunkley outmarks Callahan.
He had to take that too because they were outnumbered on that
in
wing.
Front near the boundary. Kicks infield on the 45. Rayner has it spoiled away, but Lester roves. Hands to Zorko. Hands to Andworth. Tackled by Bedford. Got a hand pass away. Zorko helps out. Almost took the ball out of play and trying to kick it around the boundary. He was hoping for Berry, stolen by Jones. Jones kicks it out of bounds on the full, going into attack. Free kick to Andrews in the right half-back flank. So how bad's that sun this time of day, Jace? Remember in the COVID season they said you can't play the grand final during the day in Brisbane because of the sun.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a great point. That's why you come in from the other side of the ground, Q. You've got to know this ground. But that said, they're out and about here.
They're through the middle. McCluggage lowers the eyes. Oh, Logan Morris beautifully spoiled there by Buckley, who gathered the ball. That's a sweeping handball. Straight up the middle to Darcy Jones. He kicks it in the Hogan direction. He was advantaged by that kick. Harris Andrews had no hope. And Jesse Hogan takes the mark 20 metres out directly in front.
So they've done the switch. They've put Buckley onto Logan Morris, which is a good switch, but that hand pass to Darcy Jones in the middle. And that's what they're trying to do. They just want to own the corridor, the Giants.
Well, they are. And when they do it, they look unbelievably sharp. That said, he was out the back. How good would footy be on our day where we could get one-on-ones inside forward 50 off the turnover?
Yeah. So Jesse Hogan, the stutter step. He's off the long run as well. Leans into it and kicks his fourth. The Giants cut that lead down to only 9 points. 9-10-64 to Brisbane. 9-1-55 to GWS. 4.5 gone, third term.
I keep mentioning it, Aka. That slingshot footy, they've got to press up. The Lions have got to press up between the arcs. They can't allow for this chip kicking for the Giants, because they're just going to, they'll carve them apart. They'll get over. They're getting that overlap right now at the start of this third quarter.
Yeah, once you see the intensity from the Lions, for example, pick up, then it becomes a very, very good contest. At the moment, the Giants have come out. They have got plenty of this intensity and movement. They're just getting it going. So they're up and about, but Lions will have to arrest some momentum back.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport, early second half. Madden with a tap down to Tom Green. Clearance for the Giants. Kick to half forward. Hogan! He's marked in front of Andrews again. A double grabber, controlling it around his hips. And the man on the marks, 45 from goal.
I was going to say, he just loves playing against the Lions, Hogan. He always kicks a bag. He's always up and about. It's very rare he doesn't get at least 2-3 goals against them. He likes the opposition, as in the guys they present to him. He's too agile, I think.
Well, we haven't seen more stutters in a run-up than when Joe Dawes used to play cricket here. The famous Queensland paceman who had the stutter at the start of his run-up. Hogan from 50 puts it on his right boot. That's missed to the right-hand side. And it's a behind. Giants lead by 8 points. 9-2-56, trails 9-10-64.
So the Lions have rumbled this all the way up to the wing from the kick-in. Nicely cut off by Lockie Ash. Got around Bailey, shot the handball straight up the middle to O'Halloran. Now offhand Zorko, beautifully read by the Magician. Gave the handball to Wilmot, then through to Rayner. They're in the centre square. Rayner a helicopter sideways. It wasn't good. It was cut off there, nicely taken in the end by Callaghan. Sorry, I'll say that again. It was actually Fonte, Joe Fonte. He went to the right and is nicely taken there by Harvey Thomas. Has a bounce. Then kicks it long down the outer side. It was well taken there by Delana. He has a bounce. Gets to the arc of 50. And he tried to square it up, and it was beautifully read there by Zorko in front of Bedford.
Here's the corridor ping. Kicks it to centre half back. Rayner marks. Kicks to Day, who's out on the wing. Day takes the grab and has to hold it up a little. Now the conservative infield kick back to the half-backs running forward. Berry's the first there to receive. Marks. Looks infield with the short pass laterally to Rayner. Just forward of the bullseye. Rayner down the corridor. The entry's read by Madden. The boy from Osborne in game 2 takes the mark for the Giants with a hand pass to Callahan. Runs through half back. Gives it to O'Halloran. They're running the same game plan at each other. It's great to watch. O'Halloran kicks down the corridor. Rolls to the goal mouth. Hogan's kicked it out of the air for a brilliant goal. Forget the World Cup and what the Socceroos have done this week. Jesse Hogan, what a goal from the top of the goal mouth. He's put his boot to it to kick his 5th. There's 2 points in it. What a goal. What a game, Jason Ackermanis and Jeff White.
But it started with the ruck getting back in the hole. Charlie Cameron was out. It was a great kick, but just great awareness by the ruck to drop back in. But the one-on-one from Jesse Hogan against Harris Andrews and then just put a slipper to it. Oh, that's a great goal. But that's slingshot footy. This is what we keep saying. This is what they love doing. And if you give them the ability to play like this, you can be in for a long day. And this is what is facing Brisbane right now.
So both teams operating at 30% goal efficiency for the inside 50s. Brisbane 9 from 30 and the Giants 10 from 33. The Giants will win this clearance. Well done by Madden, the big man. He gives it to Jones. Jones to O'Halloran. He bounces it inside 50. Well picked up on the half volley there by Riccardi. Gets it back out to the arc to Harvey Thomas. Onto his left foot. It's a high ball. Cadman! Oh, he had the fly. He couldn't quite grab it at the back of the pack. It was taken there by Brown. Tackled into the ground. He got the handball to Bedford. Couldn't pick it up. It was Ashcroft Will who did, and he was taken over the boundary line. In fact, it was Fletcher. Not quite the length of hair, but very similar stature over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in the right forward pocket. This game has gone up a notch. It is the Lions by 2 points.
Giants have kicked 2-0 so far in this third quarter. Boundary throw in. Kicked out of the air by O'Halloran towards the goal mouth for the Giants. Ricochets roved by Rayner, who's charging into the contest. Left foot kick to the bullseye. Dunkley has to spoil away from Buckley. Ricochets back to Dunkley. Hands it to Archie. Kicks to an open forward 50. No one there for the Lions. But the ball keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. And Aaliyah gets there within a centimetre to touch it through. Otherwise, that would have been a goal from 80 metres out. It's a point, a rushed point for Brisbane. Lions 9-11.
Yep.
9-11, 65 to 10-2, 62.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just got it. They're just reviewing that as they would when it's that close. But it has been confirmed it was touched before it went through. Lockie Ash now at fullback, plays on, saunters out of the goal square, kicks it long to the outer side. That's a good mark taken by Cadman. Really good mark in front of Eric Hipwood. He's just short of the centre wing on the outer side. He chips it forward. Now they'll roll through. It's with Rouston. Rouston's kick, he's turned it over. Well taken there by Jasper Fletcher in a good run of form, the young man. He chips it down the line in front of the benches to find McLuggage. All of a sudden the Giants have to retreat. McLuggage now looks inside 50. Dunkley could have copped a push, nothing doing. He gathers it anyway. Got the handball away, cut off by Likalia. His handball out into space. Fletcher did beautifully. Bumped his opponent out, picked the ball up and kicked the ball inside 50 up and down the chimney. Lohman flew off his hands. Morris, handball to Will Ashcroft. Will Ashcroft has a ping and misses to the right, one behind. 9-12, 9 goals, 12, 66. Plays 10-2, 62. 4 points to margin, Lions lead.
That's how they get their score. So that's the pressure they've got to put on Brisbane. There's 2 turnovers there that they created, and they were able to get a shot on goal. So that's what they've got to maintain.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ash again allowed to stroll out of the goalmouth. Long inbound. Brown the target. Answorth spoils. Kicked off the deck by Callaghan to get it to halfway for the Giants. Met by Bedford. Nice in and away to get away from Answorth. Hand passes to Kelly. Kelly plays Piggy in the middle with Answorth. Gives it back to Bedford. Strolls to the edge of the centre square. Kicks wide to half forward. Gathered on the bounce by Riccardi. Near the boundary, 60 from goal. Hand pass infield back to Kelly. Looks backwards. Looks forwards. On the boundary, uses that left boot to kick it to the top of the goal mouth. Darcy Fort. Great grab at the front of the pack. The ruckman in the time of need for the Lions.
He kicks it just straight up the line to Zorko. Zorko hits the corridor to find Rayner. He's just on the right edge of the centre square, the right back corner, if you like. He looks further into the corridor. It's an aggressive kick to find Jasper Fletcher, who got good separation from Darcy Jones there. That's no mean feat. Takes the mark. He's got the run of Rayner. The handball received. Little chip inside 50, perfectly worked to Berry. Berry takes it 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Great awareness there. Just to lower the eyes. All the Giants players have rushed back. They were trying to zone off and just popped it over to Berry. So great kick inside forward 50 there for Brisbane.
A lot of up and back. There's a lot of gassed players out there at the moment. On hands and knees as Jared Berry will shoot from 40. As I said, slight angle to the right. Only the 4 goals, 2 so far this year. 4 goals, 3 in fact. He leans back on this one and pulls it to the left. 9 goals, 13 now, if you don't mind. 67 plays 62. 5 points the margin, 13 gone, third quarter. ABC Sport on a Saturday afternoon.
And those Lions fans tuning in thinking, oh, that breakdown again, 9-13. I will reiterate, 5 rushed behind. So, sure, the kicking at goal hasn't been as good as it could have been, but the Giants have been very astute at rushing anything near the goal mouth. As Ash chips short on the inbound, Aaliyah takes the mark in the right back pocket for the Giants. Right foot kick, long around the southern wing. Fletcher's in front. Himmelberg spoils. Tom Green rose for the Giants. Hand pass to Whitfield. Hand pass is turned over. Oh, he tried to trip Bailey.
That's a rip.
That Harvey Thomas it was. It wasn't Whitfield, it was Thomas. He might be in trouble for that, the boy from Turvey Park. They didn't teach him that at Mar Oval. Free kick goes to Bailey on the wing. I'm sure they did. Long kick from Bailey to a pack. Aaliyah for the Giants, almost marked. Rove, though, by Rouston. Rush kick to right half back. Tom Green marks again.
He put it into the middle, well read by Hipwood. Gathered, took the mark and launches a long left foot bomb. It's Archie at the back, couldn't quite take it. Front and square, Lockie Ash for the Giants. He gives it to another Lockie in Whitfield.
Cadman's out here.
Long left footer, and Cadman was the target, well called. Whitey, he saw off Noah Answorth and took off. He had a bounce, measures a lovely left foot pass. Well done, Hipwood. He launched that from about 60 just a minute ago. He's come about 100 metres across the field to fist that over the boundary line and there'll be a throw in at left half forward for the Giants.
That's the intercept that we keep talking about with Brisbane. That's what they need to keep working on.
Voice of Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis also in the experts chair. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Shallow boundary throw in. Day taps it as it ricochet back to him for Brisbane. Hands to McCluggage, kick around the wing, marked by Dunkley. Goes to his knees, plays on quickly with a hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. Chips infield on the 45. Lohman takes the mark for Brisbane just forward of the wing. Kick to the leading Archie. Drops a chest mark as he lunged at the last step. Ricochet taken away by Taylor of the Giants. Hand passes to Ralston. Kick around the wing. Riccardi gets a free kick. Dunkley impeded before the ball arrived. Right in front of the Gabba members.
The natives are restless, Kim.
Who will make it known if they think their team's not getting the rub of the green here. Riccardi kicks to half forward and Cadman puts his knee in the back of Hipwood to take a great mark. 60 metres from goal. Plays on with a kick to Hogan in the pocket. Hogan marks. Andrews made him earn it. Not enough to cost him 50, but it's hard on the boundary. 40 metres out in the left forward pocket for Jesse Hogan, who already has 5 goals. If he kicks straight here, the Giants will return to the lead. And it's a very tough angle for him. You know where he is? He's where Joe Danaher kicked the goal in the second week of the finals, the equivalent spot of that famous goal at the end of the game at the showground last year. Hogan runs infield, and guess what? He's kicked the same result as Joe that night. The Giants are in front. Hogan has 6 goals. And Greater Western Sydney has kicked 3 goals, 2 to 3 behinds at the start of this third quarter. They've eaten up a 16-point deficit. They now lead by a point. GWS 11-12, 68 to Brisbane, 9-13, 67.
Cadman, this is Cadman's game. This is coming of age for Cadman. Outstanding pack marks. He's kicked, was he kicked 3 or 4?
3 goals.
3 goals. That just launching for the ball. That mark he took there, and then the delivery inside forward 50. Just outstanding from Cadman. He's just, what a game, but what a finish from Jesse Hogan.
All 3 goals for the Giants in this quarter to the big XD and Docker. And the reigning Coleman medalist.
Well, when he kicked 2 in a row in the first quarter, just know, once he gets on a roll, he's hard to stop.
He's now drawn equal with Jeremy Cameron, 38 goals for the year at the top of the Coleman medal table. Brisbane with the clearance here. Rayner, uses his bulk, bounced off everybody, gathered the ball, kicked it long to full forward. That is a great contested mark by Logan Morris in the pocket. He has taken that against Jack Buckley, who's been in great form. He's beside the point post. He immediately looks back inboard to curl this one around with the right foot. He is 10 metres from the behind post on the boundary in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. He's got 3 goals, Logan Morris. He curls this one around. He's got 4. The Lions return to the lead. 10-13, 73 to 11-2, 68. 5 points the margin, 18 gone. Third quarter. I'm loving this game, boys.
Oh, loving this game too. What about the effort from Rayner off the square? That is his spot. They put him in the middle now and then just to get his body and size in there, but he's most effective, Akka, when he comes off that line, when he comes off the forward line, uses his body. They were out there in the Giants, and he just came through, one touch, broke the lines, got through, and got the kick inside forward to Logan Morris.
That equals his career best, Logan Morris. He did kick 4 goals against the Bulldogs at Norwood earlier this year during Gather Round. It was one of those comeback days for the Lions. Cracking contest here. Brisbane back in front by 5 points. Centre bounce. Will Ashcroft gets a hand pass in the congestion to Lockie Neal. Clearance Lions. Wide kick from Neal to the half-forward flank. Bounces towards the boundary line. Levi Ashcroft does well to tap it to his own advantage. Wins the ball. Hands it to Bailey. Bailey's pass looking for Lohman. Spoiled away by the desperate defence of Buckley. Rode by Brisbane. Day hands it to Bailey in the pocket. Hands it backwards. Berry's there. 45 from goal near the boundary. Centering kick is taken away by the Giants on the goal line. Iden there. Clearing kick to right half back. Cadman controls. Hand pass over the head of Jones. Picked up, though, by Leicester of Brisbane. Hand pass to Dunkley. Tackled by Thomas. The Giants rumble it to the wing. Out in front of Ralston. Gathers it for GWS. In the sunshine of the southern side. Kick to half forward over Hogan's head. Well done, Andrews, to protect the drop. Win the crumb and hand it to Ainsworth.
He gave it to Neil. Neil then chips it down the line to find Wilmot, and they slow it down now. The Giants have set up nicely. He goes laterally to the right, didn't go quite the distance to Levi Ashcroft. He gave it back to Wilmot by hand. Then down the line, it's taken by Jasper Fletcher in front of the Lions bench. Lions by 5 points in a cracking contest at the Gabba. Inside 50. Fort was the flyer. Front and square Whitfield for the Giants. Gives it off to Callaghan. Callaghan, the left footer, brings it to the wing. This will be a contest if the ball stays in. Starcevic versus the youngster in Delana. Delana gathers. And then, Callaghan kept running. Gathered, tackled by Ashcroft. They did well. Beautifully done by Halloran. Gathered the right foot inside 50. He's going to be cut off. Well read there by the Lions defence. They were set up nicely. The ball comes to Zorko from Dunkley, and Zorko at right half-back just outside the arc is slowing everything down.
I think everyone needs a bit of a breather. This has been hectic this third term. Brisbane lead it by 5 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Zorko gets it back. He chipped it to Leicester in the pocket. Leicester gives it back to his ex-skipper. Chip looking for McCluggage. Spoiled and rode by Tom Green of the Giants. Kicks to the corridor. Over the head of Hogan. Rode by Brown. Given to Jones. Hand pass to Riccardi. Snap from 40. Not enough bend. Out of bounds on the full from Jake Riccardi. Free kick to the Lions in the left back pocket. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, the Lions are in danger of going one down on their bench. Callard Shee's got calf tightness on his right side. They've strapped it up. They're going to see how they go, but yeah, he's struggling.
So the Lions bring it back in. It's Jasper Fletcher, kicks it to half-back. Boy, that's a good mark taken by Rayner. He's brilliant in the air and very strong for his size. He's got a great vertical leap.
He's presenting really well today, Posse.
He's at left half-back and he decides to retreat to Ainsworth back inside defensive 50. He goes to his right to the other pocket. Ryan Lester. Lester now looking to go up the line, well guarded by the Giants, so he goes back to Ainsworth. Ainsworth to centre half-back to Rayner. Now they want to go straight up the middle. Rayner the handball to Wilmot. Wilmot to Starcevic, who's made his way up by hand. Now to Neil. Neil under pressure, the outside of the right boot. Bounces in the pocket. Giants through Whitfield. Now Kelly by hand to Callaghan. Callaghan back to Iden. Iden still inside defensive 50. Goes to his right. That's a beautifully directed kick to Himmelberg.
Double H from MCUE at right half-back for GWS. Chips around the wing. Alir takes the mark. Plays on. Kicks to Halloran, who marks it between wing and right half forward for the Giants. Chip pass to Brown. Mark 60 from goal. Cal Brown with his right boot. Kicks to full forward. Cadman at the back has to spoil away from Fort. Ricochet over the boundary line. Yep, next to the point post. Throw in. Jace, you're contemplating. Are you okay? We haven't heard from you for a while.
Oh, it's hard to get a word in.
It's a great game of footy to watch, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. It's like watching Homer Simpson on a treadmill. It's hypnotising. Just watching the speed.
All that time contemplating to come up with that.
There's a lot going on there.
Boundary throw in. Darcy Jones with the rove and the snap. He's pushed it across the face for a point. Lions by 4 at 73-69. 23 minutes third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just hanging in here as they come out of defence. But GWS could blow it open too, but they are playing exceptionally well as they come to the half-back line here. But this is slow footy and slow build-up. The Lions are going to have to take more risks if they're going to really take advantage of their possessions.
So it's Levi Ashcroft at right half-back. Nobody's standing the mark, so he saunters off, has a bounce.
Rayner.
Kicks it long. Oh, Rayner at the back, the triple grabber, couldn't quite pull it in. Oh, the outside of the heel was sublime. Gave it there to McCluggage, who tried to break all tackles, and that's holding the ball. Good tackle, Harvey Thomas. He's got it at left half back for GWS.
Doing that very well today. They are tackling amazingly. The Lions could learn a lesson about how to pressure the opposition and really commit to the tackle, commit to the opposition.
34 tackles to 22 in favour of the Giants as Thomas plays on, kicks it long. Zorko read it beautifully at the back of the pack. The veteran takes a mark.
Brisbane by 4 points late third term. Kicks infield. Fort marks. edge of the centre pitch area, just defensive side of the bullseye for Brisbane.
He's got no options.
Caught the play on. Little man Jones comes at him. Hand pass out the back from Fort to Starcevic at half-back. Kicks a half volley to the wing. Neil couldn't handle it. Halloran toes it off the deck for the Giants. Back towards half forward. Will Ashcroft first to meet it though for Brisbane at half-back. Hands it to Answorth. Kicks along the edge of the centre square. Marked by the sliding Day. Just forward of the bullseye. Gets up, plays on, kicks Brisbane into attack. Lohman flew over the top of Fonte. Couldn't mark. Unrealistic attempts. Free kick to Fonte in the right back pocket for Greater Western Sydney. 25 minutes third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane lead GWS by 4 points.
It was definitely there to the Giants. There you go. There's unbiased commentary.
There you go. He flared it to the left and found Sam Taylor in the left back pocket. I was going to say, what's the definition of an unrealistic attempt nowadays? As he chips it forward, nicely taken there by Lockie Whitfield, barely the distance. He goes to the arc of 50 to Likalia. So they're moving it slowly now, the Giants, as the Lions are set up well in front of them.
There's only a minute to go here. See what they're going to do here.
Dangerous kick. He's gone across the goals. Well done by Connor Iden under enormous pressure by Charlie Cameron. He took a good defensive mark, flared it further to the right to find Buckley. The handball off to Finn Callaghan, thank you. Down the line. I needed to have a drink too. It comes off hands here. Now it's O'Halloran from 55. He has a launch. Oh, what a goal out of nothing. He just strode to the arc of 50 and unleashed a winner that puts the Giants back in front. 12-3-75 to 10-13-73. 2 points the margin.
On fire here. That is a hard-working goal. Where the energy is coming from, I don't know. I'm glad he kicked it, though, Jeff White, because he had two teammates. They were all on their own. All they had to do was handball, and they were out running into the goals. But that said, great finish, Helen.
But it came from Finn Callaghan coming back into the corridor on his left foot. But where he kicked it, there was two players for the Giants who got front and centre. They outnumbered, outworked. They were the ones that were spreading on the 45. They came to front and centre. They got more numbers to that drop of the ball, and they're just outworking Brisbane at the moment, and that's how they're able to get that handball receive goal.
They're one-on-ones. They are winning the one-on-ones. That's where it's at today. Game plan's very similar. Can you outnumber at the contest and win the one-on-ones?
Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis with you. Close to three-quarter time. Madden taps down. Ricochets back to the young ruckman. Hand passes to Callaghan. Clearance Giants. A rush ball to half-forward. Answorth gives away a free kick. A hold on Brown. There's about 20 seconds left in the quarter. Brown is a kick and a half from goal between wing and right half-forward edge of the centre square. He's looking forward. He just puts it on the head of the pack, about 30 from goal. Through the knuckles of Hipwood, it's gone out the back. Hogan Roves, he's tackled, got a hand pass clear. And
off it, dropped it.
It's a free kick, Brisbane, in the back pocket as the three-quarter time siren sounds to end another absorbing quarter of football and what's been a terrifically entertaining round 14 fixture to this point. And for the first time in the game, Greater Western Sydney go to a break in the lead. Brisbane led by 5 points at quarter time. The Lions by 16 points at half time, but Greater Western Sydney kicked 4-3 to Brisbane's 1-3 in that term. And the Giants have overturned that 16-point deficit to lead by 2 points at three-quarter time. GWS 12 goals, 375 to Brisbane's 10-13. 73. Jesse Hogan has half of the 12. He's got 6 of them. 3 goals for Aaron Cadman and singles to Darcy Jones, Xavier O'Halloran and Callum Brown. While Brisbane's 10, Logan Morris has kicked 4 of them and there are 6 single contributors. Josh Dunkley, Hugh McCluggage, Lockie Neal, Sam Day, Zach Bailey and Brandon Starcevic. Giants lead by 2 points. It's three-quarter time. What a ripper this is. Hope you're enjoying Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Callahan runs through half-back, gives it to O'Halloran. They're running the same game plan at each other. It's great to watch. O'Halloran kicks down the corridor, rolls to the goal mouth. Hogan's kicked it out of the air for a brilliant goal. Riccardi kicks the half forward and Cadman puts his knee in the back of Hemwood to take a great mark. 60 metres from goal. Plays on with a kick to Hogan in the pocket. Hogan marks Andrews, made him earn it. He's where Joe Danaher kicked the goal in the second week of the finals, the equivalent spot. Hogan runs infield, and guess what? He's kicked the same result as Joe that night.
Rayner, uses his bulk, bounced off everybody, gathered the ball, kicked it long to full forward. That is a great contested mark by Logan Morris in the pocket. Logan Morris. He curls this one around. He's got 4, Buckley. The handball off Callahan, thank you. Down the line, comes off hands here. Now it's O'Halloran from 55. He has a launch. Oh, what a goal. Out of nothing.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quentin Hull with you at the Gabba for Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Don't go anywhere. Big finish coming up here. Greater Western Sydney lead by 2 points after earlier today the Lions lost Jack Payne with a potentially ruptured patella tendon in his left knee. Brent Daniels out with a severe cork of the glute as well. Stories everywhere here. Next up, it's the MCG where Essendon will take on Geelong. Corbin Middlemass to set the scene. Happy birthday, Corby. How are you?
Thanks, Hully. Appreciate that. It's a glorious day here in Melbourne. When I say glorious, I mean 13 degrees and a little bit cool, but that's about as much as we can hope for in the middle of June now that the winter months have rolled through. There's no late change here between Essendon and Geelong. It is the 10th annual country game. The subs are in. Archie Perkins, who was subbed out last week, starts as the technical sub for the Bombers, and Mitch Duncan, the experienced Cat, will be the sub for Geelong. So, of course, the Cats pushing to shore up their top 4 spot, and the Bombers trying to hang in the season at 6-6. They've got a long injury list, and they got 2 more debutants today, so a couple of their mid-season recruits are going to make their debut. One of them is Archie May, and the other one is Lockie Blackiston from East Fremantle. So we'll see the 9th and the 10th Bombers to debut this season for Brad Scott's team. So that's next up. The Scott twins going at it. Brad leading the Bombers against Chris and his Cats.
Good on you, Corby. I'll always remember a June 14 birthday. Happy birthday to my dad, Alan, who celebrates his birthday as well today.
Now, that's a worthwhile Riverina reference.
Yes, indeed. Alan here today with family on his 75th birthday. Anyway, let's get to the footy here. What happens now? Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, this has thrilled us with similar styles going at each other. What are you seeing, Whitey?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of slingshot footy and no Brisbane Lions not being able to actually contain that ability to move the ball through the midfield. It's just incredible footy at the moment from Giants. If they can keep this energy up, they'll run away with this game. So Brisbane Lions have just got to, at some point, I would like to see them just grab a bit more momentum back in the game, Acker. They haven't had any momentum at all. It's all been through GWS, and this is the opportunity to do it. If they're going to run away, if they're going to... We saw what they were able to do last week against Adelaide. They had a lot of forward pressure. They weren't able to convert, but they had a lot of the possession. So have they got enough energy in them at the moment, the Lions? Because GWS, they're coming. That was an incredible third quarter and sets it up for an intriguing last quarter.
They don't look like they've got the energy of the Lions at the moment, but I could be wrong. They may come home hard. That said, yeah, the GWS... I like the matchups of your GWS. They should win this, despite being unbelievably accurate early for most of the game. I mean, kicking 8 goals straight before even getting a point. But if they get the one-on-ones that they love, you know, Jesse Hogan is dominating. He get it down there. He's getting too much one-on-ones. It's just such a day that you're not going to be able to come off your man and impact that often. So the things I'm worried about if you're a Lions fan is that just the intensity around the ball, the numbers around the ball, the ability to win that ball and get it to your teammate real quick, where the opposition are doing it fantastic. They look unbelievably crisp.
Explain this to our listeners. Inside 50s, Brisbane 42, GWS 41. One the difference, Brisbane 23 scoring shots, GWS 15.
Yeah, that's the
Where they're
coming in and turning them over. They're turning them over.
And where they're having their shots from, too.
Yeah.
Well, as Q said, the Giants had a bunch of their shots from outside the arc of 50. Back into the middle here at the Gabba as the Shadows take over. Off hands. Well done by Callahan again. He kicks it inside 50. It's going to be a contest easily. Well done, Cadman. Got to the front against Eric Hipwood.
This is a coming of age for Cadman. Number 1 draft pick in Will Ashcroft's here. This is he's putting a stamp on this game right now. Callahan's up to 29 possessions. He had 8 in that third quarter, and Kelly had 7. They've been damaging. The 2 left footers have been incredible for the Giants.
Too many teams are coming up here and having their way with Brisbane. They're getting momentum and playing and winning one-on-ones.
The Gabatoir no longer holding that mantle as Cadman comes in, launches it towards goal. A career-high 4 goals for Aaron Cadman in this game against the Lions, and he extends the Giants' lead. 13-3-81 to 10-13-73. It's an 8-point margin, just a minute gone, final third.
And this is what they've been talking about, Pricey. They've been talking about Cadman. They've been giving him, this is his opportunity, and he's had some games where he's been flashy. He's had some games where he's been a bit inconsistent. This is his breakout game, and when you match that up with Jesse Hogan up forward, it's a formidable twin towers up there. It's unreal. 4 goals to Cadman, and Jesse Hogan's kicked 10.
I know Eric's had to feel that spot, and he hasn't really been played. He actually is a good defender, Eric, but no touch and feel. Allow him to have run at the ball. At the moment, Brisbane have got to tighten up a lot of things if they want to get back in this contest and win these one-on-ones.
The centre bounce, Fort and Madden share the ruck tap. Tom Green has been an unsung hero today for the Giants. Another centre clearance. High kick to half forward. Andrews gets to the drop, can't mark. Kicked off the ground by Zorko. Fort receives at centre half back. Plays on with a hand pass to Berry. Berry's kick to the wing, marked by Lohman. Plays on quickly with a kick to half forward. Archie leads and marks despite the attention of Taylor. 60 from goal. Archie kicks to the pocket. Looking for Cameron, who's had a dirty day. Iden spoils away. Out of play. Is Charlie Cameron playing? Yes. He's had 3 handballs, of which all came when he shared it to Eric. Eric gave it back. He has done nothing today, Charlie Cameron.
And Green's had 6 centre bounce clearances for the Giants.
Giants dominating that area, the centre bounce clearances. They've got double what Brisbane have as it comes off the hands of the ruckman in the arms of Berry. Immediately held up there by Brown, and the umpire will come in and throw the ball up 40 metres out from the Lions' goal at right half forward. Still inside the arc. Off hands of Fort. Neil gathered it, shot the handball forward. Charlie Cameron. He pelted out the ball.
Just like that.
On cue. He has got a free kick. 35 metres out. It's a sharp angle to the right, but Charlie Cameron will go back for his first kick of the game.
This is more than 6 points. This is a sing-along. This is the house getting momentum. Yeah. This is what Charlie Cameron is at this joint.
Yeah. 3 minutes have gone in the final term. The Lions are trailing by 8 points. The stage set for Charlie Cameron to ignite the Gabba crowd.
It's a big call. Go straight through the middle.
Cameron launches, misses. 1 behind. 10 goals, 14. So it's 74 playing 81. 7 points the margin, the Giants lead.
Like the soup Nazi. No John Denver.
No for you.
Whitfield with a long kick in. Great kick. Kelly marks at left half back beyond defensive 50. Giants lead by 7 points. Kelly with a long kick along the wing. And Cadman has taken mark of the day to go with his breakout game.
Oh, my God.
Huge fly on the back of Hipwood. 1-on-1. Great aerial work from Aaron Cadman. What a grab. Plays on with a kick towards half forward. Hogan's clutch is too strong. 55 from goal despite the attention of Leicester.
That's mark of the year. That's mark of the year right now.
I don't know whether it's that good. It's mark of the day. Hogan from 60 kicks to the goal mouth. Andrew spoils the pack. Delana tries to rove in the pocket. Does rove in the pocket. Bananas a goal. Oh no, it's hit the
post.
Hit the post. Hit the post, Joey Delana. Would have been his first goal in league footy, the academy product in his 3rd game. And the lead to the Giants is 8 points while Jeff watches the replay of the mark.
Oh, that's up there. That's a great grab.
Well, Eric Hipwood is a tall boy, and he had his knee.
That's right.
In the
That's
back
what
of
I'm
his
saying.
head.
He's on top of someone who's 6'7".
Andrews gives it now to Noah Answorth. His kick looking for Dunkley. Dunkley did it very well to actually keep in the contest. The ball floated in the advantage of Tom Green. Enter Hugh McCluggage, and the ball goes over the boundary line in front of us. It's going to be a throw in. On the Vulture Street wing, it is the Lions trailing by 8 points with 5 minutes gone in this final term. The Gabba crowd stunned on a Saturday afternoon. The umpire throws it in. It is Madden who's done a good job against Darcy Fort going in. Oh, Callaghan, superb. Gave the handball back to Whitfield, to right half forward. Well done, Hipwood, who got in front. Had his jumper held too. Umpire didn't see it. Off hands, Wilmot gave it to the run there of Zorko, who retreated and then kicked an aggressive one into the middle. It's either going to work beautifully for the Lions or come back with interest. It's coming back with interest. Taylor to Iden. Now back to Kelly. They're going to control it. That's a beautiful kick from Kelly. Darcy Jones dropped it off his chest forward, a centre wing out of side.
But has time to clean up his own mess. Gathers the ball on the wing, chips it short to Brown, who takes the grab near the interchange gates between wing and half forward for Greater Western Sydney on the southern side. Kick infield, Fonte takes the mark.
They are going to get beaten today again, Brisbane. They have got not working hard enough. They're not doing anything well enough around the contest.
Fonte from 70. Deep kick to the pocket. Fisted off hands. Roved by Bedford of the Giants. Hands it to Jones. Hands out the back through Thomas to O'Halloran. Hands it back beyond. Attacking 50 to Whitfield. 60 from goal. Gets on his right boot. Kicks it back into attack. And Himmelberg. Double H is there to take the chest mark for GWS. 45 out.
That's why they love him on the wing. He's that one where they can get out. If Hogan and Cadman have taken and they're one-on-one, he is the release player because he can jump, 6'5", he can run. They love him on the wing, and that's exactly why.
He is, and then they have to change the matchups then because, size matters, and that's why Dunkley's out on him at the moment.
Himmelberg, slight angle right, 45 metres out, right foot drop, punt is straight through. The only 2 goals of the final term have been kicked by the Giants, and they have kicked 6 of the last 7 goals in the game. They've kicked 6 of 7 since half-time. Greater Western Sydney 14-4, 88 leads Brisbane's 10-14, 74. 7 minutes, final term. You're hearing Saturday Footy on ABC Sport with Jeff White and Jason Ackerman.
But it came from the forwards, Acker. The Brisbane Lions forwards didn't push up. They didn't put enough pressure. The Giants were able to get that handball release. They were able to get it back outside to their players facing the goals, and that's how they're able to get that switch of play and get it over to Himmelberg. But this is where those forwards have got to push up. They've got to be able to put pressure, be able to squeeze that, and they're not able to do that at the moment. The work rate's not there for Lions.
They're not doing that, and they're not working hard. They're running through the middle, half pace, not even making an impact on anything.
14 points the margin. The Giants lead at 8 gone final term. We're back into the middle. Lions need a centre bounce clearance. They're getting flogged in that regard by the Giants today. Zorko puts himself in. Darcy Jones dives in on top of the ball. The umpire's going to come in and throw it up.
That stat is GWS 16, Brisbane 7 for the centre bounce clearances.
Giants just want it more, Q. They just want it more.
Thrown up in the middle there. Oh, Tom Green explodes through that contest. Drops it onto his right shoe. Into the path of guess who? Aaron Cadman. He's in front of Hipwood there. That was just delightful service. 45 out directly in front.
Hipwood's getting a lesson on what forward should do when he's normally playing up forward. You've got to be touch and feel, standing in front of him, take his space. He's doing all the things that he should be doing. He's not doing anyway, and Cadman is just having his day out.
He's directly in front. He'll let go from just on the arc of 50. Strikes this left foot superbly. One for the thumb for Aaron Cadman. A career-high 5 goals. And he extends the Giants' lead yet again. 15-4-94 to the Lions 10-14-74. 20 points the margin, 9 gone final term.
This is the synergy you have with your forwards and into the midfield. Once, the reason why he got separation, he knew as soon as Green got that ball, he knew exactly what he was going.
Zane Bojak on the boundary.
And the energy's gone out of this crowd as well. They can just see that the Giants are surging and Brisbane's got nothing in response. There's only a couple of GWS supporters near me. They're the only ones that are making any noise.
They needed John Denver today, the Lions, and Charlie missed his chance to not only kick a goal, but to get that energy around the Gabba. It's become more than just 6 points at this joint, and he missed the opportunity. And now the Giants lead by 20 points.
4 points, you mean? Or 6 goals?
Well,
goals.
You know what I'm saying. It means more than 6 points, the goal, the energy. Anyway, Will Ashcroft's got a free kick at the centre bounce. So we'll give Brisbane a long, deep entry here. At the front of the pack, Loman can't mark. Buckley comes away for the Giants. Hand pass, though, doesn't find a teammate. Jones does clean up, though. The little man down back for the Giants. Kicks a hoping ball to the wing. Bounces favourably for Cadman. Everything going the way of Aaron Cadman. Gets on his left boot. Kicks a high ball to half forward. Numbers are plenty for the Orange. Bedford taps it, but couldn't get it to Jones. Lester in the way. Saves the day for the Lions. Hands it to Andrews. Hands to Answorth. Chip around the boundary as marked by Hipwood at right half back for Brisbane. 10.5 final term. Giants by 20 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Hipwood goes long down the line looking for Berry, and it was Thomas who spoiled him. It's going to be a chop of the arms. It will be a free kick. Good call, Acker. Just forward to centre wing, Stanley Street side of the ground. Jared Berry has it on the boundary line. Again, the Giants set up beautifully in front of him. It's a web that they're trying to get through. They can't. He tries to chip it forward and successfully finds McLuggage. 70 from goal, right half forward. He holds it up. Very difficult to pick through this GWS defence. He puts it inside 50, looking for Logan Morris. Spoiling effort. Giants with the numbers. Oh, well done there, Delana. Off the outside of his right shoe. If this bounces out, it's going to be a Brisbane free kick, but it holds up. Starcevic, and then Lockie Ash did beautifully, got rid of Starcevic, picked it up, missed with the handball, went back, cleaned up his own mess, bounced it in front of Delana, who gathers, did it well against Starcevic, got the handball there to Whitfield on the wing. He kicks it to right half forward. Hogan with the early fly against Hipwood, got rid of him, didn't take the mark. The ball spills over the boundary line. Zane Bojak's down there.
Yeah, Callahan's getting some treatment on his right knee. He's lying on the ground, and they're just putting the machine in behind, trying to get some feeling back in there for him. I think he's also cramping up. They've been giving him plenty of pickle juice.
And pickle juice.
Time to remind our listeners, Jack Payne out with what we suspect is a ruptured patella tendon in his knee. Brent Daniels subbed out with a badly corked rump. Boundary throw in on attacking 50 for the Giants. No clearance there. Jared Berry got under the ruckman, tackled by Harvey Thomas. And the ump comes in for another stoppage. Chucks it in the air. Day got a hand down, but O'Halloran roves. Day tackles him. O'Halloran gets it to his boot just. Pinched though by Will Ashcroft. Hand pass to Fletcher. Clearing kick for Brisbane from half back to the wing. Beyond the contest of Taylor and Morris. Rove by Archie. Spins through a tackle. Hands it to Loman. He kicks forward. Not a Lions jumper in sight. Buckley's playing goalkeeper back there. Stops it for the Giants. Chips to the wing. Himmelberg takes the mark for Greater Western Sydney. The Giants lead by 20 points. 13 minutes final term. Michael Price.
Sam Taylor at right half-back just holds things up. He wants to go laterally. The Lions have manned up inside 50, so he goes long down the line. Sam Day spoils Riccardi. Good fly. Well, good recovery from Riccardi. He gathered, gave it to Green, got the ball back, did Riccardi. Kicks it inside 50. Big pack. Oh, through the hands at the back. It's Brown. He dribbles. Oh, yes. Giants irrepressible. The second goal for Cal Brown. And the lead for GWS blows out to 26 points in the final term. 16-4, 100, 10-14, 74, 13.5 gone in the final term. Acker, what did Lee Matthews say? First to 100 wins?
No, he doesn't say that. that was Rodney Eade. But yes, if you looked at what we saw, there was a ball coming out here just not that long ago. It was dribbling, and Starcevic had to sit. 3-4 Giants players are sprinting behind him. There's not a Lions player in sight, and the only one around there really didn't have to work that hard for a Lions player to get involved in it. That's what we're seeing. That's why it's been like that all day. They've got more energy. The Lions have not been up for it. They've been too lazy, no intensity around the ball, and then the Giants are getting momentum and they're kicking good quality goals.
Well, you want to see the best of GWS this year, Acker. Get them on the road against the top dog. This is their best performance since they beat Geelong at Cardinia Park. Ash at the back of the stoppage. Another kick forward for the Giants, but on the wing, intercepted by Fletcher.
See what they're doing there? They're coming to make you and everything. That's what the Lions are not doing. They're coming up. See this? This is exactly what we want to see.
Chip in field, Wilmot the target, spoiled by Jones, but the numbers are there for Brisbane. Andrews does the roving. Hands it to Wilmot, has a bounce through the bullseye. Wide kick to right half forward, beyond Day. He's tracking back. He's got Buckley for company. Ball stays in. Lohman picks it up. Gets on his right boot, hooks it to the goal mouth. Bounces deviously. Fonte, though, kept calm in the moment of crisis. Hold on.
Out of bounds.
Free kick to Logan Morris, who's held behind the play.
Oh, wait a minute.
So I was watching the football. What did the umpire do behind play?
No, Logan Morris was held behind the play.
Logan Morris is held.
Yeah, they're doing this. This is what they've been doing all day, GWS. Now, they do it and they get away with it. They're a really good team at doing it. But that said, that's what good teams do. They bend the rules.
So this is for a career-high 5 goals and to keep the contest alive. To get it back to 20 points, 15 and a half final term, 25 out, no angle, bangs it through. 5 for Logan Morris. It's not often these days you see a game of footy where you've got 3 or more forwards kick 5 or more goals.
Yeah.
Morris has 5, Cadman has 5, Hogan has 6, and that's Brisbane's 11th. The deficit is 20 at Giants 16-4-100 to Lions 11-14-80. 16 minutes final term, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
When was the last time Sam Taylor had 5 kicked on him?
That's a good call, too.
It's a good question, Jeff.
That is a great effort by Logan Morris. His versatility, his ability to move, come at the ball. You know, he switched between Buckley and Sam Taylor. So I'm not putting it all on Sam Taylor, but he's been outstanding today. But I totally agree with you, Q. You have up the other end, you have Cadman's kick 5 and Jesse Hogan's kick 6. So
amazing,
big shootout.
Since quarter time, 15 scoring shots each. So since quarter time, 15 scoring shots each. The Lions 6-9 to the Giants 11-4. That's a big difference. Back into the middle, Darcy fought, tries to extract it, but Green stole it off him. Gave the handball back to Rouston. He kicks it inside 50. Front and square, Darcy Jones flicks the handball to Brown. Brown from 40. The left foot is not bad. What's the umpire going to say? He likes it. That's his 3rd. And all of a sudden it's back to 26 points the margin. They can't do anything wrong, the Giants. 17-4-106 to 11-14-80.
Darcy Jones, what a hand pass. He's hand passed that over his head.
Just a win.
Just a blind turn. He knew he had presence behind him, but to actually get that hand pass and deliver it, he's front and centre, grabs the ball, so front and centre, and a hand pass right over the, and not a loopy hand pass, it was a sharp one over his right shoulder. And that's an outstanding, that is amazing hand pass.
Have a listen to that.
Oh, wow.
That's the sound of a whole bunch of Lions fans exiting the Gabba.
And didn't they get up? They all got over to Darcy Jones too.
Have a listen.
Thinking if I get out now, I'll be able to watch the Stradbroke in 5 minutes' time.
Listening to it.
The biggest race of Queensland's about to jump in 5 minutes. Centre bounce. Again, it's Madden against Fort. Will Ashcroft underneath, though. Sort of shunts out a hand pass to no great
I've been
effect.
doing that all day.
But you're right, Acker. Jared Berry impeded, gets a free kick for the Lions. With his right boot off, the instep, that's a shocker, but Cameron marks it. Charlie, 55 from goal.
Got to go quicker.
He's thinking about it. Cameron just sets it up to the top of the goal mouth. Alier to the front, can't mark. Morris roves. Morris can't get onto his right boot, hands it to McCluggage, and from behind is run down by Taylor. Holding the ball, play into advantage. Callahan burns off half-back for the Giants. Here comes the tsunami. Hand pass to Jones on 55. Bangs deep. He hits the post.
I want to feel that.
What a build-up.
Hits the post.
Oh, no.
It is one of the best build-ups you'll ever see.
That would have been
I was ready to explode. 27 points the lead to the Giants.
Oh, when they run, they run. They pin them back, don't they? Oh, at right half-back, Wilmot for Brisbane. He flares it out to the right. Gives it to Levi Ashcroft, who kicks it to half-forward. Morris presents, spoiled. Lohman can't pick it up. He's under enormous pressure from Jack Buckley. Now it's Will Ashcroft. Handball to Jared Berry, still outside the arc. He puts it inside 50. It nutmegs McCluggage. He ends up gathering it. Gave it to Fort, now to Fletcher. Fletcher off a step, has a ping and goals. Wow, it's attritional stuff for the Lions in comparison.
Still 8 minutes left.
Still 8 minutes left of the game, and it is only 21 points. That's the glass half full scenario. 107 plays 86 with 19 and a half gone.
It's almost like when Fletcher kicked that, though. It's like no celebration, no. Yeah, it was nothing there, no vibe.
Yeah, there's not much energy. But Lee's saying was, if there's more goals left than minutes to play, you're generally going to win. So if there's 7 minutes left, you've got to get 7 goals, you're not going to win. And the Lions still have a chance. That said, that is a much better winning the one-on-ones, just getting and making it sharp, quick handballs out to free guys. I suppose the only difference is GWS have players moving.
If history's told us anything, Jason, and it's very recent history, you just never know with these two teams.
You never know.
Brisbane with 2 of the last 3. There's 7 minutes, 52 seconds left in the game. 21 points the lead to the Lions. Big centre bounce clearance here. It's slapped clear by O'Halloran. It was a throw, Jason. Free kick goes to Brisbane. Lockie Neal will take it. And Darcy Jones did a great job to just milk a couple of seconds there to say which man umpire. Neal chips to Fletcher. Fletcher hands to Wilmot. 55 out. Wilmot kicks to the pocket. Archie! Callum Archie marks in the pocket. Do not go anywhere. These two will just have you swinging to and fro. And Cal Archie, can he kick the goal here? A man of his class generally finishes. 25 out, left forward pocket, setting up for the right foot. Snap, punt, misses near side. Misses near side, a costly miss. What could have been a 15-point margin.
Quality players.
It's a 20-point margin, 107 to 87. 7 minutes of play left.
It's a couple of opportunities missed for the Lions in this last term. But the Giants, they put the pressure on, they continue. Lockie Ash standing in the goal square, looking to his left, and then he thinks, no, I'm going to the right. That's where the numbers are. He kicks longer, looking for Jesse Hogan, who's going to fly. Good body work there by Harris Andrews, got rid of him. Wilmot took the mark. 45 kick just forward, found McCluggage. He's 70 from goal. McCluggage lowers the ice, hits Rayner. Beautiful pass. Good lead by Rayner. Gathered, and he took the mark low. 45 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left.
Now these are the big game players kicking the big game goals. Archie missed, Cameron missed. This is what they didn't have last week. That said, the Lions are going one-on-one and look far closer and a little bit more into this game. What does it take this long in the quarter? I don't know, but big
Cam Rayner has not hit the scoreboard today. 6 score involvements. The Lions desperately need it. He comes in from 50. It's struck nicely. It's through. Game still on. The Lions get their 13th. And it's back to 14 points. 17-5, 107 the Giants to the Lions 13-15, 93. And I reckon we've still got 6 minutes of play left in the final term.
Well, they're down by 8 out of the centre. If there was ever a centre bounce that Brisbane needed to win, it's right now.
Well, just be cleaner. They're actually getting their hands on the ball. That last clearance there, I think the great Lockie Neal, it was a free kick, but Lockie Neal had a chance to just be cleaner and just fumbled. So this is the other part of it. Can they just be super sharp in there?
Jeff White and Jason Ackerman as your experts. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Zane Bojak on the boundary. Lions led by 5 points at quarter time, 16 at half time. Giants by 2 at three-quarter time. They got out by 27, but it's back to a 14-point ball game. Big centre bounce here. Ricochets off the Willing. Who can be able? No one. It's at the foot of the pack, and the umpire will come again and toss it in the air at the edge of the bullseye. Gabba fans starting to do their bit. Fort taps down. Neal crashes through. Can't pick up first time, but does second time. The champ puts it on his right boot and shoves it down Cam Rayner's throat. Marks it on the lead, 40 metres out.
And there's the change they've made. Isolating Rayner at full forward.
What I say with Lockie Neal, just clean. Just in there. All of a sudden he's picking it up. No one can touch him when he does that. That's what the GWS Giants were doing all game with the last part of the third and the fourth. They have been super clean now, the Lions. Can they make it happen?
It's the same kick on the other side, Jace.
It is.
of his previous goal. That was left of centre. This is right of centre. Man on the mark, 40 metres out. Rayner with his right boot. Misses across the face. Misses for a point. 13 points is the margin in favour of Greater Western Sydney.
The Giants with the ball. Lockie Whitfield from fullback gets out of the square, kicks long towards the contest. Oh, that's a great mark, Jesse Hogan. He has gone all the way down to half-back for the Giants to take that. He gets up a little proppy.
Cramp
maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, he's cramped from kicking too many goals.
No pickle juice.
At left half-back, he goes long, beyond centre wing. Harris Andrews set himself, imposing, took the mark. He flares it to the left to Wilmot. Wilmot by foot, goes across now to Dunkley. Dunkley into the middle. It bounces in front of Zorko. Oh, he couldn't pick it up, but then he fisted it straight up the corridor. He cleaned it up, McLuggage, and then a nice mark taken under contested conditions by Noah Answorth just beside the centre circles.
Kicks to half forward. Archie leads and marks uncontested, 50 from goal. They are coming, Brisbane, but they're 13 points down and they've got 5 minutes, make it 4 minutes of playing time left. Now this will be a good kick. I mean, late in the game, Jeff and Acker, you know how fatigued you are.
Sore calf and all.
Cal Archie with a man on the mark, 49 from goal. This would be something. Watch the Gabba rise if he kicks this. Archie gives it everything. He's got the journey.
Pulled it.
It's across the face, you're right, Jeff. It is a point. Pulled slightly to the left. 2 goals the lead to the Giants. 3 minutes and 37 minutes to play at the Gabba on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So they'll try and kick it out long here, like they did just then previously to Jesse Hogan, or they'll go the other side to Cadman.
Every player on the field is forward of the centre circles in front of Lockie Whitfield. He comes just short of centre wing here, Himmelberg. They did it exactly as you said. Whitey, well called. Himmelberg in front of the pack. He looks to measure a kick towards Darcy Jones. Good spoil there. It was from Wilmot. Front and square was Thomas. Handball forward. Found Bedford. Bedford was out. He kicked it inside 50. Great spoil from Answorth in front of Cadman. Rove there by O'Halloran. He had a step or two. The umpire said he was held. Crowd wanted ball. And they are going off deluxe. Umpire will come.
He took him on. He took him on. That is an easy rule, Your Honour. That is so easy.
2 goals to lead to the Giants. A score here, they win, you'd reckon. Madden gets tackled by Ford at the ruck contest. Do it again. It eats up a couple of seconds. Tossed in the air. 40 from the Giants' goal. Fort taps down. Tom Green robes, though. Hand passes to the pocket for the Giants. Cadman meets it. Hands it, hoping for Thomas. It's intercepted by Dunkley. Thomas tackles Dunkley over the boundary for a throw-in. Greater Western Sydney, 17 goals, 5,107. Brisbane, 13-17, 95. 27 and a half minutes played last quarter. Ball up, right forward pocket for the Giants. The 233 seat over O'Halloran, nor Bailey could pick up, and the boundary umpire will toss it back in.
So underneath the small scoreboard just showed a picture of Lions coach Chris Fagan chewing gum furiously.
Oh, it'd be a paste by now. Won't be gum.
12 points the margin, the Giants lead. Madden takes it out of the ruck. His handball intercepted by Neal. He gave it by hand to Bailey, back to Neal. Now he's going to go to the right-hand side of the ground. Oh, dangerous kick. Archie made it look good. Well taken. The handball to the runner, Ryan Lester, on the arc of 50. He puts it to the wing. Charlie Cameron being held, nothing doing. Connor Iden gathers. Now the ball goes out to the left to find Ash. Ash to Cadman, who takes it 55 out. And if he's got anything about him, the young man, he should just slow down. Harris Andrews is standing the mark. He's right on the boundary line where the arc meets the boundary. And Cadman is going to go back and have a shot.
Taking his... Oh, no.
Oh, no, he's not. He comes now to the right. Gives it to Lockie Whitfield, who's on the point of the centre square.
He'll kick it back to him, will he? No, he won't.
No, Ash has moved forward. This is well done by the Giants. They're just not marking up the Lions, and the Giants are soaking up valuable seconds.
And they'll give him any opportunity to go fast.
Lockie Ash is about 80 from goal at left half forward. Now he goes long. It's going to be a big pack. Hipwood at the front took a great defensive mark, Eric Hipwood, and he's going to wheel onto his left foot and go aggressively long.
Lions are going to go looking for Archie, intercepted by Ash of the Giants. It wasn't the greatest, most penetrating kick from Hipwood, and Ash reads the tumbling Sheron to take the grab forward of the wing. He'll kick a high ball back into attack for the Giants. Here, Andrews in front, takes the mark. He's in the right back pocket. Brisbane have got to go. Kicks to half-back. Zorko roves, hands to the middle of the ground, rumbled by Will Ashcroft. Traps it to himself brilliantly. Runs to half-forward, short pass marked by Morris. 40 out. 40 out straight in front.
He's going to kick this.
2 goals down. 50 seconds left. Morris, not long to get about his work. He boots long. He misses left. That's game over. That's game over. It's a point when there was no room for error on the clock. The Giants lead by 11 points with 40 seconds left.
Whitfield now has it in the goal square. Every player in front of him is forward of the centre circles. He's going to... How Sam Taylor got out by himself, I'll never know. He gathered on the half volley. The ball smothered though. Picked up by Dunkley. He launches it, but the Giants have got numbers going back.
The spare man.
The spare man is Jesse Hogan, who's come from full forward down to full back to save the day yet again for the Giants. They're leading by 11 points as Hogan plays on, kicks it towards a pack, and Cadman spoiled it front and square. Oh, well done there by Harvey Thomas. Gave the ball back to Green.
Long kick to the wing. Zorko's in the way. He's going to mark. But Greater Western Sydney is going to triumph in another enthralling instalment of this recent rivalry. The Giants with a big, big win against the Lions at the Gabba. And they'll sing to a big, big sound of an 11-point triumph in Queensland.
It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
So Greater Western Sydney, 17 goals, 5, 107. Beat Brisbane's 13-18-96. The Lions led by 5 points at quarter time, 16 at half time. Giants led by 2 at three-quarter time and then win it in the end by 11 points. The Giants with their 8th win of the season. It's the Lions' 4th defeat to go with the draw as well. What a game at the Gabba. And the Giants, well, they're right among the fight in 2025.
Big, big sound from the west of the town. It's the sound of the mighty Giants. Feel the ground is shaking. The other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best. And we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
No, that's not the Saturday night band across the road at the German club. That's the sound of the Greater Western Sydney theme song at the Gabba. And what a win for the Giants. 17 goals, 5, 107 to Brisbane's 13-8-96. Jesse Hogan kicked 6 goals for the Victors. Aaron Cadman kicked 5. Callum Brown kicked 3. Single goals for Darcy Jones, Harry Himmelberg and Xavier O'Halloran. Brisbane, Logan Morris was the only multiple goal kicker. He kicked 5, and the rest were all singles for Jasper Fletcher, Josh Dunkley, Hugh McCluggage, Lockie Neal, Sam Day, Cam Rayner, Zach Bailey and Brandon Starcevich. For those of you on News Radio, we'll stick around for a bit of wrap-up. We're heading to the MCG shortly for the rest of you for that Essendon-Geelong game. But just outside of the scoreline here, the major headlines will be around a ruptured patella for Jack Payne, suspected at least. It doesn't look good. A long-term injury for the key Lions defender, while for the Giants, they lost Brent Daniels to a corked rump. It was a great game of footy at the Gabba.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, Watch and Act and Emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.